Hello and welcome to this Jenkins course. We're gonna be together learning Jenkins through all this entire course. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're gonna look for the Jenkins page here. We're gonna do Jenkins, and then we have the page here, which is jenkins.io, and we're gonna click on it. You can see this is the page of Jenkins itself. So if we're gonna be learning Jenkins through the course, I think that it's important to know what is Jenkins. Of course, we need to know it. So as you can see here, Jenkins is the leading open source automation server. So what is Jenkins? Well, for simplicity, we can say that Jenkins is purely an automation server as you are reading here. And what is an automation server? Of course, it works to automate everything that you want. Anything you want, you can automate that with Jenkins. Of course, these days, Jenkins is being used a lot for continuous integration and for continuous delivery. Don't worry about that yet. We're going to have an entire section for learning continuous integration and continuous delivery. But for now, keep in mind that you can use Jenkins to automate anything that you want. Okay, so through the course, we're going to be learning how to integrate Jenkins with Docker, Ansible, Amazon Web Services, Git, Maven, how to create pipelines, continuous integration, continuous delivery, DSL, and more. So this all and more is waiting for us through the entire course. Don't worry if you have never used these tools before, like Docker or Amazon or Ansible. Don't worry because we're going to be covering that and we're going to be explaining how to use them and how to integrate them with Jenkins. So this and more, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. Here we're gonna take a look how we're gonna build our laboratory. So as you can see here, I'm using Windows and probably you are gonna be using Windows. So the first thing that we're gonna do, we're gonna take this laboratory using VirtualBox. So if you don't have VirtualBox, go ahead to virtualbox.org and install it for Windows. It's pretty simple. You just download it, click next, 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 and then you have VirtualBox installed. So we're gonna install a virtual machine, a Linux machine using CentOS. So we're gonna go into CentOS minimal ISO, which is going to show us the ISO for CentOS in its minimal version. So here we are. We're gonna click on the first link, and as you can see here, it's going to start downloading the image. I already downloaded before, so I'm just gonna go ahead and cancel it. And as you can see here, this is the result. So after we have this ISO already downloaded, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna create a virtual machine based on this ISO. So for that, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. Here we already downloaded our image. Please be sure that the image that you download it's going to be a CentOS 7 as you can see here, and that it is a 64 version as you can see here. So once we have this image, what we're gonna do is that we're gonna create a virtual machine using this image and VirtualBox. So let's go ahead and open up VirtualBox. We're gonna click on new. Then we're gonna give it a name like Jenkins, or you can name it as you want. We're gonna say that the machine is Linux. I think we don't have CentOS here. No, we don't have. So we're gonna use Red Hat. As I told you, it should be 64-bit. So we're gonna choose this one. We're gonna click next. We're gonna give it for now, I think 2 gigabytes for RAM. So we're gonna click next. We're gonna create a hard disk now because we don't have any hard disk. We're gonna click on create. We're gonna click on next here, next, and we're gonna give it, I don't know, let's give it like 20 gigabytes. So let's click on create, and we have already our machine created. So let's go ahead to settings, and let's go to network. Once we are here, we need to define which adapter we're going to use. So we can use, as you can see here, a lot of adapters. For this course, we're going to be using the bridge adapter. So we have in this drop down, as you can see here, a lot of adapters. These and these are virtual adapters, so we don't want these ones. we could want this or this. The first one, which is Ethernet, or the last one, which is wireless. Depends on you. So for example, in this course, I'll be using the Ethernet connections, which means that my computer is always going to be connected to the network using a cord or a wire. It means that the connection is going to be always this Ethernet connection. Or if you know that your computer is always using Wi-Fi, then you should bind your virtual machine to the wireless. It depends on you. Please make sure that the connection that you specify here is always active whenever you turn on your virtual machine. So for now, as you can see here, I will be choosing Ethernet connection. Then clicking OK, and then we're gonna click on Start. So after we click on it, our machine is going to boot up, it's going to start, and we will need to select a startup disk. So as you may guess, we're gonna use the ISO that we downloaded previously. So we're gonna go into downloads and we're gonna look for CentOS. This is the one that we downloaded. We click on start. Then okay, it's powering up. As I told you before, if you're not using Windows, then you can just skip these videos and use your Linux desktop. But if you have Windows, then you should keep with these videos. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is that we're gonna use the arrows of the keyboard to select install CentOS. Once we're here, enter, and we wait. So let's wait until something appears on the screen. Cool. As you can see here, you have the welcome page, and you have in this left side hand you have the language. So we're going to use English for this course, and here let's just click on continue. So this is cool. Once you click on continue, then we're going to have this screen here where we need to configure a couple of things. As you can see here on the software selection, this is specified as a minimal installation. Cool. Then we go into the installation. We're gonna click on here and we're gonna use the automatically partitioning because it's okay just for testing. So we're gonna click on done, and then we're gonna go into the network and we're gonna see the Ethernet adapter that we created before, and we're gonna just turn this on. As you can see, it actually retrieves an IP, and we're gonna use this IP address in the future. So for now, we're done with this. Let's click done. And finally, after we've configured everything that is needed, we're gonna hit the begin installation button. So we hit this, and then we're gonna create a root password. So for now, I'm just gonna say 1234, 1234, okay, and we're gonna click on done twice. Okay, now I don't know if we need to create a user. Let's create a user. Let's say that I want to create a user which is gonna be called Jenkins. Okay, let me Jenkins, and we're gonna make this user an administrator because we want this user to be able of using sudo. So we mark this, and then we're gonna give it a password. We're gonna say 1234 again, 1234, and then we're gonna click on done. So now the only one thing that we need to do is just to wait until this installation gets completed, and after that we will have our machine ready so we can start playing around with Jenkins, Docker, Amazon, and more. So let's wait until this installation finishes. I will pause the video and I will come back once it has finished. Cool. So this is already finished. So the only one thing that is left is that now we need to click this reboot button, and then our machine is going to reboot. So let's hit it. Let's click on reboot, and then we need to wait until the machine boots up, and then we're gonna be ready to start playing around with Jenkins. See you in the next lesson. Okay, cool. So now we have our machine ready and we're going to log in. So we're gonna use the user Jenkins that we created, and we're gonna give the password 1234 that we created. Okay, cool. So here we are. And now what we want to know is the IP of this machine. So we type IPA, hit enter, and then you're going to see the IP address right here. this is my IP address. So you are going to probably have another IP address like 192.168.something.something, but don't worry, just use that IP. So now that we have this IP address, we want to connect to this IP using SSH. But how do we do it? Easy. We go to Google and then we're going to look for PuTTY here. PuTTY is a client for SSH on Windows. So we just go here, we click here, and then we should be using 64-bit as I told you before. So we're going to download this, and that's pretty simple. We wait until the download finishes, and then we're just going to go here. We're going to click on this. We're going to click next. I already had this installed, so you should click on next, but I'm going to click on repair and next, and this is going to do all the work. So cool. Once PuTTY is installed, you can see that I already create a shortcut here, but you can look for it on your application. So you type PuTTY and there you go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to grab the IP address and we're going to create a connection. So okay, the first thing that we're going to do is that you are going to probably want to have the appearance to increase the font size. So you go here into Window, Appearance, and click on Change. Now you can choose the size that you want, the font that you want. I'm going to choose the 12 size. I'm going to click OK. Then I'll be back to the session and I will type the IP address that is in here on the left. So that is 10.130.9.254. Cool. So now I will give in save sessions, I will give it a name like Jenkins machine or whatever you want, and then I will click on save. Cool. So now I can just close it and I can open it again. And as you can see here, here is my connection. Then if I just want to load it, I just click on this and I click on the load button. And as you can see here, it appears the IP, and on appearance, it appears our configuration. So once we are here, we click on open, and then we're gonna log in as the user Jenkins using 1234. Cool. So we are already logged in into this machine. So what did we do here? That's pretty simple. We connected to this machine in here from PuTTY using SSH. And why? You may be asking. And that's pretty simple. It's because managing things from PuTTY is actually pretty simple, and it's even easier than doing it from the VirtualBox window. So we're going to keep this machine powered on, so we're going to minimize this, and okay, we are, as you can see, in the same machine, but now we're connected through SSH, which is pretty cool. So now if you type IPA, you are going to see the exact same IP address that you saw before. So okay, you already know how to connect to your machine using PuTTY, so let's do it again. If you want to close it, you just close it, open up PuTTY. After you are here, what you are going to do is that you're going to click on your Jenkins machine state, you are going to hit on load, then click open, log in as the user Jenkins, give it a password. Please remember that your machine needs to be powered on before doing this, because if it's not powered on, then you are going to have some errors. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we created a connection through PuTTY using SSH to connect to our virtual machine. We are already connected here, as you can see, and now what we're going to do is that we're going to use Docker. If you have never used Docker before, don't worry, we're going to learn a little bit of Docker here, and you must know that Docker is only available for certain platforms on Linux. So in this case, I'm going to look for CentOS, Docker for CentOS, because we're going to start looking for the documentation. Something pretty important, please, before doing it, make sure that you can reach internet from your machine. So if you type ping google.com, you should have an answer like this. Okay, so we're going to look for this result, which is the first one. And as you can see here on the left side, these are the steps to install Docker on CentOS or Debian or Fedora or Ubuntu or whatever you have used to create a virtual machine. And we're going to install this. As you can see here, we're just going to copy this command and we're going to paste it in here. Oh, how you paste input it? That's a good question. You paste using the right click button on your mouse. So you click your right button on your mouse and then you can paste it. Cool. So what we're going to do here is that we're going to paste it. We hit enter and then we give the password of 1234. After doing this, as you can see, there is going to be a screen that is going to show you all the installation for these packages. So let's wait until this finishes. Great. The installation already finished. So we're going to be following the guide. We're going to copy and paste this command, which is going to, as you can see here, it's going to add that repository for CentOS. Please remember that these steps are for CentOS only. If you are using another distribution, please read the Debian, Fedora, or Ubuntu documentation. Okay, so the next thing that we're going to do is that we're going to install the repository as simple as this. Yum install docker-ce and that's it. So this is going to ask for approval. We're going to say yes here, hit enter, and then we just need to wait until this installation finishes. It's going to ask for approval again, so you hit yes, and then we wait until this finishes. It may take some minutes, so don't worry if the screen gets stuck for some seconds. It's normal. Okay, as you can see here, the installation already finished and we are ready to go. So after this, we're done with this guy. We can just start the service. As you can see here, we're just going to copy this command and we're going to start the Docker service. Now we're going to enable the Docker service at boot. It means that whenever our machine reboots, the Docker service is going to start with our system. So for doing this, we type sudo systemctl enable docker. Okay, nice. And now, if you want to test your installation, you do a docker ps and you have an error here. So how do you fix this error? This is pretty simple. We're going to do a sudo usermod -ag and then we say docker Jenkins. We hit an enter. And what did we do here? Usermod is a Linux command that allows us to modify an existing user. As you can see here, we're using the user Jenkins. So we are telling here to Linux this. We're saying, hey Linux, please add the user Jenkins to the group Docker. So that's what we have just done. And if we type docker ps, we still have that error. And that's because we need to log out and then log back in. So we're gonna log out of here and we're gonna open up our PuTTY session again. We click on load, we click on open, then we type the user Jenkins, the password 1234, and we try again typing docker. And nice, this is working like a charm. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we just installed Docker, and now we're going to install a utility which is called Docker Compose. So if you type docker ps, you should have no errors at this point. And now we're going to install Docker Compose. So we're going to go to our friend Google, and we're going to look for Docker Compose installation. Nice. We look for the first result. We click on it, and then there is a part here where it says Linux, so we click on Linux and we're just gonna copy and paste this command. So we're gonna copy and we're going to paste it in here. We give the root password 1234. After you've done this, you can do a sudo change mode +x, which means we're going to give executable permissions to user local bin docker compose. As you can see here, this is where we are downloading the binary to this location. So we give it executable permissions. So after we do it, we can test it by doing a docker compose, and then we hit enter, and we should have this output. And that's it. You have installed docker compose. Hello and welcome back. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to install Jenkins. And we're going to install Jenkins using Docker. That's why we installed Docker before. Okay, so as you may know, or if you don't know, don't worry, but Docker uses something called an image. An image is like a snapshot of a configuration. So in this case, we're going to look for a Jenkins image which has already all the configuration, and we just need to run that image, and then we will have our Jenkins server up and running in some minutes. So let's head to google.com and let's look for Docker Jenkins image. We hit enter, and then we're going to go to the first result, and as you can see here, we have this Jenkins image, which is the official image for Docker. So we're going to copy this command, and this command is going to download the image. So we go here, and what we're going to do is that we're going to paste this command, and we hit enter. Okay, as you can see, the image is already downloading. We only need to wait until the process completes, and we are almost done. This is the magic of Docker. Docker allows you to create services quite easy with images. So you only need to have one image, and then you are going to be able to spin up one service pretty fast. And that's cool. You just need to create an image or look for an existing image, run that image, and then you have your service up and running. Don't worry if you don't know Docker, we're going to learn here. So okay, you already downloaded this image, but where is this image located? Well, if you type Docker images, then you are going to see your image here, which is pretty good. It's a little bit heavy, but don't worry. Okay, so we have, if you must know, if you type Docker info and you grep for root, you are going to know where Docker is saving the files. So this is the location. If you do something like sudo do -sh and then you give the path, you are going to know how much space is Docker taking. So in this case, Docker is taking this size because we downloaded this image. Okay, cool. So we already downloaded the Jenkins image. Now it's time to run it. So for that, see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to create a directory which is going to be called Jenkins. You can create it whatever you want. In this case, the path is /home Jenkins and Jenkins. As you can see here, I just created a directory here. If I do an ls, here is the directory, and the full path for that directory is the current directory plus this path. So let me just rename this directory because you may be confused. So let's rename it, and we're going to call it Jenkins data, for example. So the full path for Jenkins data is going to be ls home Jenkins and Jenkins data. Perfect. This directory is empty, as you can see, because we haven't created anything, but we're going to create things. Okay, we created the directory. Now we're going to move into that directory. We don't have anything here, but we're going to create a sample Docker compose file. So we type vi docker compose.yaml. This is important. This name is pretty important, so please keep it like this. And vi is a text editor for Linux. So we're gonna hit enter, and then we're going to start typing the Docker compose file. Before doing this, a Docker compose file is like a script. It's a definition. So here we're going to define which services we want to spin. So in this case, for now, we want to spin a Jenkins server. So we're going to start with this file. So we say version 3. That's the current version of Docker compose, don't worry. And now we say services. So in services, we're going to define our Jenkins server. And this Jenkins server will have some properties. So we can define the container name, and we're going to call it Jenkins. Simple. Now we're going to define the image. So we say image, and then the name that is going to go here is the name that we downloaded in the previous video. So we type Docker image, and here we have the name. So we're gonna copy this name, we're gonna open up again our Docker compose file, and we're gonna paste this in here. Cool. Oh, a pretty quick tip. If you don't know how to exit of this screen, this is pretty simple. You hit escape, then you hit shift and the colon key, then you press W and Q, which means write and quit. So we hit enter and you already quit. Cool. So okay, we already defined the container name and the image. What else do we need? I'm gonna leave you this template here. And this template, you can actually just copy and paste it if you want, reuse it, or you can manually type it. There is no problem. So we're gonna define the ports. What are the ports? So we're going to say ports, and we define an array of ports. So we're going to say that we want to expose the port of Jenkins using the port 8080 on our machine, and we're going to map that port internally to the container on port 8080. Don't worry, we will take a look on this later. What else do we need? We need a volume. What is a volume? Okay, you must know that in Docker, when you create a container, when you spin up your service, all the data which is within the container is going to be destroyed if you don't save that data into a volume. So we say volumes here in this case, and we're gonna say, okay, we want to create a folder which is going to be called Jenkins folder. So let's use the current path for now. We're going to say pwd, which means pwd, the current path, and we're going to create a folder which is going to be called Jenkins home, for example. And we are going to map this folder. Okay, first, we need to create this folder in our machine. So we're gonna copy this, and we're gonna go out of Vim, and we're gonna create a directory in here. So we click make dir home, make sure you don't put the slash, make dir Jenkins home. Hit enter, and if you do an ls, you should see your Jenkins home folder at the same level of the Docker compose file. So okay, the full path for this is the pwd, which can be represented with this variable. You do an echo. Oops. So this is the current path plus your folder, the folder that you have just created, and this is the full path as you can see. Okay, so we're gonna go back to our Docker compose file, and we already defined this. This is the host volume. Now we're gonna map it to the container. So how do we do this? Within the container, the Docker image uses this folder to store the file. So we're gonna copy this location, we're gonna put a colon here, and then we paste this location. So we're saying, okay, Docker, please, whatever you write here, which is going to be all of the files for Jenkins, please save those files in this directory that I have just created. Cool. And now we need to define a network. So we say we want this to be in the network net, but we haven't created the network net. So let's go here in the same text file. At the same level of services, we're going to create a section which is going to be called networks. Networks, we put a colon, and underneath of this, we're going to create a network. So, okay, we're saying, please Docker, create a network using this instruction, which is going to be called net. And then we're going to use this net here, and we're gonna include the Jenkins server or the Jenkins service within this network. So that's pretty cool. I think this is everything we need. We're gonna save this file, and we are done. So let's recap what we just did. And if we do a cat in the Docker compose YAML file, we're gonna see that we're using the version 3 of Docker compose. We have defined a service its name is Jenkins, the container name is going to be Jenkins, the image that it's going to use is the Jenkins slash Jenkins image. It's going to export the port 8080. It's going to save all the information in this folder that we created, and this is going to bind the service into a network which is called net, and this network is being created here. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're gonna start our service, our container, using Docker to spin up the Jenkins service. So far, we already created the Docker compose file, and we created a directory here where we're going to save all the files. So remember that we define a volume here, and we're saying, okay, Docker, please, everything that is within the container in this location, please save this in this folder. And this folder means this folder. So if we take a look on the folder itself, we see that we don't have any data yet. And that's normal because we haven't created anything. So please make sure that this folder has proper permissions so Jenkins can write. And what do I mean by proper permissions? Make sure that the user 1000 can write to this folder. And what's the user 1000? So in Linux we have IDs, and as you can see, this user, the Jenkins user, has the user ID of 1000. So we're gonna do a sudo change owner 1000 colon 1000 into this folder, so Jenkins home. We're gonna do it recursively. So okay, when you do this, you will do an ll, and you are going to see that the user, the owner, is Jenkins and the group is Jenkins. This is because the container uses the ID 1000 to write data. And if you have another ID, you are going to probably have an error. So please make sure that you write this command before spinning up your server. So okay, we already gave it permissions. We only need to do this once, this time and no more. And once we gave permissions, we're going to spin up the server doing a docker compose app-d. And what is going to happen here is the Docker is going to create the service reading the Docker compose definition in here. And if we type docker ps, we're going to see the server running here. So this is a Docker container. We have spun up our server using Docker. You can list your containers using docker ps. So as you can see, this is actually working like a charm. Cool. I will type docker logs-f, and this is going to show me the logs for a certain container. Remember that in our definition of the docker compose file, we said that the container name is Jenkins. So we do a docker logs-f Jenkins, we hit enter, and as you can see here, this is one weird hash. We're going to use this later. So for now, what we are going to do is that we're going to hit the IP address of our machine. Do you remember the IP address? So we're gonna grab this IP. We can pick the IP from PuTTY. Remember, we can click here, load, and then we will have the IP. So we're going to copy this IP and we're going to paste it into our browser. So we paste this and we're going to have an error, but if we do a colon 8080 and then we hit enter again, we are going to be presented with a screen that tells us, hey, I am Jenkins. Whoa, finally we have Jenkins installed. And Jenkins wants to make sure that we are the owners. So we need to introduce here a password. But what's the password? Well, the password is pretty simple. You go to PuTTY here, you do a docker logs-f, and you will see the password in here. So this is the password, and we're gonna copy this. Remember, to copy on PuTTY, you just do a double click on the thing that you want to copy, and then you paste it normally here. You paste it and then you click on continue. Pretty simple. So now, as you can see here, we're presented with a screen that says customize Jenkins. So what do we do here? I would suggest you to click on the button that says install suggested plugins. We're gonna click on this. And Jenkins, we're gonna see this later, Jenkins has a lot of plugins, and a plugin is nothing else but like a tool, an extension for something. So Jenkins, it's quite powerful, but you can install a plugin, and a plugin is going to give you additional functionalities for Jenkins. So in this case, we're going to install the suggested plugins by Jenkins because for sure we're going to need it in the future. So this is going to take a while because it needs to connect to the internet and then download the files and install them into Jenkins. I will pause the video and I will come back when it has finished. Great, so the download already finished and now we have a screen here that tells us to create a user. And as you can see here, it says, okay, please create the first admin user. So we're gonna call it admin, or you can call it whatever you want. We're gonna give it a password. Please give a strong password. I will give it 1234, 1234. I'm actually giving 1234 to everything. Okay, so we're gonna give the full name. Let's say that this is gonna be Jenkins admin, and let's say that the email of this guy is like Jenkins at, I don't know, gmail.com, just to say something. Okay, then we click on save and continue. We click on never here, and here this is going to ask for the URL. So for now we're just gonna leave it like this. We click save and finish, and then we are done. Finally, we click on start using Jenkins, and here we have the screen that allows us to log out and log in. So if we click on log out here, then we put the credentials that we created, admin and 1234 as a password. We can click on keep me signed in. Let's click it, and then let's hit the sign button. Cool. So here we are in the Jenkins dashboard, and then we're going to start having a lot of fun with all of these features, tools, and icons that you can see here. So don't miss any video, and see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video we're going to be changing this IP because we're going to start using a DNS, local DNS. So for doing this, we need to open up a notepad, and we're going to click on right click, run as administrator. When we are here, let's select the file location, open. Let's go to your Windows partition. In my case, it's Windows C. So let's look for Windows. Let's look for System 32 here. Okay. Let's look for drivers. And in drivers, we click on etc. And after that, here we just click on all the files. When we're presented to this, we're going to choose the host file. And what we're going to do is to grab the IP address that you can select from PuTTY or from your web browser, and we're going to paste that IP here. Please don't include this HTTP, so the IP only, and after that you can give a name that you want. Any name, it's okay. So for now we're just gonna say like jenkins.local, and we're gonna say file save. After that you can close it and you can open a new tab and you can type jenkins.local colon 8080, hit enter, and magic. You have now created a local DNS. So for this, we can reach Jenkins using this, and even we can modify our PuTTY session in order to change the IP and start using the DNS. So if you wanted, you can just, instead of using the IP address here, you can use the DNS that we have just created, which is jenkins.local. So I'll see you in the next video. Hello and welcome back. Okay guys, this is a pretty quick video, and I'm doing this because I've taken a look at the videos and I have seen that when we are using PuTTY, for you could be okay, but in this case the video doesn't look good or doesn't look pretty clear. So what I'm gonna do here is that I have already installed Ubuntu, which is a subsystem for Windows. If you're using Windows 10, you can just go ahead and install it. And from now on, I won't be using putty anymore. Instead, I'll be using SSH Jenkins at jenkins.local. Remember that we created that DNS before. Hit enter, and I'll just give the password 1234. And as you can see here, this actually works the same way that putty does. But the thing is that here the screen looks quite better and the definition is better because I don't know, in putty the colors are not good for recording videos, so probably as you can see the difference, this white is actually stronger than this one. Therefore, I know that you are going to like to watch at this instead of watching to the putty. You can use Ubuntu, install it in the Microsoft Store if you want, or you can keep using putty. I suggest you to keep using putty because that's cool. You are going to use it in the future, maybe at job or whatever. And it's cool that you know how to use putty. But if you want to go ahead and use Ubuntu, it's okay. It's exactly the same thing. We're doing an SSH connection, and that's what really matters. So in here, as you can see, I'm connected to the Jenkins machine that we created, which is actually using this IP address. And this is the virtual machine that we created before. So this is exactly the same machine, but I'll be using this because you know it's actually better for you to see the screen for the resolution of the videos. So when I do an LL, you see the things clearer than what you would using putty. So this is just for you to feel comfortable with the videos, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Okay, cool. So now that we have configured everything and that we're using a better interface, we are going to start learning how to use Jenkins. Remember that if you do an ls, you are going to see this folder, which is Jenkins data. We created that folder before. So just go ahead and change directory to that folder. And if you hit ls, you are going to see the Docker Compose file. You are going to use this Docker Compose file a lot because remember that this file contains the definitions for the service itself. So if we go to the browser now and we reload, we have the service up and running. But what happens if we want to stop the service or if we want to reboot our machine? Then to stop the service, we need to do a Docker Compose stop, and this is going to stop the service itself. So if we reload here, the service is no longer alive, and if we do a docker ps, you see that there is no container running. Therefore, you will have an error here. So if you want to start your service, you do a docker compose start, and then you do a docker ps, and you see that the container is actually up and running. So if I reload here, it takes some seconds for Jenkins to completely boot up. So that's how you work with this. Maybe if you want to reload your service, you are going to do docker compose, maybe restart Jenkins, which is the name of the service that you want to restart. This is going to stop it, and then it's going to start it back. And what happens if you want to completely delete your entire service? So okay, you are going to do a docker compose down, and this down is going to delete everything related to the service, but it's not going to delete what we save on the volumes. Do you remember the volumes? If we take a look on the docker compose file, we see that in the current path we have a volume, which is this one. And if we do an ls here, we're going to see all of the files that belong to Jenkins. So if we recreated the service, this is going to look for the files in this folder, and then it's going to map those files into the container itself. So let's do this. Docker compose app-d creates the service or recreates the services. So if we do a docker ps, the service is up and running. So let's hit the browser and see what happens. So as you can see, Jenkins is just getting ready to work, and we should have all the configuration that we have already done, like installing plugins or configuring the admin password and all of that stuff. So this video is for those guys who don't know how to use Docker, or for people who have never used Docker before and don't know how to use Docker Compose. So that's pretty simple. You just do a Docker Compose app to create a service or recreate it, stop for stopping it, start for starting it, and down for deleting it. So this is pretty cool. Our Jenkins service is already ready to accept connections, so we can start playing around with this. So see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. Here we're going to have a look at the Jenkins UI so you can get used to this because we're going to be using this a lot. So let's give the admin user that we created 1234 for the password, and let's click on the keep me signed in button. Sign in, and then you are going to see the screen for the Jenkins dashboard. Okay, this is perfect. So here we are. And let me introduce you the Jenkins dashboard. And we have here a lot of options that we're going to look in the future in this course. So here you have an icon which is for creating new items, new tasks, and more. We have a lot of styles here. Don't worry, we will have sections for this. Here we have people. It means who is actually allowed to log in to do things, to create jobs, to delete jobs. We're going to configure everything, and you are going to learn how to create users, restrict permissions, and more. Here we have a build history. Our tasks have history, so here we're going to see the performance. We're going to see how many tasks fail, how many tasks went succeed, and more. So here we have the manage Jenkins icon. We have more things. Don't worry about this error. We're gonna fix it in the future. This is because our DNS. But here we have the system. We have things for configuring security, for configuring credentials, to install plugins. We have a lot of things here, and we're going to go through all of this in the course. So here we have more things like credentials to manage sensitive data like passwords, keys, or more. And well, I think this is a cool summarize for the Jenkins dashboard. So in the next video, we're going to start playing around with all of these items, and we're going to learn how to use them. So see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. Okay, in this video we're going to create our first job. It's not going to be a huge job. It's going to be pretty simple because it's our first job. In the future we're going to do more interesting things. So to create a job we can either click here or create a new item. So let's click on the create new item, and now we need to give it a name. So let's say that we want this job to be called my first job. So we say my first job. We're gonna click on freestyle project, which is a simple project, and we click OK. After this, you are going to see this screen with all of this configuration. Don't worry, I know it could be like overwhelming or something, but it is pretty simple. So the first thing that we're going to do, or the first thing that I want you to keep in mind, is that a task is in Jenkins called a job. So you are probably going to see everywhere people using the concept of job. And a job is nothing else but a task, something that is going to be done. That's a job. So we're configuring here a job or a task, but the concept in Jenkins is a job. So here in the build section, we're going to add a build tab, and we're going to look for execute shell command. So I want to show you one thing, and this is that this shell refers to our virtual machine, but not entirely to our virtual machine. Remember that we created a container in here, and this container actually has the Jenkins service up and running. But if we look in our machine, I mean outside of the container, there is no Jenkins server. We don't even have Java installed, as you can see. But if we go inside of the container doing docker exec-di Jenkins and asking for a bash terminal, we hit enter, and if we type Java, you are going to see that we have Java installed here. We can even do a Java dash version, and we have Java installed within the container. So let's make this clear. We have our virtual machine, which is nothing else but like the house of the container, and the container, which can be listed using docker ps, is the service itself. So as you can see, when we do a docker exec, the terminal actually changes its appearance. For example, let me create a file, touch hello /temp/hello. You are going to see that this file is going to be created only within the container hello. But if we go out of the container and we look for the same file, this file doesn't exist. So please keep in mind that everything that's going to happen on the Jenkins job will occur within the container. I mean within the docker exec-di. It's not going to happen outside, not here, but everything that we run, every command, anything, it's going to be running within the container. It's time to start running our job. So let's say echo hello world, which is, the most popular quote for beginners in technology. So let's click on save here. And after we save, let's click on build now. The build button means building a project. So for now, if we go here, console output, we're going to see that our job executed successfully, printing a hello world. So remember, what we just did is to create and configure a job. We added a step here, a shell step, and then we said the command hello world. We saved this and then we clicked on the build now button. So here we have a build history. We can just go into the number of the execution that we want to know. We click on the console output and then we have this output, which means that the job executed correctly. So you already created your first job. Cool. Remember, this job is being executed within the container, not outside. So having said this, see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. So in this video, we're going to be playing with our job, the job that we created in the previous lesson. And I just wanted to tell you that you can go to the Jenkins home whenever you want, clicking on the Jenkins button here. So we're going to click in the name of our job and we're going to go into the configure section, and as you can see, we're again presented with this screen that has all of the configuration, and this is our current configuration. So we're going to make this job more dynamic. In Linux we have a cool command, which is the date command. So let's head to our virtual machine. Let's go inside of the container. Remember that we are outside of the container because if we type docker ps, we can see the container. So we're going to go to the container, docker exec-di jenkins bash, and here we are within the container. As you can see, the screen looks different. So if we type the date command here, as you can see, we have an output, and that output is nothing else but the current date and time. So this actually returns the command. But what happens if I want to execute this command and I want to have text with this command? For example, I want to say the date is, and then I want the result of this date. So how do I do this in Linux? That's pretty simple. You use the echo command and then you type your string, like for example current date is, and then you want to execute the command. So how do you execute the command? You put assign dollar here and then you put parentheses, and within the parentheses you type the command that you want to execute. For example, date, and as you can see it says current date is, and it returns the value of the date command, which is pretty useful for doing whatever you want. So I could say another command like who am I, for example, and I could change the command, and I want to say who am I, for example, and as you can see it's actually giving the same text but returning different values based on the command that I'm executing here. So let's keep it like this with the date. Current date is this. Let's say current date and time. Cool. So this command is actually awesome. So we're gonna copy this command, and as you saw here on the job definition, we have a shell. So this shell is actually the same shell as this one, so you can freely copy and paste the command that we typed in the previous terminal in this terminal, and this is going to work the same way. So let's click on save, and once you have that configured, you click on build now, and then you go to the job console output, and then you see the output of this, which says current date and time is the output of the command. Cool, isn't it? So for example, here you are saying a 37, which is the second. So let's hit build once again, and let's see if there is any difference. We're going to go here into the build history, job number 4, click on console output, and here you are going to see that the date actually changed, the second change. So this means that Jenkins is actually been executing the command whenever we ask for it. So this is pretty cool. You already know how to use Linux command within your Jenkins job and print it with text, which is pretty useful sometimes. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to redirect output in Jenkins. So in Bash, remember that you are going to be working with Bash because in the job definition, if we go to configure, we define a shell. So a shell is exactly the same thing that your Bash command. Please again remember that we are within the container. So if you are not within the container, go ahead and jump into the container with this command. Cool. So now in Bash we can use variables. So a variable is nothing else like name and, for example, my name, Ricardo. Cool. So if I now do an echo for name, I will have this value here. We want our shell to say hello Ricardo, the date and time is the output of the date command. How do we do this? Pretty simple. We do an echo and we say, for example, the variable with a $sign in here, which is the variable that we define up here, name. So we say hello to the name, and then we say the current, let's say current date and time is the output of the date command. Pretty cool, isn't it? So we already knew how to do this, but this is something new, using variables in Bash. Okay, nice. If we copy and paste this for our Jenkins job, this is going to look exactly the same thing. Oh, but probably this is going to fail here because the variable doesn't exist. So we need to define the variable up here, saying name equals to Ricardo. Cool. So as you can see, this is exactly the same content that we wrote on our terminal. So if you want to test a Jenkins job before running the job itself, you can copy and paste the commands to your terminal normally. Okay, so let's save this and let's execute this job. So we click on build now and we are going to see what happened. So if we head to the build history, to the last execution console output, we're going to see the output that we were expecting. So it says hello Ricardo, current date and time is the output of the date command. Pretty cool. But now what happens if we want to redirect that data into a file? So how do we do this? That's pretty simple. We put this sign, which is a redirection sign in Bash, and then we give it a path, like for example temp, and we say info, for example. Hit enter, and as you can see, nothing comes in the terminal as a response. But if we take a look on this file, cat/temp/info, we're gonna see the content within the file itself. So this is pretty cool, and we're gonna do this from Jenkins. So let's remove the file that we just created, and if we do a cat to this file, the file is no longer available because we already deleted it. So now let's copy this command for the shell in here. So let's click on configure. Let's delete our current configuration and let's paste the new one. And as you can see, we're redirecting this into a file. So okay, let's click on save and let's click on build now. If you see the build, let's go to the number, console output, and as you can see, the job actually finished as success. So now let's go to our container and let's look for that file. And as you can see, it is perfect. The file is actually being created from our Jenkins job. So for example, if I remove the file again, I do a cat, the file doesn't exist anymore. But if I build now the job once again, it's going to be marked as succeeded. And if we open the console output, it says success. And if we take a look on the file already exists because the job created it. And this is the important part that I wanted to tell you. As we're using Docker to host the service, all of the files that we created are going to be saved within the container. So if we go out of the container and we look on cat temp info, we don't have that file because It's a completely different file system. But if we go within the container, then we have the file. That's cool. And remember that your Jenkins container is a completely isolated process with its own operating system and Linux distribution. So that's why you can't see the file on your host. But don't worry, to solve that, if you want to share files with your host, you can use volumes. We're going to see that later. But don't worry. For now, just keep in mind that the files that you are creating are being created within the container. And if you go outside of the container, you are not going to find those files. So this is it for this video. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to use parameters in Jenkins. So if you remember, in the previous video, we were creating parameters in Bash. So we were passing those parameters hard-coded. So if we go to the configuration of our job and we take a look here, if we wanted to modify a parameter, we would need to change the parameter to, for example, something like Tom, and then last name, which could be, I don't know, Smith, for example. And then if I click on save, and then I build now the job, the output that we could expect is something like hello, Tom Smith. And that's perfect. That's what we were expecting. But what happens if we don't want to configure the job to change the parameter? We want to be able to dynamically set the name that we want to greet. So let's go ahead and configure our project. And in this part is where the concept of parameter in Jenkins comes into the rescue. So if we go here, in the first section, in the general section of the configuration for this job, we're going to see a lot of options here, but for now, we are just going to choose the option that says this project is parameterized. And then we're going to add a parameter, which is pretty simple. We have a lot of parameters here. Don't worry, we will see them later. But for now, let's use a normal string parameter because for now, we only want to pass the name and the last name for the person that we want to greet. So let's say that we want the name to be name. So this means the name of the parameter. In this case, we want to call it as name. So let's call it different so you can see it. First name, for example. And then we can give a default value if we want. If we don't want, then we just leave it empty. Let's go ahead and give it a default value with my name. And now we're going to add a second parameter, a string parameter again, and we're going to now use a second name of that person. So we say second name, and then we can give it a default value. So in my case, let's give it my second name, as you can see here. Cool. So there is something that I want you to check here, and this is the name. The name means the name of the variable, the name of the parameter. So we're going to be referencing this name in our scripts. So for example, we're going to say hello first name, and then it's going to take this value. And then we can say hello second name, and then it's going to take this value. Cool. So let's go down and let's modify our current configuration. Let's delete these all. And let's run a simple hello to the name that we are passing as a parameter. So we can say echo hello, and then we're passing the first name parameter that we created, and then we can pass the second name parameter that we created. So if you see, these are the names that we're using, first name and second name. So cool, we are saying hello, first name and second name. So let's go ahead and save this. And now, if you see, the build button already changed. It now says build with parameters. And what's going to happen if before executing the job, Jenkins, it's going to ask for these parameters. So here is the first name parameter that we created, and here is the second name parameter that we created. So we can just leave the default values, as you can see here, and let's click on the build button. So if you see the console output of this, you are going to see that this is not the job. This is the 13, my bad. So if you go here and then you go to the console output, you are going to see the hello Ricardo Andre, which is my first name and second name. Cool. But what happens if now we want to greet another person? That's gonna be simple. We're going to say, for example, hello Tom, and then the second name, I don't know, let's say Adam or something like that, and then click on build. And now, so you can see this is pending. And cool, we already have this execution done, so let's go to the console output. And as you can see, the name already changed only by modifying the parameter before executing the job. So building jobs with parameter is actually quite powerful because we can define the names or the variables or files or parameters that our script should execute without modifying the configuration of the job. So this, for example, we could define an environment like production here, or dev, or QA, or staging, or whatever. We can just create all the parameters that we want. But for now, let's keep in mind that a parameter is nothing else but an interactive variable. So before you build your job, Jenkins is going to ask you for these values in order to populate the information that is contained on the script that Jenkins is going to execute. So this is it for this video. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a list parameter in our Jenkins job. So whenever we click on the build button, it's going to show up a list and we can choose the value that we want. So to add a new parameter, we click on the add parameter button and we choose, in this case, choice parameter. So we're going to give it a name, which can be like last name, for example. And in here, we're going to give choices. So let's say that the first last name is going to be like Smith, second one is going to be my last name, third one is going to be a random one, and that's it. So cool. Here, in this case, we have a parameter which is called last name and a list of values. So depending on which value the user picks up, then this variable is going to take that value. So let's make it clear. For example, now we have the first name, now we have the second name, and now what we need to do here is say like last name. So let's save this and let's click on build with parameters. As you can see here, we still have the first name parameter, which is a string parameter. Second name is a string parameter as well, but the third one, the last name that we just created, is a list. And if we click on this list, we are going to see the allowed values that we created before. So the user can only choose one of these values. So let's go ahead and choose the last one. And as you can see, let's just give a random name here and click on build. Once the execution finishes, you are going to go here, console output, and then you are going to see your hello, the first parameter, second parameter, and the third parameter, that is the result of the choosing option by the user. So as you could see, we choose the Doe last name as the value for this parameter. So let's click, for example, in this. Let's hit build. And after the execution finishes, we're going to go into the output. And as you can see here, the script is actually taking the values that we are sending, which is pretty good. So cool, you already know how to create string parameters, how to create list parameters, and how to make your Jenkins job to print those values. This is pretty cool. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to make things harder. Now we're going to apply a little bit of logic to a script, so we're going to have conditions. So the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to, if you're in the container, let's go out of the container and let's keep modifying the script that we created before. So here we're going to add a third parameter, which is going to be like show, and then the thing is that this parameter is going to be a Boolean value. So it could be true or false. And then we're going to say if this parameter is true, then you are going to print the name and the last name for that person. Let me show you here. If we go ahead and configure our job and we add a new parameter, which is going to be a Boolean parameter, you can see that this is going to ask you for a name. So we're going to name it as show. And the default value, if we mark this, it's going to be true. If we don't mark this, it's going to be false, right? So this is what we're doing here. We're saying show, it's going to be this show, this parameter that we are passing in here. We're going to delete this second name here. We're only going to use 3 parameters for this video. We're going to use the first name of the person, the last name, which is a list, and then the show parameter, which is a Boolean parameter. So, okay, we have here the name. Remember that we already know how to pass parameters to a script. So in this case, as we saw before, this is going to be the first parameter, second parameter, and third parameter. So we're going to apply a little bit of logic here, and we're going to say if the variable show, so we say like this, equals to, I'm just gonna put it inside of a string. I don't remember how it comes from Jenkins, so let's think this is a string. And then let's say then echo hello name and last name. So what are we doing here? We are asking if the variable show, which is the third parameter, is equals to true, then we are going to print the name and the last name. But what happens if this condition doesn't meet? Then we do an else here, and we are going to print an error. So we're going to say something like, if you want to see the name, then please choose the show option. Please mark, let's say. Please mark the show option. Okay, cool. And then we close the if here. Nice. So if we now execute this script, what do you think that is going to happen? Well, the first thing that is going to happen is that this guy is telling us, if you want to see the name, please mark the show option. But we don't have any show option in here. But don't worry, because this script is going to be executed from Jenkins. So what happens if we pass here a name, and if we pass the last name, and if we pass false? This is going to say, if you want to see the name, please mark the show option. Okay, but what happens if we pass here true? What you see is that now the script is printing the name because the condition is being met, and in this case, the third parameter, the show parameter, is true. So let me show you the script once again, and this is our logic. So remember that here in Jenkins, we have just created a Boolean parameter with the name of show, which is going to be the third parameter for our script, and the default value for this case is going to be true because we marked this. If we just uncheck this, then it's going to become false. So let's keep it like true. And now that our script is working good, we're going to copy this script to our container. Remember that we're outside of the container. So let's copy this to the same location as before. So if you hit Ctrl and the key R at the same time, you are going to have something like a filter in here for searching. Then you can type like CP, and you are going to have one command related to your input. So in this case, we want to do this again. Copy the script that we created or that we modify to the Jenkins container in this path. So let's copy this. Let's go ahead and exec into the container, and let's look for temp script. And as you can see, all our modifications are in place. So cool. Let's go ahead and then let's see how the execution would look like. We need to execute this full path, then pass 1 parameter, 2 parameters, and 3 parameters. Cool. If we don't pass the third parameter, or if we pause it as false, then it's not going to show it. Nice. So we're going to do this. We're going to copy this in here, and we're going to paste this in our shell. So this is our script. Then this is not going to be my name. This is going to refer to the name of the first parameter, which is name. No, it's first name, the first parameter that is coming from Jenkins. So let's say $, first name, and then this is going to be the last name, the name of the parameter, remember, so we're going to choose this, and we're going to paste this in here, and then this false is going to be nothing else but the show parameter. So we go here, $, and show. So remember that this is the first parameter that we're defining on our script. If we do a cat temp script, you're going to see that name, first parameter, last name, second parameter, and show third parameter. First, second, and third. It's pretty cool. Okay, so now we click on the save button and we click in build with parameters. So as you can see, now we have the first name, which is a string parameter, and we can call it like John. And then we have the last name that we can say Joe, for example, from the list. And then we have this show. So remember, when you mark this, this is going to be true. When you don't mark this, this is going to be false. So in this case, let's keep it like false and let's hit the build button. And once the execution finishes, you are going to go to the number console output, and then you are going to see the error here, which says if you want to see the name, please mark the show option. Okay, so we're going to execute it back. We're going to mark this show option. We're going to choose a random last name from here, click on the build button, and once the execution finishes, we can go to the number, console output, and magic. You have here your output. Hello, your name, and your last name. So remember that everything is being handled by the script. The only one thing that Jenkins is doing is providing the values to populate this information, and then based on the logic that we build here, then Jenkins is going to display whatever we want to be displayed. So this is pretty cool. You already know how to create some parameters like strings, lists, booleans. Now you know how to integrate all of those parameters. Now you know how to create a script and include those parameters so you can retrieve the value from Jenkins and then pass those values to your script. That is pretty cool for now. So see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to start learning how to execute jobs in remote machines. So far, we've been executing the scripts locally, which means that everything is being executed on our Jenkins container. But what happens if we have a remote machine and we want to execute these jobs that we have created, but remotely? For example, you have server 1 and server 2, and server 2 is a remote machine. The only one way that you have to connect to that server is by using SSH, but you want to run some jobs there. How do you do this? So to do this, you have two options. The first one is to create another virtual machine as your remote host, and then you can simply connect Jenkins to your virtual machine, a different one. And the second option, which is the one that we're going to be using and the one that I recommend you for learning, is to create another Docker container. So for example, in this case, we have one container, which is the Jenkins container. You could think as this as a pretty small virtual machine. And now what we're going to do is to create another container, which is going to be something like another small or tiny virtual machine. This is not a virtual machine, it's a container. But we're going to create another container which is going to have an SSH service. So we can connect from the Jenkins container to the new container that we're going to create. And the cool part of it is that you can create this in the same virtual machine without the need of creating a new virtual machine. That's pretty cool. So okay, the first thing that we need to do is to create a folder to save the files that we're going to create for this little project. So let's say that I'm going to create a small container using CentOS 7. So I'm just going to create a directory here, and I'm just gonna change directory to that directory. Okay, here am I. This is empty, as you can see here. And to create a service or a container in Docker, you need an image. Do you remember that we downloaded the Jenkins image? Okay, now we're going to create our own image using a Docker file. So a Docker file is nothing else but a file to create an image. So in this way, we can easily create images and then create a container from that image. So let's create this file. And in Docker, the first instruction to create an image is to say what distribution we want to take as a base. So in this case, we're going to pick CentOS as a base for this small container. and then we're going to run a command. So don't worry, this is Docker syntax. It's pretty simple, as you can see here. The first instruction means from which operating system you want, from which distribution. Second instruction can be a run. You can do as many runs as you want, but in this case, what we are going to do in this run is simply to install an open SSH server. And how do we do this? If you are familiar with CentOS, you will know that this is as simple as typing "yum install open SSH server," and this is going to install that service. Anyways, if you don't know how to do it, you can always go to Google and type, for example, SSH server for CentOS, Google a little bit, and then you are going to have the same answer that I am giving you here. So as you can see, they are suggesting exactly the same thing. So cool. Let's keep with our file. Now we can create another run to define another thing that we want to do. And now what we're going to do is to create a user in this small distribution. So for example, we can say like user add, and we're going to add a user. This is a Linux command for adding users. So we say like remote user, and we can pass a lot of instruction using the ampersand symbol and the backslash to instruct that we're still in the same line. So we hit enter and we can keep typing things. So okay, we already created the user. Now it's time to give this user a password. So let's give it a password. We're going to give a flat password because this is a test environment, so don't worry. We're going to say 1, 2, 3, 4, you know, the most popular password in this course. And in Linux, you can create the password without interactive input by doing password, the name of the user that you want to change the password, and then you say -- standard input. And then this user is going to have this as a password. So pretty cool. The second thing that we're going to do is that we are going to create the home directory for this user. Normally, home directories for users are automatically created under /home. So we can do like make dir /home/ the name of the user that is in here. Then you do /, and we want to create a folder which is going to be .sh. In the next video, I'll tell you why. But for now, we're going to create this folder because we're going to store some configurations there in order to connect from Jenkins to this machine. Cool. If we want this folder to work correctly, we need to give this folder certain permissions, which is change mode 700, and then we pass the full path for the directory that we want to change the permissions. So this is an SSH requirement. Don't worry. It says like, hey, if you want to store data here, please make sure that no one but you can write in this folder. And we accomplish that using this command. So here we're saying that the user, remote user, is the only one capable to write and read things in here. 00 means that no one else can do anything else. So this is pretty good for this video. Remember, a quick recap. We're starting from CentOS, which is another official image from Docker. Then we're installing OpenSSH. Then we're creating a user. We're giving a password for this user. And then we're creating a sample directory, which is called .sh, for storing information about the connections. And finally, we ensure that this user is the only one allowed to write data in this folder. So this is it for this video. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to keep configuring our Docker image in order to spin up an SSH service. Remember that if you want, you could create a virtual machine in VirtualBox, maybe using CentOS or whatever you want. But the thing is that we want to connect from Jenkins to that remote machine, and then we want to run commands over SSH. For simplicity and for you to learn a little bit of Docker, we're creating a Docker image, and then we're going to create a container based on that image. So this is what we are doing here. Okay, let's keep it like this. For now, let me save this file. And now we need to create a private key, an SSH key. Maybe you have heard about SSH keys, and SSH keys are a mechanism of SSH to make connections in a more secure way. So to create an SSH key, it's pretty simple. You just need to type SSH dash keygen, and then you give a name for the resulting file. So in this case, let's give it like remote key, for example. Then you hit enter, enter, two enters. Leave the password empty for now, and then you're going to have this output. So if you see here, this process actually created two files, a remote key, which is a certificate key. This is a private key, and this is going to be another key, which is a public key, as you can see. So please, for real environments, keep this remote key secure, and this public key is, as the name suggests, public. So okay, to make a connection through SSH using these keys, we're going to copy this name, the poop name, and we're going to open up again our Docker file, and let's keep modifying this. So let's create a copy instruction, and what this does is to copy a file from our file system to this image. So in this case, we're going to copy the file that we created, which is the remote key. We're going to say copy remote key dot poop, which is the public one, and we're going to copy this to this folder. That's why we create this folder. So we're going to copy this, and then the final file, it's going to be authorized keys. So okay, in this line, we're copying the key that we generated before in this location within the image. Cool. So now we need to make sure that this user that we created, hit remote user, is the owner of everything that is under this folder. So for that, let's run a Linux command which is called change owner, and we're going to say that the remote user that we created and the group remote user that is created by default in Linux when you create a user, it's going to be the owner recursively of this folder. So we're saying, hey, everything under this folder is going to be owned by this user. Cool. Now we need to give more permissions like this, and we're going to say we're going to change the permissions for this file that we created here. So we're gonna give these permissions to the file that we copied to this path. And then we're going to say, okay, this file is going to have 600 permission, and remember that the folder is going to have 700 permissions. Pretty nice. So I think we already configured everything for this user. Now what we need to do here is to run, as we're going to create this server from scratch. SSH needs to create some global keys, and that is created by using the command user svin sshd keygen, and that's it. As simple as this. Normally, if you read a guide to install an OpenSSH server, maybe you can find it, maybe you won't find it, but anyways, for a Docker container, this is needed. Cool. And now the last part, or the last thing that we need to do for our service to be alive is to define a CMD. This all is Docker configuration, remember. From instructs which operating system we're going to take as a base. Run commands, copies files from our host to the image, and CMD is a new command, and this actually instructs which command the container should run. It means which command needs to be executed in order to start the SSH service. So for Linux, that command is /user /sbin /sshd and $D. As simple as this. So in this order of ideas, we already have our base. We install the server. We configure a user with a password, with a home folder, an SSH folder, and we give permissions, and we copy the public key that we generated. We are generating some keys for SSH, and then here we're just instructing Docker how the service should be started. And that's pretty cool. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. A file. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to finally finish this configuration and we're going to spin up our SSH server. So okay, let's save this file. Remember that you are under the CentOS 7 folder that we created. So let's go back to the Jenkins data folder where we have our Docker compose file, and let's modify this Docker compose file. Okay, so we already defined the Docker file that we're going to use to build the image. Now it's time to define the service like this one, but for our remote host. So cool. Remember that we're going to create another service, so we should start on this level. So let's hit enter and we go 2 spaces and we're in this level. Nice. So we're going to create a new service, which is going to be remote host. Pretty simple. And then we're going to define properties like this. So in this case, we're going to set the container name for this service as the remote host. So we're going to say that this container is going to be called remote host. Cool. Now we're going to specify the image. As you see here we were downloading an image from Docker Hub. But now we're going to create our own image using the Docker file that we created. So we can give it the name that we want because we're going to create that image. So let's call it like remote host. Cool. But as the image doesn't exist, we need to specify a parameter, which is a build parameter, and then we need to specify a context. So the context means where is located the Docker file. So if you remember, from here, our Docker file is located under the CentOS 7. So if we do cat CentOS 7 Docker file, we're going to have here the Docker file that we created. So it means that the Docker file is under the CentOS 7 folder. So let's go to our Docker compose file and let's say that the context is CentOS 7. Remember that that is the folder where Docker is going to go and look for the Docker file. And the last thing that we need to do is that remember that in here we created a network. So we need to include this new service in this network to allow communication between this service and this service. So we're going to do exactly the same thing, networks, and then we define here the network net. Pretty nice. So cool. Here with this piece of code, we're defining our service, which is going to be remote host, a container name, the image that we're going to build, and the network where the container is going to live. So okay, let's save this. Oops. Okay. And now to make our image real, we need to do a Docker compose build. So what's going to happen when we hit enter? If you take a look on your Docker compose file, we're saying that the build context is under the CentOS 7 folder that we created. So whenever we hit Docker compose build, this instruction is going to be executed. Docker is going to go into this directory and it's going to look for a file called Docker file and it's going to execute everything that we defined there. So let's go and do the Docker compose build, hit enter. And the first thing that you are going to do is that remember this step that says from CentOS. I told you that this is an official image and this is going to be exactly the same way as it happened to the Jenkins image. Remember that we didn't have the Jenkins image, that we did a Docker pull and we had a screen like this. So in this case, Docker is doing exactly the same, is pulling the CentOS image to take it as a base, and then after the download finishes, it's going to start building the instruction that we provided before. So cool, as you can see here, the pull already completed. And now Docker is going to start executing these instructions, which actually install the server, configure the user, and more. So this actually may take a while. Don't worry, I will pause the video and I'll see you once it has finished. So cool, as you can see here, The build process already finished and we have everything installed. As you can see, all the steps that we define in here and in here were executed correctly. And now we have our image, which is called remote host build. So if we take a look to our Docker Compose file and we look into this value image remote host, this is the image that we actually built. So now if you do a Docker image, you're going to find out the image that you created 30 seconds ago and the CentOS image that was downloaded in order to take that image as a base. Remember that we defined that in the Docker file in the from. So that's cool. So you already have your image which has an SSH service installed. Nice. So the only one thing that you need to do is to create a container based on that, but we don't have any containers regarding to that image. And why? So remember that to create the services, we need to do a docker compose app-d, and that is going to first read all the content of this file, and then is going to create the things that are left. In this case, our remote host. So cool. If we do a docker ps now, you are going to see here your container up and running, which is pretty cool. So let's go ahead into the Jenkins container. And from here, we are going to SSH the remote user at remote host. If you hit enter, you are going to see that this is prompting for check-in. So you say yes, and then you give the password, which is 1234. Pretty nice. And as you can see, you are logged in into the other container from Jenkins. So this is pretty nice. Let me exit out of all of these container. If I do docker ps, you are going to see that I'm outside of the container. If you take a look on the docker compose file, this name is Jenkins and this name is remote host. It means that if I go inside of Jenkins, I can see this remote host using this name. So this is something like the DNS, an internal DNS for Docker. So the names that we define here, we can use those names to connect, to ping, or to do whatever we want. And remember that this remote host service is using the CentOS 7 Docker file that we created, and here we created a remote user for connections. So again, if I go inside of the Jenkins container and I do an SSH using the user that we created, and then we say at the host or the IP of this guy, in this case this is the DNS, we are going to be able to connect. Cool. So we just give the password and we are connected as the remote user in the remote container. You can even ping that container and you are going to see that this name resolves and gives you an answer. So this is pretty cool. Now, the only one thing that we need to do is to test the connection using the key file that we created. So if you go into the CentOS 7 directory, remember about these files? This is the poop file that we copied to the image, and this is the private file that we created. So if we copy this file, for example, docker cp this file to the Jenkins container into /temp/ the same name, if you now go inside of the Jenkins container, and then you browse to that directory, you are going to see the key that we copied. Cool. And now you can use this key to connect to the remote user at remote host. But remember, when you pass -i, you need to define the name of the key file. So this is the key file. We copy paste. So we are saying, hey, please SSH. Use this remote key to connect to the remote user at this remote host. And what's going to happen here is that now SSH is not going to ask you for a password because you are already getting authenticated using this key, which is pretty cool. So this is why we created this key to allow connections without a password. So if you see, if I remove this I from here, it's going to prompt me for a password. But if I pass the -I options and then I pass the key that we generated before, remember, not the poof, but the private, then it's going to log in without any password. It's going to be authenticated using this remote key, which is pretty cool. This is awesome. You already have two containers up and running, one Jenkins container and one remote host. So from now on, you are going to be connecting from Jenkins to this remote host as we saw before. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to install plugins in Jenkins. So the first thing that we're going to do is that we need to make sure that our machine, our virtual machine, has internet connection. So if we do a ping google.com, it should work outside of the container or inside of the container. You should have an answer like this. So please make sure that you can reach internet before trying this. Okay, so next, what we're going to do is that we're going to click on Manage Jenkins, and here, let's click on the Manage Plugins section, and then we have here a couple of options. So the updates means the plugins that we have installed, but there are updates for these plugins. The available plugins means all the plugins that are available that we haven't installed yet. The install plugins means the plugins that we have already installed. Okay, so let's go to available here and let's look for SSH. So if we look for SSH and then we hit enter, you are going to see this plugin. This is the plugin that we want to install, SSH. Cool. So we're going to mark this and then we're going to click on install without restart. Cool. So once we do this, what's going to happen here is that Jenkins, it's going to download the plugin and it's going to install it. As you can see, it already installed it. Success. So now we need to restart Jenkins in order to test our plugin. So let's click here. Well, it says restart Jenkins. And as you can see here, Jenkins is going to restart automatically. So the only one thing that we need to wait is until Jenkins finishes restarting. So let's hit here the Jenkins homepage. And you are going to see that Jenkins is restarting. So as you can read, your browser will reload automatically when Jenkins is ready. So let's wait until this happens. Great, the restart process already finished. So if we go again to Manage Jenkins, and then we click on Manage Plugins again, and we click on the installed plugins, we should see our SSH plugin. So let's look for SSH here. And if you scroll down, you are going to see the SSH plugin correctly installed, which is pretty cool. So in this quick video, you'll learn how to look for an available plugin and how to install that plugin in Jenkins. And then how to verify that the plugin was correctly installed. So in the next video, we're going to learn how to configure this plugin in order to set our authentication over SSH. So see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. Okay, here we are again on the Jenkins dashboard, and now we're going to configure the authentication over SSH to our remote host. Remember that in previous lessons we created a new service, which is an SSH service. And remember that if we go to docker exec-di jenkins and bash and we try to SSH using the remote user at remote host, we're going to have a connection, and if we type the password, then we can log into that machine. Cool. So now we're going to configure this on Jenkins so we have direct connection to the host through SSH. Please remember that all the connections are going to happen inside of the container. So when you configure the host, look at this. If we type this, we have an answer, but if we go out of the container, let me go out, and I do this, then I have an error, as you can see. Because if you remember, in our Docker compose file, we defined the remote host DNS as this one. So Jenkins can see the remote host using this DNS because they both belong to the same network. But outside of the container, in your machine, you can't see that name because your host is not part of that network directly. So cool. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to go to the Jenkins dashboard. We're going to click on Manage Jenkins. Once here, click on Configure the system. And once you've clicked the button, you are going to see this screen. We're going to look for this SSH remote hosts, and we're going to click in the Add button. So once we click here, it's going to ask for the host name that we want to connect. So in this case, we want to connect to the remote host. Remember that Jenkins resolves this name as a remote host. If I go into the container, exec, and if I try a ping for this host, you see that this is actually answering. So this becomes our host name. So we're saying we want to connect to that remote host on port 22 because by default SSH runs on that port. And here we have a part which is the credentials part. So far we don't have any credentials, so let's click on add a new credential here. Okay, it looks like we can click on this. So let's click on credentials here. Let's leave this for a second, and we're going to click on the Jenkins and then global credentials. And here we're going to click the button add credentials. Cool. So here we have a lot of kinds, a lot of types of credentials. In this case, we want a username and a private key. So cool. Remember that if we take a look at our Docker file, which is on the CentOS 7 folder Docker file, we created a user called remote user in the remote host. So to connect to that remote host, we need to use this user, remote user. Cool. So let's use this user here. And now we're going to enter a private key. Remember the private key? The private key is also under the CentOS 7 folder, and it's the remote key. So we're going to cat CentOS 7, the remote key. We're going to copy all the content. Remember that we created this key using the ssh-keygen command. So we're going to copy this, and now we're going to paste this, as you can see. Cool. So let's click on OK. And as you can see now, we have a key for the remote user. We go again to Jenkins, manage Jenkins, configure the system, and now we go again to the SSH sites, click on that. Remember that the host name is that remote host. So let me look at the Docker Compose file, remote host. Let's paste this here, port 22. And now, if we click on the credentials list, we're going to see the remote user credential that we created before. So let's click on this. And now, the only one thing that we need to do is to click on check the connection. And as you can see, the connection is successful. So what we have just done is to configure that remote host, which is the host name that we want to connect. This is the port that we're going to use, and the credentials that actually has the user and the private key needed for the connection. So once we check the connection and it's successful, what we're going to do, so we're going to save, and we are done. So this is it for this video. See you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to run a task or a job over SSH in a remote host. So we already have configured this remote host. So the only one thing that we need to do is to create a job and test it. So let's click on new item and let's give it a name. Let's say that it's going to be called remote task, for example. You can call it whatever you want. So let's click on freestyle project. Let's click on OK. And I'm pretty sure that you are now a little bit familiar with this screen. And now in the build section, let's look for execute shell script on remote host using SSH, as you can see here. So we're going to choose this, and as you can see, this has a drop down with all the credentials, with all the hosts that we have configured. So far, we have only configured one SSH site on the configure Jenkins section. That's why it's only coming up one. But if you want, you can create more. So we already specified that we want to run this command on this host. So let's do the same thing that we did previously, like name Ricardo, and let's run something like echo hello name current date and time is the output of the date command. Cool. So now we're going to redirect this in a file. Let's say temp slash remote file. So now I have a question for you, and that question is, what do you think that's gonna happen when I save this job and when I view this job? What do you think that's gonna happen? Where is the file going to be created? Is it going to be created in the Jenkins container, or is it going to be created outside of the container, or is it going to be created in the remote host container? What do you think that's going to happen? So let's click on build now and let's find it out. Remember that we named the file like /temp/ something like remote something, I don't remember. So let's click on console output, and as you can see, the name is /temp/remote file. Cool. So this output tells us that this SSH script already started. Here is the execution and it completed successfully. So okay, let's go to our terminal. Let's go ahead inside of the Jenkins container, and if we look for this file, let's see if we have this file. And the answer is no, we don't have this file. So let's look outside of the container in here. Let's have a look and find out if this file exists in here. Nope, this doesn't exist here. So this only marks one possibility, and this one means that the file should be in the remote host. So let's go ahead into the remote host bash. Let's look for that file. And as you can see, the file is created in the remote host as we were expecting. So what did just happen here? And that's pretty simple. Remember, we created a connection, we configured a connection over SSH from Jenkins to the remote host. So from Jenkins, we're connecting to this host through the SSH plugin, and we're running the task, which is a simple task that creates a file on the remote host. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, I will introduce you what we're going to be doing here in this section. So the primary thing, or the goal that we want to achieve, is that we want to create a Jenkins job that it's going to take a MySQL backup, and then it's going to take that backup, upload through the internet, and upload that to Amazon S3. So this is going to be the user, and this user through Jenkins is going to take a backup, MySQL backup, and then through the internet it's going to upload that backup to Amazon S3. So this is what we're going to be doing here in this section. You're going to learn a little bit about MySQL, you're going to learn a little bit about Amazon S3, and you're going to learn how to integrate all these technologies using Docker and how to run this job in Jenkins. So our goal is to only give a click, and then that click is going to do the entire process. So this and more, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a MySQL container using Docker. Remember that we have created all of our services using Docker. We created a Jenkins container and a remote host container. So let's go ahead and create a MySQL container. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to go to the Jenkins data folder, and we need to modify the Docker compose file. So we're going to add a new service. Remember that you can name services as you want. In this case, I'm just gonna name it as DV host. And remember that we're going to be using this name to reach this host from this remote host and from this Jenkins. It means that if I go inside of this container or inside of this container, and then I try to ping this host, I will have an answer. So let's keep it like this. And now let's add a container name for this service, which is going to be DV. Let's add an image, which is going to be the MySQL 5.7 image. Remember that in Docker, images are like a snapshot, and if you have the image for the service that you want, then you have all of the configuration for that service. If you're not sure about how to find this image, you can simply head to google.com and then look for MySQL Docker, and you are going to end up looking at this page. And in here, you're going to see that the name of the image is MySQL, as you can read here, and these are the supported tags. So a tag is like a version. So in this case, we're going to use in the MySQL image colon the tag which is 5.7. Cool. And now, in order to give our database a password, we need to read a little bit the documentation and we need to look for this. As you can see here in Docker, for the MySQL image, we need to provide an environment variable which is called like this. So let's go ahead and copy this password, this variable I mean, and now we're going to say, hey Docker Compose, I'm going to pass you an environment variable using the environment instruction, and this environment is going to be the variable that I just copied, and then I will give you the password, and guess the password, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, cool. So after this, we're going to create a volume. So again, as in Jenkins, we're going to create a volume to persist the data. It means if we delete the container, then the important data is going to be saved. So let's go ahead and create a dv data folder in here. Let's put a colon, exactly the same thing as Jenkins, and here we're going to pass the container path where the MySQL data lives. So that lives in var left MySQL. You can read the Docker documentation to find it out. So if I do like var left MySQL, then you're hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to install Ansible, and we're going to run it in a Docker container, which is going to be pretty cool. So, okay, if you have never heard about Ansible before, don't worry, we're going to be covering every single step in here. So let's look for install Ansible pip Linux, for example. And remember, or if you didn't know it, Ansible is like the AWS client that we installed before. This is a Python library, so we can install this using pip. So let's click on the first result in here, and we're going to look for latest releases with pip. So as you can see, this is pretty simple. The only one thing that we need to do is like pip install Ansible, which is quite simple. So okay, knowing this, we're going to go to our Jenkins data directory. Remember that at this moment, we're outside of the container. So if you take a look on your current directories and then you see your CentOS Docker file, remember that we did something similar in here. We're installing pip, well, downloading a file, then installing pip with this command, and finally using this new command, which is pip, and installing the package that we want. So we can actually use this instruction to install Ansible. Okay, cool. So we're going to be working with Ansible in Jenkins. So our Jenkins container, it's going to need Ansible installed. So if we go inside of the Jenkins container in here, and if we type Ansible, we don't have Ansible installed. So we need to install it. So for this, let's create another directory, which is going to be Jenkins Ansible. Let's head to that directory in here. And as you may guess, what do we normally use to create a new image? I know you know it, and this is a Docker file. So let's create a Docker file in this folder to create our new service. So okay, here we're going to do something cool. Remember that always in a Docker file we need to start with a from instruction, which tells Docker which image to pick as the base. So in this case, we're going to be using the Jenkins image. Remember that we used this image to create our initial container running Jenkins. So once we are doing this, we're telling Docker, hey Docker, please take this image as a base. So at this point in this Docker file, we already have all the full Jenkins image in here with all of the configuration and all the stuff needed for Jenkins to run. Now, in here, there is a cool point, and if you go let me show you. If you go inside of the Jenkins container, you are going to see that the user in this case is the Jenkins user, which has 1000 as an ID. Cool. But if you go to the remote host container, you are going to see that the user in this case is the root user. And as you may know, the root user has all the superpowers to install things on the system. But the Jenkins user probably will not have those superpowers and it's going to complain about permissions. So let's get out of this container. Out of all of the containers actually, we're outside. And now keeping in mind what I told you, we're going to modify our Docker file. Remember that currently we're in the Jenkins Ansible folder that we created. So let's go and modify the Docker file that we created and let's run the user instruction. And this is something new for us. And in a Docker file, a user instruction means which user is going to be executing the command. So in this case, we want the user root to be executing all of the commands that we're going to pass in here. So what are we going to do? We're going to look for the Docker file in the CentOS 7 directory, the Docker file that we created to install Amazon ZLI. So let's copy this line. Let's open our Docker file and let's paste that in here. Pretty cool. As you can see, we have all what we need. We have the Jenkins image in here, the user root, and now we're downloading this script, then running this script, and now we need to change this Ansible. Pretty cool. So remember that we modified the user as the user root. So now we need to leave things as they were before. So let's type user again and let's put the Jenkins user back. So cool. This Docker file is actually instructing Docker to start from the Jenkins image, change the user to the root user, run these commands to avoid permissions problems, and then switching back to the Jenkins user. Pretty cool. So let's go ahead and save this Docker file, right? And now what we need to do is that we need to modify our Docker Compose file. Remember that our Docker Compose is the file that holds all the definitions for our services. So in this case, we're going to do two things. The first one is that we're going to create a new image, which is going to be called Jenkins Ansible, for example. You can name it as you want. And we're going to do something similar to this. So we're going to tell Docker, hey Docker, please build this new image using a context. And what is that context? As in this case, the context means the folder where the Docker file that we created lives. So let's look for that folder, which is Jenkins Ansible, and then you're going to see the Docker file there. Cool. So let's copy the name of the folder, right? Copy. And then we're going to go to the context section. Let's paste this in here, and that's it. So we're telling Docker, hey Docker, please, for the Jenkins service, you're no longer going to be using the Jenkins/Jenkins image. Now you're going to use a new image which is going to be built by me, and you are going to build that image using this folder as a context. It means that the Docker file should be under this folder. So pretty cool. Let's save this. And remember, we need to do a Docker Compose build, which tells Docker, please read my Docker Compose file and build all the features and all the configuration that I instructed you. So in this case, as you can see, our Docker file is being run. We can see the from instruction here that we defined, the user root. Here it's downloading the pip stuff and installing Ansible as well. So this is pretty cool. We only need to wait until this finishes. And this is awesome. As you can see here, the installation, everything completed successfully, which means that our Docker file was correct and now everything is working cool. But remember that we still need to recreate the Jenkins container in order to use our new configuration. So to do this, we need to do docker compose app-d, which is going to recreate the Jenkins container using the new image that we created. Please remember to run this command inside of the folder that holds the docker compose file. You should be at the same level of this file to avoid errors. So this is it. Let's go ahead inside of the Jenkins container and let's look for the Ansible command. Ansible enter. It now doesn't show any errors. Instead, it's showing you how to use Ansible and which flags or options you have available. So this is pretty cool. We already installed Ansible in Docker and in the Jenkins container. So we can now run playbooks in here. Cool. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be using SSH private key files again to use in our connections through SSH. So remember that if you go to your Jenkins data folder, we're outside of the container in this case, and you look for your CentOS 7 folder, let's go to that folder, you are going to see that remote key file and that remote key.poop file that we created. So we're going to be using these files again because we already created them and we already configured them. So let's use them again. Now, there's an important point in here, and it's that these keys should be accessible from the Jenkins container because now Jenkins needs to read these files. So how are we going to do it? Well, it's time to start learning how to share files between a container and between your host. Cool. So let's go to the main directory where we have our docker compose file, and let's take a look to our docker compose file. So let's look the Jenkins section in here, and as you can see, we're telling Docker to save all the content of /var/Jenkins home inside of the container to our local folder, which is Jenkins home. So let me show you. If we do an ls here, you're going to see your Jenkins home folder in here. So if you type an ls, you're going to see a bunch of files in here. So let's go inside of the container exec-di jenkins bash, and if you type cd, for example home, and then you type pwd, you are going to see that this is the directory inside of the container where all the information for Jenkins lives. If you type ls, you are going to see exactly the same files that are in the folder on your local machine. So let's test it, and let me create, remember that we are inside of the container in this path, and let me create a file which is going to be called Ricardo, for example, Ricardo1234. Enter, and if we look for this file, this is it. Cool. Now, if we go outside of the container, now we are in our local machine. If we go to the Jenkins home folder, Jenkins underscore home, and we look for the file that we created, which is Ricardo1234, you are going to find the file there. Pretty nice. But why? Remember that again, if you take a look to your docker compose file, which is one folder back, cat docker compose file, you will see that your local Jenkins home directory, which is this one, it's actually been mapped to this folder inside of the container, and inside of the container this folder contains all the information for Jenkins. That's why if we create a file in here, then it's going to appear in here. It's because this folder and this folder are exactly the same folders, but here this is the location for our local machine, and this is the location for the container. So keeping this in mind, we're going to create a folder on our Jenkins home directory. So let's type Jenkins, for example, home, and then we're going to type Ansible. So we're going to create a subdirectory which is going to be called Ansible under the Jenkins home folder. So remember, as this is a volume for the container, it means that everything which is under Jenkins home is going to be in the Jenkins container. We can log into the container, go to cd home, and then if you look for Ansible, you are going to find the folder that we created. Pretty cool. So please make sure that you understand this important part about volumes. And if you have any doubt, please watch the video again. Okay, so let's jump to save the key that we created to the container. Remember that we're doing this because we want to store this remote key in the container and in the host at the same time. Remember that in this case, we're in the same level of our Docker compose file, which is this path. So let's copy from the CentOS 7 directory the remote key. We're only going to need this file. So let's copy this to our Jenkins home Ansible folder that we created before. Hit enter, and now if you take a look to your Jenkins home Ansible folder, you're going to see the file in there. Cool, so let's go inside of the container. Let's do exactly the same thing, go to the home directory, and then if you type ls for the Ansible folder, you are going to see the file there, and this is exactly this file. So this is pretty cool. Now if we remove the container, or if the container dies or something, the key is always going to be here. The key is not going to be deleted unless you delete that key manually. But if the container dies, or if the container gets destroyed, then your key is going to be saved. Because remember that we're mounting our local volume to the container, which is going to persist all the information that is living in here. So this is it for this video. I hope you've learned a lot from this, and I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a basic inventory for Ansible. So remember that we are at the same level of our Docker compose file in this lesson. If we type docker ps, we're going to see our Jenkins container up and running, our remote host, and our DV container. We have these containers up and running. So cool. The first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to head to the Jenkins Ansible directory that we created before, and I will leave all the files that we're going to use in this directory for you to have them and for you to use them. So cool. The first thing that I'm gonna do is that I'm gonna copy the key, so you can have the key in this directory. So that key is on the CentOS 7 directory, remote key. Pretty cool. So at this moment we have the Docker file and the remote key in this directory. So let's go ahead and create a new file at the same level of the Docker file and the remote key file under the Jenkins Ansible directory, which is going to be a hosts file. So let's hit enter and let's start editing this file. So inventories in Ansible are a key concept, and the inventory is nothing else but the file where you define all of your hosts. So we're going to be covering this in here. Don't worry if you have never created an inventory before, we're going to do it step by step. So in Ansible, you can start your inventory doing something like all vars, which stands for all the variables. And we want to specify one important variable, which is the Ansible connection. It means how Ansible is going to connect to other hosts, and this is going to be through SSH. If you have doubts or questions, you can always go to Google and look for Ansible inventory to find out more. So it is like Ansible inventory, and then you are going to look for anything that you want, and the documentation is actually pretty cool, as you can see here. I will show you the most basic example for you to have a clear understanding of what is an inventory. So cool. In this case, we want the connection to be through SSH. So that's pretty cool. Now, we can start defining groups. So a groups is nothing else but, for example, let's say that you have production servers. So probably your group is going to be production. But let's say that you have development servers. So your group could be dev or development. So a group is a name that defines a bunch of servers that have things in common. So in this case, we're going to say something like a test group. It doesn't matter, you can call it as you want. Now that we have our group created, we need to start telling Ansible who belongs to this group. So in Ansible, we have something like an alias, and we define an alias for our host. So in this case, we're going to call our host test1. So Ansible is going to know that test1 is going to be a host, and we're going to specify the details later. But keep in mind that, for example, our host is going to be the remote host container, so it's going to be the remote host. So please keep in mind that this is the real IP or DNS where your server or your service lives. In this case, this is our remote host container, but this is an alias. So Ansible is going to know that whenever we ask for test1, it's going to look for the remote host. But how Ansible is going to know that? Well, we still need to configure that. So let's go ahead and type Ansible host. So Ansible host is a variable that tells Ansible which host it's going to be using the backend to reach this name. So whenever we ask for a test1, Ansible is going to look for the remote host, right? So this is pretty cool. Now we need to define some other commands or instructions for Ansible to fully know how to connect to that server. So remember that when we configure the SSH plugin and we created the key file, the remote host, the remote user, we specify the user and the remote key. So in this case, we need to specify the user as well. So this is going to be the Ansible user. All of these values, you can find them in the documentation. I'm just giving them here to make this simple. So the Ansible user, it's going to be the remote user. So remember that for now, we have the remote host, which is going to be the IP address, and the remote user, which is going to be the user that Ansible is going to use to connect to the remote host. So let me save this to show you. If you take a look to your Docker compose file, remember that the remote host is the name that we define to the service. And if you take a look in your CentOS 7 directory on your Docker file, remember that we created a remote user. So this is what we're defining in here. So pretty nice. Now we need to do one more thing, and that's defining the Ansible private key file. So the variable is called Ansible private key file, and this is going to be the path inside of the container where the key is living. So this is pretty similar to the configuration that we did on the Jenkins dashboard, but now we're doing it in the Ansible way. So which value should we put in here? Well, remember that we're going to run this inside of the Jenkins container. So let's go ahead inside of the Jenkins container and look for the path for the private key that we copied in the previous video. Let's go to home directory. Let's look for the Ansible directory that we created. And here is the remote key. So if you type pwd, you're going to find the full path where this file is living. So if you copy this and then you give an slash and the name of this key and you hit enter, well, ls, and you are going to see that this is the full path for this file. So this is the full path inside of the container. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go outside of this container and let's modify our host file again, and let's add this full path to this variable. So we're telling Ansible, hey Ansible, you're going to connect to the remote host using the remote user and using this private key file through SSH. So this is pretty cool. Let's save this again. And now remember that here we are outside of the container. So we need to copy this file that we just created to the container. And remember that we already created a volume, so now we can share files between the host and the container. So let's copy this hosts file to our Jenkins home Ansible directory. Cool. Now if we exec into the Jenkins container and if we type cd, type in cd or cd home is exactly the same thing. So if we go to Ansible, we do an ls, we're going to find the hosts file that we copied in here, which is pretty cool. If we cut this file, this has the content that we created. Awesome. The only one thing that we need to do is to test the connection from here. Remember that we're inside of the Jenkins container, and if we ping the remote host, then we're going to have an answer. But now, how do we ping that host using Ansible? Well, that's a good question, and we're going to type Ansible-I and then the name of the hosts file that we created. In this case, the name is host. So let's type host, and then we're going to type -m, which in Ansible means a model, and we're going to use the ping model to ask for the test1 host that we define in here. So let's clean the screen and let's hit enter and see what happens. Here you can see the Ansible return as exists message, which means that our configuration is correct, and now Ansible is capable to connect to the remote host using the definitions that we specified in this host inventory. So as I told you before, Ansible is using the test1 host, but in the background Ansible is using that remote host, that remote user, and this private key file to make the connection to the remote container. So this is pretty cool. You already know how to create an inventory and how to ping one host from Ansible and have a success answer. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be creating our first Ansible playbook. And a playbook in Ansible is something like a script that defines all of the things that Ansible should do. So let's go to our Jenkins directory. And in here, let's go to our Jenkins Ansible directory. And let's create a new file, which is going to be, for example, play.yaml. All of the Ansible playbooks are written in YAML, so we need to start learning YAML format. The YAML format is exactly the format that we have been using for the Docker compose file, so I think that you are already used to this. So let's hit enter to create our file, and remember that we're creating the files in our host machine, but these files are going to be run inside of the Jenkins container. But we're creating this in here because inside of the container we don't have Vim or any editor. So we're creating this outside and then we're going to copy these files to the container. So now we need to start creating our playbook. In Ansible, to create a playbook, normally we start with the hosts instruction, which means which host are we going to use to run this task. In this case, remember that if we take a look to our inventory, we only have one host for now, which is the test1 Ansible. So if we go back to our file, our playbook, let's define that host. So this is test1, cool. Then we need to define the tasks. And this is all Ansible's structure. If you are not sure about this, you can go to google.com and look for Ansible playbook example or Ansible playbook syntax or whatever you want. So if you want to read the documentation, go ahead, you're going to find it useful. And as you can see, this is how a playbook looks like. So we'll start with the host. We're not going to use variables in here, but we're going to be using the tasks. So okay, once we have the tasks, we define what we want to do. In this case, we want to use a shelled model, which is a pretty simple model that is something like your bash command. So everything that you put in here is like if you are executing that from your terminal. So in this case, we're going to do something like hello world, and then we're going to redirect that to /temp/ansible file, for example. And this is it. We have just created our first playbook. So let's save this file. And remember that this playbook is only going to run an echo hello world, and then it's going to redirect the output of that, creating a new file in /temp/ansible file inside of the Jenkins container. So let's save this. And let's copy this play.yaml to the Jenkins home Ansible folder that we created so we can access this file from the container. Let's exec inside of the Jenkins container. Let's look for the Ansible folder. And as you can see, here we have our playbook, which has all the modifications that we did. Remember that now we're outside of the container, but we copied that file to the shared folder, and now we can access it from the container. So how do we run this file to connect to the remote host, which is the test1 host, and create this file? So let's type Ansible playbook, and now we're going to type -i, which means the host file that we're going to be using, where we have defined this guy. And then we're going to say the name of the playbook, which in this case is play.yaml. So play.yaml, hit enter, and let's see what happens. So as you can see here, Ansible is actually trying to connect to the test1 host using the host file that we specified. And as you can see, the connection was successful and the task execution was successful as well. So where do you think that this file is living right now? Is it going to be living in the Jenkins container, or is it going to be living on the remote host container? So let's find it out. Let's copy this path, and if we cut this inside of the container, nope, we don't have it inside of the container. So what we're actually doing in here from Ansible is that we're connecting to the test1 host, and we're running this on the remote host. This is pretty similar to the SSH plugin that we installed on Jenkins. So let's go outside of the container, and let's go inside of the remote host container, which is the host that we're working with. So let's hit enter, and let's cut this path. And as you can see, we have our hello world file created. Cool. So let's try once again for you to completely understand it. Let's go to the Jenkins container. Let's go to the Ansible folder where we have all of our configuration, and let's edit our play.yaml. And as you can see, we don't have Beam installed here, so that's why we're editing outside of the container. So let's go outside and let's modify the play.yaml, and we're going to say hello world from Ansible, for example. From Ansible, we're going to leave it like this. Let's save this, and we're going to copy this to the container. So remember that we have shared the home folder. Let's copy to the Ansible folder. But we need to define what we want to copy. We want to copy the play file to this directory. Cool. Enter. If we now exec to the container, to the Jenkins container, and we look for Ansible folder, and then we look for the play, now you are going to see the modifications in here. So let's run the same command again, which is an Ansible playbook. Hit enter. And you are going to see the Ansible is trying to connect to your remote host using the host file that you provided in here, and it's going to run the task successfully there. So let's go outside of the container, of the Jenkins container, and let's log into the remote host container. Let's look for the file, Ansible file, and then you are going to see that the file actually changed based on our modifications. So cool. What we're doing is that we're connecting from Jenkins to the remote host container, and we're running commands through SSH. So this is it for this video. You've learned how to create your first playbook, and you are going to be learning more. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to integrate Jenkins from this dashboard with our backend Ansible. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to install the Jenkins plugin. So in order to do this, we need to go to the Manage Jenkins section. And from here, we want to click on the Manage Plugins section as well. So let's go to the available plugins. You already know how to install plugins. And we're going to look for the Ansible plugin. So if we look in here, we're going to click on this guy, and then we're going to click on Install without restart. So now, the only one thing that we need to do is only to wait until the process completes. And once you see the success message in here, you're gonna click on the Restart Jenkins when installation is completed. So when you do this, you know that Jenkins is going to shut down, as you can see there. And the only one thing that we need to do is to wait until Jenkins completely restart. So let's click on the Jenkins home, and now we only need to wait for a while. The process already completed, so let's go to Manage Jenkins once again. Let's look for Manage Plugins. And again, let's look for the install plugins in here to verify that our installation was successful. So let's look for the Ansible plugin, and as you can see, this appears in this place, which means that the installation was successful. So in the next lesson, we're going to be learning how to create a job that actually invokes an Ansible playbook. So see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to execute a playbook from Jenkins. So the first thing that I want to do is that I want to go inside of the Jenkins container so that we can know where we are. And we're going to go, let me go inside of the Jenkins. And the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to go to the home folder, to the Ansible folder, where we have all of our files. So cool, here we are. So now let's go to the console and let's click on new item. And we're going to call this job as you want. So let's say like Ansible test, for example. It's going to be a freestyle project. So let's click on OK. Great. So in this case, we're going to go down and look for the build section. And in here, we're going to click on add a build step. And we're going to look for invoke an Ansible playbook. Cool. So once we click on this screen is going to appear, and we need to start populating all of these requirements. So the first thing that we need to provide is the playbook path. So let's look for our playbook inside of the container. If we do an ls, we're going to find our playbook in here. So the full path for this would be pwd plus the name of this file. So let's copy this, copy, slash, and then you give the name of the playbook, and then you are going to have the full path for this playbook. So let's go ahead and copy. Let's paste this in here. And now we're going to specify the inventory, the hosts file that we created. So it's going to be the same thing, pwd. We're going to copy this. And then the name of that file is hosts. So if we do an ls to the path that we copied in the hosts file, we're going to have the full path for this file. So let's copy this and let's paste this in here. And now let's look for advanced and let's see what we can run. So I think this is okay for now. So let's click on the save button. And we're gonna click on the build now button in Jenkins. So as you can see, the execution already started. Let's go to the console output for this job. And as you can see, Jenkins is showing exactly the same screen that we saw before when we run the playbook manually. And as you can see, still we have the same result. Everything is working good. Here we don't have colors, but in future videos, we're going to learn how to color this screen, right? So let's look for the remote host in here. Let's go out of the container. Let's go inside of the remote host container, and let's look for the temp Ansible file. The file is there. So we want to modify the content of the playbook. But now we're going to make it easier. So we're going to go outside of this folder at the Docker Compose file level, and if we do a BI outside of the container to the Jenkins home Ansible directory and play directory, we are directly modifying the file that is on this path, but remember that this file is actually being shared with the container. So if we modify this file, we're going to be directly affecting the content inside of the container. So let's hit enter in here, and now we're going to change this to, for example, hello world from Ansible and Jenkins. We're going to save this, and if you go inside of the Jenkins container, let me enter into the container, Jenkins container, and if we look for the Ansible play, you're going to see that the changes are in here. So pretty nice. Now if we run this again, we're going to run this playbook once again. Let's click on build. Now let's look for this execution. Let's go to the console output in here. And as you can see, this should now create a file with a content of hello world from Ansible and Jenkins. So it finishes successfully. Let's go inside of the remote host in this case. Remember that from the Jenkins container, we're connecting to the remote host to create the file. So let's log into the remote host container and let's look for the Ansible file. And as you can see, it has the content that we modify, which means that our job is actually working like a charm. So in this video, you've learned how to create your own playbook, how to modify your playbook, and how to make a job using that playbook, and then executing the playbook using the Jenkins dashboard with only one click, which is pretty cool. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to pass parameters to our Ansible playbook. In the previous video, we were modifying the playbook to make changes, which can be a little bit complicated because you need to modify a lot of files and do a lot of manual things. And if we are using Jenkins, then Jenkins can do that for us. So what we're going to do is to create a parameter, and we're going to pass the text to that parameter, and then Ansible is going to get that variable and is going to print that to the standard output. So in this way, we avoid to modify the playbook directly to change the text. So let's go to our terminal and let's modify the playbook because we need to make a couple of changes for this to work. So remember that if we modify this file, we're actually modifying the file that's inside of the container. So let's hit enter in here, and we want to delete this shell line, and we want to use now a debug line. A debug line or a debug module allows us to print something to the standard output. This is something like the echo command for Linux. So this is why it's called debug. So we can print a message in here, and we can then print a variable in here, or text plus a variable. So in Ansible, variables are defined like this, using these curly phrases. So for example, we want here to define whatever, for example, a message. That's a variable, and we're going to send this from Jenkins. So let's save this playbook, or let's just keep this open for now. And let's go to our Jenkins configuration. We're going to click on the configure button because we want to add a new parameter. So remember that parameters are under the general section. So let's click on this project is parameterized, and let's click on the add parameter button. And we're going to create a sample string parameter in here. So we can name it as we want. Let's say, for example, Ansible message. And then we're going to give it a default value, which could be hello world. So this is cool. Now we need to pass this parameter to Ansible. How do we do this? Well, we go to the build section, to our playbook configuration, and we're going to click on the advanced. In the advanced section, we're going to find this extra variables button. So we're going to click on add extra variable in here, and now we are going to give a key. And the key means the variable that Ansible is expecting. So in this case, Ansible is expecting the message variable. So let's go ahead and copy this in here. And now we need to define the value of the message, but we want this value to be dynamic. So this value is going to be the value of this parameter. So this is exactly the same thing that we did before on the bash parameters. So let's copy this parameter in here, and we're going to say that the value for this is going to be the value of the Jenkins parameter. So whatever we put in here for the Jenkins parameter, Ansible is going to take this and is going to pass that as a value, and then it's going to print this with this line. Pretty cool. So now we can click on the save button, and we're going to save this playbook as well. So let me save this. Cool. And remember that if you go inside of the Jenkins container, all of the modifications are already in place because we were modifying directly the shared file. So let's go outside of this container. Remember that we're no longer creating files, but now we're just printing to the standard output. So if we go here and we click on build with parameters, you are going to see that now we're able to modify the text of our playbook passing the value as a parameter. So for example, let's say that I want to say hello world. This is a cool integration with Ansible and Jenkins. So if you hit on the build button, let's click on the build number, let's click on console output, and as you can see here, Ansible is doing what we were expecting, which is pretty nice. So Ansible is taking the value from the parameter and is passing that to our playbook using an extra variable, and we're being able to print this to the standard output. So let's use another string here, for example, by world, just to say something. Instead of hello world, we click on the build button. Let me refresh this in here. And if we take a look to the console output, this is actually connecting to the remote host in this step, and then it's printing the variable in here that we're passing as a parameter. So this is actually pretty cool. If we click on the configure button, let's recap what we just did. We created a sample parameter in here, and then for Ansible to be able to print that, we need to add an extra variable, which is something like a bash parameter in Ansible, and then we say the key that Ansible is expecting, and we specify the value for that key. And remember that the value should be dynamic, which means that the value should be the value of the Jenkins parameter. So in here, whatever the user passes, we're passing that to Ansible, which is pretty cool. So let's click on save this. This is it for this video. You've learned how to create Jenkins parameters, how to pass those parameters to your Ansible playbook, and how to print that to the standard output only with one click. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, I'll be telling you what are we going to be doing in these future videos. So the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to keep working with Jenkins and Ansible, but in this case, we're going to do a practical case. So let's think that we have an application which is registering a lot of users. For instance, let's say that your users have an age, a name, and a last name. So from your Jenkins job, you want to ask how many of your users have 20 years, or how many of your users have 21 years. So you want to do this by clicking on the build button, and then you want to pass a parameter with the number, and then Ansible should build a table using HTML, CSS, and PHP to display the content of the database in a table, which is going to be pretty good. So for example, if you say, hey, I want to see the users that have 20 years of age, then you are going to see those users in your table. If you again click on, for example, hey, I want to see the user that have 22 years, you click on build, and then your table is going to refresh and it's going to show you all of the results. So to do this, we're going to need Jenkins, we already have it. We need to have Ansible, we already have it. We need to create a database on the MySQL server that we have. We need to build a web server and maybe in another Docker container, and we need to create a HTML table with CSS and PHP, and we need to do a lot of things, actually a little bit of shell scripting, a lot of things. So I know that you are going to love this section. So this and more, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create a MySQL database to store our application, or at least the data for our application. So to create a database, let's go to our DB container that we created in the past. So let me fix this. And in here, we're going to log into MySQL using mysql-u root-p enter 1 2 3 4. Cool. So if we hit show databases, we're going to find out the current databases. So we want to create a new one. And for example, let's call this database like people. So let's say create database people. Pretty simple. Semicolon and hit enter. If you hit show databases again, you're going to see your new database created. So cool. Now we need to create a table in here. So let's use the people database and we're going to create a table. So, to create a table, we need to do something like create table. Then you give the name of that table. So for example, let's say like register. And then we're going to say the columns for this table. In this case, we want the ID, which is going to be something like an int, and this is going to have like 3 of len. You can give it whatever you want. Then we're going to have the name of that person who's registered into our application, which is going to be a voucher 50, for example, because there are long names. And finally, we're going to have the last name for that person. Last name, that's going to be a voucher as well, 50 again. And I think that we need to include the age. So let's type something like age, and this is going to be an int, for example, of 3 in len. Cool. So let's put a semicolon at the end, hit enter, and then you have successfully created your table. So if you want to see it, you do show tables, and then you find this out. Cool. So now let's describe our table, which is called register. And then we're going to see this structure that we just created. So this is cool. We already have our database created and our table to store the information. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be creating a script to populate the database that we created previously. So, okay, cool. We're going to think that we already have a lot of people registered on our application, which means that our database already has data. So, we're going to put that data using a script, a bash script. So if you take a look to the people.txt file that I will leave you, this is a random file that contains a lot of names and last names. I just found this on internet, like random names generator, hit enter, and then you're gonna find this file. Or you're gonna generate these files with a click. So I'm just gonna leave this file for you. It has like 50 names and last names in here. So we're gonna use this for this video. Cool. So the first thing that we need to do is that remember that this is the file that contains the fake information for the users. So let's go ahead and create a new script like put.sh. Oh, by the way, remember that in this case I am in the Jenkins Ansible folder because we're going to be working with Ansible stuff and we want to make this isolated from the rest of things. So let's go ahead and create your put.sh script. And normally we start with /bin/bash, which is going to be cool. And now we're going to start putting a lot of logic in here because we want a strong script. So let's define a counter because we want to insert 50 records to our DB for now. So we're going to do a while because we want to do that 50 times. And then we're going to do something like counter, which is the variable that we define up here in this part, while counter is lesser than 50 because we want to insert 50 names. We want to zoom 1. I mean, for example, 0 plus 1 is going to become 1. Then it's going to become 2, then it's going to become 3 on every single iteration. So that number is going to become the ID for every single person. We're gonna see this later, but for now, let's do like counter, which is the variable that we're defining here. We're defining it again, but now we're going to zoom 1. So we're gonna say counter, counter plus 1. So in this case, counter is going to become 1 because we're telling 0 plus 1, then counter is going to become 1. Then it's going to become 2 because 1 plus 1 it's going to be 2, so on and so forth. Pretty nice. So okay, now we want to start defining some variables like, for example, the name and the last name for people. So how are we going to populate this information using the people.txt file that I will leave you? So this is what we're going to be doing here. So let's save this file for now, and we're going to look the people file that I will leave you. Cool. So if you can see the structure of this file, we have the name, comma, and the last name. The same structure applies for all the names. Now, there is a cool command in Linux, which is the nl command, and if you pass nl and then the name of the file, you are going to be finding the number of the line to that specific name. So for example, now line number 1, this is the name, line number 2, line number 3, so on and so forth. So having this information, we want this number to become the ID for that person, right? So for example, Denise is going to have the ID number 1. Therese is going to have the ID number 2. Cool, right? So we're going to be using this nl command to get the IDs. Now, the second thing that we want to do is that, for example, to get a specific name, we want to grep for the ID because we don't know the name. So, for example, let's say I want to get the person who has a name of ID 2. So I will do something like grep -w and then I say 2, and then I will have the name. If I want the person with ID number 10, then I just pass that, and you are going to see that bash is always going to return the name for that person, which is going to be pretty cool. So let's work with the person of the ID number 1 in this case, which is Denise. Cool. So after, we want to split the name and the last name. As you see here, we have one column for the ID and another column for the name and last name. So in Linux, we have a command which is awk, and this allows us to print specific columns. So for example, this is the column number 1 because this is the ID, and this is the column number 2. So for example, if I do something like a print 1, it's going to print the column number 1. But if I do a print number 2, it's going to print the column number 2. So column number 1 means the ID, and column number 2 means the name and last name. So we're going to be using this, the column number 2, and then we can retrieve the name and the last name. So finally, we want to get either the name or the last name. So how do we split that using that comma? So that's gonna be pretty cool. We can use, for example, the awk command again, and we can pass -f, which allows us to split using a delimiter. So we're going to be passing the delimiter as the comma, and then we're going to do exactly the same print that we did before. So what's going to happen here is that awk, it's going to split this in 2 columns. It's going to say this is going to be the first column from the comma, and this is going to be the second column from the comma. This is what we're saying here with this comma. So we say please make 2 columns from this string, and column number 1 is going to be the name, column number 2 is going to be the last name. So if I do a print for the column number 1, you're going to see the name. And if I do a print for the number 2, you're going to see the last name. Pretty nice. So we're going to copy this because this is going to be the name of the person. Because for example, if I want to know the name of the person which has, for example, an ID of 30, that's the name. Or that's the last name actually, because we're printing the column number 2. If we print number 1, we're going to have the name. So if we want to know the name for the person 39, we're going to have that name. So this is cool. Let's copy this and let's modify our put script. So the name for this is going to be the execution of this command. But remember that in here we need to use the counter, because in this iteration counter is going to be number 1. So it means the person with ID of 1. So we want to do something like counter in here, which is going to be cool. So in the iteration number 2, then counter is going to become 2, and then we're going to have the person with the number 2 in here, right? So we're going to copy exactly the same thing in here, but remember that in order to get the last name, we need to print the second column. So first column is going to be the name, and second column is going to be the last name. So this is cool. We have already captured the name and the last name from the people.txt file. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to keep creating our script, our put.sh script, to retrieve the fake information from the file. So remember that at this point, we already have the name from the people, and we're grabbing the name by the ID. For example, in the first iteration, we have the name of name and the last name of last name. So let's print this so you can see it. Let's print in here the name and the last name. Oh, it's Python actually. Let me do it in the bash way. Echo, we want to print the name and we want to print the last name. So, and we want to type here done. So if we do this and then we execute the script, let me give it executable permissions, put, you're going to see that all the names are being printed. But in this way, we can modify this, for example, and we can say like echo, for example, name for person with ID counter is, and then if we execute it back, you're going to see that our script is working good. So name for person 1 is this, name for person 2 is this, 3 is this, and so on and so forth. So in this name, we already have captured the names and the last name for every single person, which is going to be cool. So let me remove this echo from here, and we're going to keep editing this. So we already have the name and the last name to populate our database. The only one thing that we're missing is the age. So let's create an age variable in here, and I want to teach you a cool command in bash, which is the chef command. And this chef command returns a random number from a range. So for example, if I say something like -i and then I give it a range like 20 to 25, it's going to return a lot of numbers in here from that range, random numbers. But if I want to get the first one, then I pass -n 1, and that's gonna retrieve the first number from the list. As you can see here, this is something like a list. So -n retrieves the first one. If I hit this simultaneously, you are going to see that random numbers are being given. So our age is going to be this command, because for example, if I do this, then the first person is going to have this random age. The second person is going to have this random age. The third person is going to have another age, so on and so forth. So let's modify our script, and let's say that age is going to be equals to the output of this. Oh, I didn't copy the command. It's going to see equals to the output of this chef command. So let me copy this, and now we're going to paste this in here. And now age is going to have a value, a random value. Cool. So now we only need to insert the data in the database. So how do we do this? Remember that we're going to execute this script from the database container. So we're going to do a mysql-uroot-p1234 people. Remember, people is our database. And then we want to insert things to our register table. So we pass an -e, and we say insert into, this is a SQL sentence, so insert into register, which is the table that we created, and we're going to insert the values that we are creating. So in this case, we need to insert the counter, which is going to be the counter, which is the ID, remember. And then we need to insert the name for that person, which is going to be something like Let me use single quotes in here because we are already using double quotes. So the counter is going to be the ID in the register table. Then we need to insert the name, which is, it's going to be taken from the people.txt file. And we need to insert the last name as well. And finally, we need to insert the age. So we're inserting the counter, which is the ID. We're inserting the name. This is the name. We need to insert the last name. This is the last name. And we need to insert the age in here. So this is the age, which is a random number. So pretty cool. Now, to make sure that everything works good, we're going to do an echo here, and we're going to do something like, for example, counter, which is the ID, and then we're gonna print the name, we're gonna print the last name, and we're gonna print the age. Let me put in here like a comma, age, and we're going to say was correctly imported. So okay, this is pretty cool. So we already have all the information in here extracted from one fake file. Then we're inserting that data in every iteration. And finally, we're printing every single name to make sure that it was successfully imported. So let's save this file, and I will see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be testing our script. So if you take a look to your script, make sure that it has executable permission doing this command. And now we want to copy this to the dv container, which is our MySQL container. So for now, let's copy to the temp directory. If we exec into the dv container, and if we go to the temp directory, we're going to see our file there. So now we're going to execute this file and we're going to see the magic happening. So let's hit enter and we have an error here. And what's the error about? The error is complaining about the people.txt file was not found. Remember that our script is actually reading the txt file, so it should be at the same level. So let's go out of this container and let's copy the people.txt file to that container in the same location. So we'll put a Docker at the beginning, and then we have this. Cool. So let's exec into the container. Let's go to the temp directory, and in here we have now the people file and the put file. So let's execute the put file again, and as you can see, it's actually working good. So this warning in here is because in the script we're using the password directly, and that's the warning. But as you can see, it says ID, name, last name, and age was correctly imported. If we now log to the MySQL service inside of the container and we do -p 1 2 3 4 and then we use the people database, people, and then we do a show tables, remember that we created a register table. So if we now do something like select asterisk from this table, you are going to see all of the fake information that we inserted in here. But if you go up, you are going to see these blank columns because remember that in our first import we didn't have the people.txt file in place. So that's why we have this error in here. So let's fix it because we're going to need a full working database. So let's do a delete from register, and that's going to clean up all our table. So if you do a select, you're going to see this empty. So let's go out of the MySQL service and let's run the pod.sh again. And now it's going to have no errors. And finally, we can log in again to the MySQL service, use the people database, and now we can query the table, and we're going to see all the information displayed correctly. So our script is working good. We already have our database populated with information, age, random age, last name, and names, and we have IDs for every single record in here. So this is pretty cool. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create our web server that's going to hold the site where the HTML table is going to be displayed. So cool, as you may guess, we're going to create that server using Docker as we have been doing so far. I already created a folder, a web folder inside of the Jenkins Ansible directory. So I'm just gonna change directory to that directory. I already created the configuration for the Docker file and the stuff that we need. And I'm going to explain it to you because if I start typing, then it's going to take us a lot of time and I don't want you to see me typing, right? So I'm going to explain to you how I build the Docker file. So let's take a look to the Docker file that I have in here. I think that you're already used, or at least a little bit, to the Docker file syntax. So as you can see, we're starting from the remote host. So we're doing exactly the same thing that we did in the Ansible installation from Jenkins. Now we're doing from remote host. And remember that the remote host image is the image that we created to start the SSH service. So as a base, the resulting image from this process is going to have a remote user created, the key file created, it's going to have SSH installed. Because remember that if we go 2 levels back to the CentOS 7 and Docker file, this is the Docker file for the remote host image. So this new image is going to have all of this installed. And we can do that only by putting this as a from. So we say from remote host and automatically we're going to have all of this configuration. Because remember that if we do a Docker images, we already have this remote host created. So Docker is only going to take this as a base. And that's it. So let's keep taking a look to this Docker file. The second thing that I'm doing here is that I'm copying this nginx.repo, which is in a folder, to the etc jump.repos, the .nginx.repo. So if I take a look to this file, cat nginx repo, you're going to see that this is nothing else but a sample jump repository. But if you don't know how to do that, you can just do something like nginx centos repo file, and then it should be right here. Actually, I took everything from internet. So as you can see, this is exactly the same file that I have in here. So this is it. You can just Google and then you are going to find everything. This way, we're enabling the Nginx repository so we can download the package from there. So cool. Second thing that we're going to do is that we're going to install Nginx in here. Using the Nginx repository. You can just Google a little bit about how to install Nginx in CentOS and then you're going to find exactly these lines. So then we have Nginx install. We install PHP packages from a repository which is CentOS 7 use community. So if you go to Google, for example, and then you look for CentOS use repo PHP FPM7 and you hit enter, then you're going to see, let's see what we have in here. We have CentOS 7 packages. There are actually a lot of packages that you can choose. So if you want to choose them all, then go ahead. But I actually chose the ones that we're going to be using in here, which are these ones. So finally, we're doing a jump clean all, which is going to clean the temp files and that stuff. Cool. Here we're exposing the ports that we're going to be using. Then we're creating volumes for the HTML and for the log folders. So if the container dies, then we can have this information secure. This line actually, I'm just going to remove it because it didn't work as I thought. So I'm just going to remove it because it's doing nothing here. And then we have another copy here, which is an Nginx configuration. So if we take a look to that, conf nginx.conf, you're going to find this. Don't worry if this looks difficult because I took it from internet. So if you go to google.com and you type nginx vhost php example, because remember that we need to configure nginx to use php. So if we browse the first result, let's see what happens. Let's look for an example in here. As you can see, I actually took this and I modified a little bit of things like the root, the index, the server name, and all of that. In this case, let's go ahead and modify the nginx configuration, because the server name is not going to be localhost, it's going to be jenkins.local, which is our Jenkins server. Because remember that we have a local DNS pointing to the IP of this Jenkins server, so whenever we hit this name, we're actually hitting the virtual machine IP address. So this is going to be cool for now, and in this section we're defining where nginx is going to find the PHP service. And you can see that in the example on the internet. So here's the example. That's pretty cool. So let's take a look to our Docker file and see what's left. Finally, I'm copying a start script, which is going to be the CMD, and that script is nothing else but a sample script to start the services. So here we start the SSHD service, because remember that we're starting from the remote host and that service is already installed there. Then we start the PHP process in the background, and finally we start the nginx daemon. So this container is going to have SSH, is going to have PHP, and it's going to have nginx. So that's pretty cool. You already know what this Docker file does. In here, we're just giving executable permissions, and finally, we're defining the script as the CMD. As you could see, it was a little bit long. That's why I didn't type that in here, because it could take a while and could be a little bit boring. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be creating the Docker container to host our web server. So we already created our Docker file and all the things needed for this to work. So it's time to start defining our service in the Docker compose file so we can create a container from this. So we're going to head to this directory where we have the Docker compose file. We're going to modify this and we're going to create a new service. So I think that you already know how to create services. So let's go ahead and create a new service, which is going to be called web, to keep it simple. And under web, we're going to give it a container name, and that name is going to be, for example, web. And then we're going to define the image. So remember that the image, it's going to be a custom image that we're going to build. So we can call it as we want. Let's call it, for example, Ansible web. And then remember that we want to build this image because it doesn't exist. So we say build, and then we specify the context for this, and we're going to look for the context. So where is our Docker file located? Remember, from here, if we do an ls Jenkins Ansible, the Docker file is not there. But if we go to the web folder, the Docker file is there. So if we do a cat Jenkins Ansible web Docker file, we're going to have the nginx Docker file. So this is actually the context where Docker should look for the Docker file. So let's modify our Docker compose file in here, and let's add this folder as the context. So now we need to expose some ports because we want to be able to access this service using the Jenkins.local DNS. So we want to expose the port 80 to our 80 port, and that way we can access it from the browser. And finally, we want to join this service to the network net so all of the other services can reach this new service. So this is pretty cool. So let's save this, and now we want to build this new image. So we do a Docker compose build, we hit enter, and as you can see, this entire process is going to be starting. So Docker is going to start installing Nginx, PHP, and doing all of the things that we specify in the Docker file. So this may take a while depending on your internet connection. So I will pause the video and I will come back when it has finished. The process already finished. As you can see, everything was built successfully. So now we can create this service using the Docker compose file. Remember that if we do a docker ps, we still don't have that service here because we haven't created it. We only built the image for the service. To create a container, we need to do a docker compose app-d, and then it's going to create the web server right away. So let's wait. Now let's hit Docker PS, and now you're going to see your web server in place. Cool. So remember that we exported the port 80 of the container to our machine. So in this way, we can access this server on port 80. So let's go to our browser. Let's hit the Jenkins local and hit the port 80. And then you are going to have an Nginx web server up and running here. This server is cool, don't worry, it's because we don't have an index yet. So let's head to google.com and let's look for the PHP info function. I don't remember how the function is written, so we're going to look for PHP manual. No, I think this is not here. Oh, this is it actually. So we can copy this, and now we're going to exec inside of the web container that we created. And if you read a little bit the configuration files that we created, the root folder for this web server is located on var www.htmls, where typically files are stored in a web server. So in here, we don't have an index, that's why you are having a forbidden error. But if we create an index.php and then we paste the code, we're going to remove this last line. And then we save this. Remember that we're inside of the container, so we're modifying the source code that the web server is serving. If we now go to the Jenkins.local on port 80, we're going to have a nice screen telling us that our PHP installation on Nginx was successful. So cool, our server is ready to start displaying our table. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be creating the table that's going to display the information about the users in the database. So for that, I already created a sample table file, which is an HTML file that has a little bit of CSS and a little bit of PHP to display that information. So let me show you this file in here in Sublime so you can see it better. Here I'm just creating a sample table, which is a table, and it has an ID, a name, a last name, and age. Then I'm populating that information doing a sample query using PHP to our DB host. Remember that our DB host is DB, the user is root, password 1234, and database is people. I have a little bit of inline CSS in here just to give it colors. And here I am just doing a sample query asking for all the columns and doing a where age equals to 25. So this is the file, pretty simple, and you're going to have that file in the resources. So that file is in here, but remember that our web server is actually serving the content inside of the Docker container that has the web service. So we're going to copy this table.j2 to our container, which is the web container, to var www.html index.php. And if we do this, then Docker CP, my bad. And if we do this, then the index PHP that we created before, it's going to be replaced with this content. So now, if we go to our browser on the port 80, we're going to see this beautiful table that is displaying the age, or that's actually displaying the people that have age of 25. So if we want to display another thing, we could just modify the table file and we can simply change the where. So for example, we want to display people with 20 years. So let's save this. Remember that we need to copy this again because we modified this outside of the container. So let's copy this, and if now we refresh, then a new query is going to be done to the database and the result is going to be displayed in this table. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to integrate our Docker web container that we created with Ansible. So to do that, remember that we need to modify our inventory. And if you remember, we were creating our things on the shared folder. And if you remember, that shared folder lives at Jenkins home Ansible, and then we have all of the files that we were creating there. So here is our hosts file. And remember that if we modify that file in this location, then it's going to be changed in the host and in the container at the same time. So let's go ahead and modify this. We're going to modify the hosts file, and now we're going to add our web container in here. So let's call it like web1. You know that you can give it the name that you want in here, and we're going to copy this all because remember that our web container starts from that remote host image, so it's pretty similar. Now we're gonna change a little bit the information in here. So for example, the Ansible host is the web container because remember that in the Docker file we specify the service as web. So if we go out of here and we take a look to the Docker compose file, remember that this is the name that we're using to reach our web container. So this is it, web, and then the Ansible user is going to be the remote user because remember that this service is actually using the same image than this, so the information is exactly the same, but the host is the only one different. So the Ansible private key is exactly the same key because remember that the image is the same. So with this, we already integrated our Docker web container to the Ansible inventory. So let's go ahead and save this file. And let me go inside of the Jenkins container to test this out. So cool. The first thing that we're going to test is that the connection from Jenkins to the web service is working. So if we do SSH web, you're going to see a prompt that is going to ask you if you are sure to connect to this host. So you type yes, and then it's going to ask you for the password, but we don't want to give the password now. So hit Ctrl C, and then you are out of this. So the connection from Jenkins to the web container is working like a charm. So now let's test it using Ansible. Let's go to our Ansible folder inside of the Jenkins container, and let's take a look to our hosts file. And as you can see, the file is modified. And if we now do an ansible-mping-ihosts and we pass the web1 host and we hit enter, what do you think that's going to happen? And as expected, you can see that the web1 is actually returning a success message, which means that now we can reach this web1 host from Ansible. Pretty cool. So let's make sure that we can still reach the test1 host, which is our remote host container. Let's hit enter. And as you can see, it's still reachable. So cool. In Ansible, we have another thing which is ping all, and that's going to ping all of your hosts. So in this case, on our host file, we have only 2 hosts. That's why it's only showing 2 results. But cool, now your web1 is working, and now you can reach it from Ansible and from Jenkins, which is a cool thing. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a playbook to refresh the table whenever we want to ask for a new age. So for example, let's say that I want to ask for people who have 25 years. How do I do this? That's what we're going to do. So okay, the first thing that we need to do is to create a playbook. So we're going to create the playbook directly on the Jenkins home Ansible folder so we can have that in the container. So let's call it like people.yaml if you want. And remember that Ansible structure normally starts with hosts. Then we say web1, and that host is the one that we created before. Then we specify the tasks, and under the tasks, we want to specify the task that we want to run. In this case, we're going to give it a name, and we're going to say like transfer template to web server. And in here, we're going to use a model which is a template. In Ansible, as I told you before, we have a lot of models to do a lot of things. And a model is something that does something. In this case, template actually transfer a file from your local machine to that remote machine. In this case, we're going to have the template on the Jenkins container, and that template is going to be transferred to the web1 container. So what this template is going to be? We're going to define a source here, which is going to be the local template. and the local template is going to be the table.j2 file that has the code, the HTML, CSS, and PHP code. Then we're going to specify the destination, and the destination means where this file should be located in the remote host, in this case in the web1 container. So we want that file to be at bar www html index.php, right? But if we leave this file in its current state, then we're always going to have the same answer because this file is not dynamic. So now we want to pass something like a variable, and based on that variable, then this file is going to take that value. How do we do this? Well, let's change directory to the Jenkins Ansible directory, and we're going to modify the table.j2 file. So in templates, we can specify conditions because this is actually Jinja 2. So if you have never heard about Jinja 2, it's a type of templating, a powerful templating that allows you to create a template and create basic logic or actually advanced logic like for, loops, if, and all of that. So in this case, we want to use a sample if in our code. So keep an eye on it. We're going to delete this and we're going to leave this query as this is. Pretty simple. We're going to do select ID, name, last name, age. Then we're going to say from, register, nothing weird. This is a simple query, right? This is going to return everything because we are not passing anywhere in here. So now in a Jinja 2 template, we can pass an if condition using these curly braces and then the percentage sign here. And we can say something like if. I'm just gonna create a variable here, which is going to be people, age, for example. This variable is not defined yet, but we're going to define it later. But we're going to say if people age is defined, it means if this variable has any value, for now it doesn't have any value, then what we want to do, we want to add this piece of code, which is going to be where age is going to be equals to what? Well, it's going to be equals to people age. People age, right? And finally, in this Jinja 2 template, we need to close the if using the same thing, the same format, but now we say end if. So in here, so let's recap. We say if people age is defined, then we're going to add this piece of code that says where age equals to the people age, which should be a variable with a number, and then we close the if. Pretty simple. So now we're going to save this and then we are done. So I'm just going to go to Google in here and I will show you where you can find more information about templates in Ansible if you want. That's like Ansible templates, Jinja 2, if, for example. And then you look for any result that you want. Let's look at Stack Overflow to find something. And here you have a lot of examples. Let's see, as you can see. This is exactly the same thing that we did. If something, then we add something. You can pass else as well, and then you close the if. So if you want to learn more about Ansible, then just go ahead and read a little bit. But for now, remember that we added a simple condition to our table, and that is if people age is defined, then we're going to add this piece of code, and then we're going to close the end if. So this is pretty cool. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to test the playbook that we created. So for this, we need to first copy the template that we created in here, which is the table file, the table template, where we have this small logic. So we're gonna copy this to the container. So let's do a copy. Okay, first, remember that I am located at Jenkins Ansible folder where we have our table. So let's copy that table to the Jenkins home Ansible. Remember that in this place we have the shared volume between the host and the container. So if we copy this file in here, then we're going to be able to access this from the container. So now we just need to go inside of the Jenkins container and let's go to the Ansible folder inside of the container, and you are going to see your people.yaml file. and you are going to see your table file, which is your template. Cool. So now we're going to execute this playbook, which should transfer our template to the remote host. So for this, let's do an Ansible playbook, and we're going to do -i to specify the hosts, and then we're going to specify the name of the playbook, which in this case is people.yaml. So let's run this and let's see what happens. Probably we're going to have an error here. So let's wait. And as I told you, we have an error here because this location on the web container is not readable. But why? Let me show you. Let's go out of this container and let's go inside of the web container. Let me fix this. Let's go to var www, and if you look for the permissions, you're going to see that the root user is the owner of that directory. And we're trying to connect to this container using the remote user. So the remote user can't write here because this directory is owned by the root user. So to fix this, we're going to do something cool, which is change owner remote user, and we're going to give the ownership of this directory to the remote user. So we specify the full path var www.html, and you give it recursively. So hit enter, and if you now do an ll to var www, you're going to see that the remote user is now the owner of this directory and should be able to write in here. So let's go outside of this container and let's go inside of the Jenkins container and let's try again. Ansible, we're going to run the playbook again, hit enter, and now it shouldn't fail. So let's see what happens. And as you can see here, now it doesn't complain anymore. Now let's take a look at the web server. Let's type jenkins.local on port 80, and you're going to see all of the records in here, and that's because of the logic. So let me show you the table. So what happens if people age is not defined? Then this line or this piece of code is not evaluated, therefore this is only the query. But if people age is defined, then this piece of code is going to be added. Otherwise, then this is only going to be the query. But what happens if we define this variable? Let's define this variable using an extra variable. We know how to do this from Jenkins, but we don't know how to do this from the terminal, and that's pretty simple. You just define -e and then you pass your variable. For example, in this case, people age equals to, for example, 25. So let's hit enter and see what happens. Okay, Ansible didn't complain at all, so let's go to our web server and let's refresh. And as you can see, we're only having the answer or the result for people who only have 25 years. And how is it even possible? That's because, remember, in our table, we're defining this little big logic, which is possible thanks to the Jinja templates. Remember that if we don't define this variable, then the query is going to be this. But if we define this variable, then Ansible is going to add this piece of code to the query, and the result is going to be that you are going to be presented with the results that match your request. So this is pretty cool. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create the Jenkins job that is actually going to do all the magic. So we're just gonna do a click and then everything is going to be done. So for this, let's click on new item and let's call it, for example, like Ansible users DV or whatever you want. So let's click on freestyle project and click on OK. Now, the first thing that we want to do is that we want to create a parameter in here. So let's click on this project, this parameterized, and let's add a choice parameter. So we're going to call it, for example, age, and we're going to put choices in here like 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, and 25. So the user can pick any of these options easily. Cool. So now we want to go to the build environment and invoke an Ansible playbook. So you know this already. Let's go to the Jenkins container. Let's go to the Ansible folder and let's start populating this information. So remember that the full path for your playbook is your pwd plus the name of your playbook, which is people.yaml. If you hit enter, you're going to have your full path. So you copy this, paste this in here. We're going to choose the inventory as a file, and we're going to do exactly the same thing. Copy this, and remember that your host file is your inventory file. So if you type this, then this is going to be the full path to your host's file. So you copy and paste this in here. Let's colorize the output of this, clicking this option. Now we go to the advanced section, and here we're going to colorize the output and we're going to add an extra variable. So remember, the key is going to be the key that we define on the table template, which is going to be the key that Ansible expects, people age. So let's paste this in here, and the value is going to be the value of the Jenkins parameter. In this case, it's going to be age. So let's copy the Jenkins parameter and let's put this as the value for this extra variable. So we have this completed. Let's click on save. And now if we build with parameters, let's choose, for example, my age 21, and let's click on build. Let me reload this. And if now we go to the execution of this, we're going to see that we have colors and the execution was successful. So let's go to our web server on port 80, and you're going to see only the people who have this age. So let's go back and let's choose another age in here. Let's say age for 25 years or 23. Let's choose this. Let's click on build. And now we're going to go to the execution of this job. Wait until this finishes, and then we're going to reload this table to see the output of that. So cool, as you can see, it already finished. Let's refresh this, and you are going to have people who only have 23 years. So this is pretty cool. You have a job that actually allows you to print an HTML table with CSS that does a query to a database using PHP based on your input. So if you want, for example, people with 20 years, then you build it, and Ansible is going to do the magic, put in the template to your web server, and then whenever you refresh, you're going to find the information that you want. And everything is being done only with one click. So you have learned a lot in this section. You learn how to create a database, how to create a web server, how to integrate those guys, how to create a Jenkins job, how to integrate Jenkins with Ansible, how to use a little bit of HTML, CSS, PHP, and how to integrate this all to make a one simple task, that is clicking a button in order to see a huge result. So this is it for this video. If you have any questions or any doubts, please make sure that you watch the video again and you understand everything. Hope you have enjoyed this. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this section, we're going to be talking about the security in Jenkins. So, as you may know, security is an important concern for enterprises and for applications. So, how do you make your Jenkins secure? How do you control who can access your jobs? How do you control authentication? How do you control security aspects? That's what we're going to be covering here. So the first thing that you need to know is that for now, by default, we have enabled the login security. So for example, if we open up an incognito for our browser, we're going to go to the same location, which is jenkins.local, and it's going to ask for the username and a password. So for now, if someone wants to log in, then that person should have the password. So let's close this, and for example, if we want, we can change that, going to manage Jenkins, And here, we're gonna go to the configure global security. And once we are in here, we're gonna click on enable security. So if we click on this, we're actually disabling the security. So if we hit on save, and then we open up a new incognito window, then we're gonna go to the Jenkins.local, and as you can see, it's actually going inside of the Jenkins service because it's not asking for login, which is not a good idea. So in this way, anyone who can access your IP, it's going to be allowed to do anything, deleting jobs, accessing to data, removing tasks, anything is allowed in here because by default, any user can do anything. So we don't want this. And as you can see, we even have a warning in here. So let's go back to the global security and let's enable the login again. So let's click on this. We're going to say that we're going to be using the Jenkins database. We're going to unclick this and we're going to say logged in users can do anything in this case, authorization. This is the default configuration. So let's click on this and let's uncheck this and let's save this. Okay, so for now, we actually reverted the changes that we made and we're now allowing users to log in normally. So if we open up a new incognito tab and we go to our Jenkins server, you're gonna see again the login authentication, which is pretty cool. So in these videos, we're going to be learning about good practices, about how to create users, how to manage users, how to create roles, how to grant permissions to certain users, to certain jobs. So that's what basically we're going to be doing here. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to allow users to register themselves. So imagine that whenever you get the login screen, you have an option to register or to sign up. So that's what we're going to allow in this video. So we're going to go to manage Jenkins in here. We're going to go to the configure global security. And under security realm, we're going to click on allow users to sign up. So we're going to click on that. Let's click the save button. And now if we open an incognito tab and we browse to Jenkins.local, as you can see now we have a please sign in below or create an account. So we're going to create an account in here, and as you can see, we're just going to give it a name. We're going to give the full name, for example, and we're going to give some mail in here. So that's like this. And we're gonna give it a password, which is 1234 for this case. Show 1234, and let's create an account. So the thing that I want to show you is that as you can see, we actually were able to create a new account, and that account is going to be by default an admin account. So if I go to manage Jenkins, I have all of these available configuration. I can even go to the home and I can go to any job and I can delete any project. I can configure, change it, modify everything as a normal user. And probably we don't want that. Probably we don't even want the users to be able to register or to sign up. But for this video, I just wanted to show you, if you wanted, how the users can sign up, which is not a good practice, because if someone finds your Jenkins server, then that person is going to be able to create a fake account and is going to be able to log into your system. So I just want you to know that this possibility in Jenkins exists, but you should not enable this unless you know what you are doing. So in this case, we're just going to go back to the configure global security, and we're going to uncheck this allow users to sign up. So in the future, let's click on save first, and in the future we're going to learn how to restrict the users to what they can do. For example, we want to restrict users only to execute a job, but we don't want the user to be able to delete the job or modify the job, or we don't want the user, for example, we don't want that user to be able to see the backup jobs, or we don't want the user to be able to see the remote task job, for example. We can restrict anything that we want using things that we're going to be learning. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to install a security plugin. So Jenkins is actually powerful in security terms, but by default, it's actually a little bit weak. So we're going to tweak it using a custom plugin that actually has a lot of functionalities and works like a charm. So for that, let's go to Manage Jenkins, and we're gonna go to the Manage Plugins, and you already know how to install plugins. So let's go to Available Plugins, and we're going to look for a role-based strategy plugin. So let's filter using role, and as you can see, we have role-based authorization strategy, which is pretty cool. So we're gonna click on download without restart, and now we're just gonna click on restart Jenkins when installation is complete. Let's click on that. And as you can see, it's actually downloading things. So this may take a while or some seconds. I will just pause the video and I will come back once it has finished. Great. The installation already finished, so you know how to check that out. So we're gonna go to Manage Jenkins once again. We're gonna go to Manage Plugins, and let's see in the Install tab if our plugin was successfully installed. So let's look for role, and as you can see, our plugin is correctly installed. So we're gonna go to the Jenkins section. We're going to look for Manage Jenkins, and we're going to go to the Configure Global Security, and we're going to make a small change in here to tell Jenkins that we want to delegate the authorization stuff to the new plugin. So if we go here to the Configure Global Security under Authorization, you're going to see a new option, which is Role-Based Strategy. So we're going to click on this and we're going to hit on Save. And after you do this, if you scroll down a little bit, you're going to find out this new section, which is Manage and Assign Roles. And this new section is because of the plugin that we install. And in future videos, we're going to be learning how to manage and assign roles. So this is it for this video. You already installed a security plugin, and now you're going to learn how to use it. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, you're going to learn how to create users in Jenkins. Remember that in previous videos, we learned how to allow users to sign up for our Jenkins service. But what happens if we don't want users to be able to sign up? So we can manually create those users on the Jenkins database. So let's go to Manage Jenkins. We're going to scroll down and we're going to look for Manage Users. We're going to click on this. And in here, you can see the user that was created using the sign up button. And in here, you can see the first user that was created as a Jenkins admin, which is the admin user. So we can hit the create user button here, and then you're going to see exactly the same screen that you saw before when you created the signed up user. So let's give it a name like Tom, password 1234, 1234, full name is going to be Tom, and email tom@tom.com. And if we hit the create user button, then you are going to see a new user created, and you are going to see that it says Jenkins on database. So if you go to the Manage Jenkins and if you go to Configure Global Security, again, you're going to see here in the security realm that you have an option to integrate your current LDAP server if you have one. Here you only have to type, as you can see here, the instructions, your LDAP //server, and then if you want, you can just go to the advanced configuration. We're not going to cover this LDAP configuration in here because we're going to be touching only the Jenkins database. But if you have a LDAP server, then I am pretty sure that you already know all of this information. Now we're going to test the user that we created, which is the Tom user. Do you remember the user? So if we open up an incognito tab and we look for Jenkins.local and we hit enter, you're going to see the login section. But if we type Tom, which is the user that we created, and we type the password 1234 and you hit enter, now you're going to see an error in here, which is access denied. But why? Remember that previously, when users were capable to sign up, we actually created a user in that way, and that user was able to remove, to delete, and to do a lot of stuff only by registering. So why this user is not doing the same thing? And well, the answer is because of the Jenkins plugin that we installed. So what happens if we look out in here and we log in with the user that we created using the sign up button? Let's try 1, 2, 3, 4, enter, and you're going to have exactly the same error. So as you can see now, users by default are not able to do anything unless you explicitly define that. So let me close this, and if we go to manage Jenkins to global security, remember that we actually delegated the power of security to our newly installed plugin. So that's why you are not able to do anything with new users unless you allow it. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create roles. Before doing this, I want to remind you that if now we open up an incognito tab and you try to log in using the Ricardo or Tom user, you're going to find out errors. And that's because we don't have any role or any permission associated to this user. So we're going to fix this right now, and we're going to go to manage Jenkins, and we're going to scroll down looking for manage and assign roles. So let's click on this, and we have manage roles and assign roles. So we're going to click on manage roles. So cool. Now let's say that we want to add a new role. So what's a role? A role is basically something that defines permissions. In this case, we have a role which is an admin role, and this admin role actually has capabilities to do all of this. For example, if I want to create a read-only role, I'm just gonna click on add, and then it's going to ask me for which permissions I want this role to have. So for example, I want read-only permissions for this role. I don't want this role to be able to administer or to create or to delete or to update. I don't want anything. I only want read permissions for this role. If you want some other permissions in this role, you can just go ahead and click, for example, on build or on configure jobs or create jobs or run jobs or view jobs or do whatever you want. So we're gonna save this in here. We're gonna scroll down and hit on save. And congratulations, you have just created your first read-only role in Jenkins. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to assign the role that we created to a particular user. So I want you to know that a role by default does nothing. You need to associate that role to a specific user in order to attach permissions. So for example, if we now open up an incognito tab and we type Jenkins.local and we try to log in using the Tom user, the password, we're going to see an error in here. It's because even when we already created the read-only role, we haven't assigned that role to the user. So to do that, we need to click on the assign roles. Remember, if you don't know how to reach this, you go to the manage Jenkins section, you scroll down and you look for manage and assign roles, and then you click on assign roles. And in here, you are going to see that you have something like a table, and in that table you are going to have an admin role and a read-only role that you created. And as you can see, no one is using this role currently, but the Jenkins admin user is actually using the admin. So to add one user in here, we're going to add the Tom user that we created. Please make sure that the user that you try to add is currently available. So let's hit on add. And in here, we're going to say, okay, I want this guy to have that read-only role that I created before. So let's go ahead and save this. And if we now go to our incognito tab and we reload, you're going to see that the error is gone. And you already have a little bit of read permissions. You still can do nothing in here because we haven't allowed that yet. But as you can see, the error is no longer there. So where are the jobs? If we go to the Jenkins home in here, the jobs are in here. But why the user Tom can't see those jobs? Well, and that's because we haven't allowed that yet. So if you want to allow the user Toms to view all of the jobs, then you go to manage Jenkins, you go to manage and assign roles. And remember that if we go to assign roles, we have the user term associated to the read-only role. So we're going to modify it in manage roles. We're going to modify the read-only role, and we're going to allow the users to read a job. So as you can see, we have an overall read, which is this read that allows you to log in without errors. Then you have credentials, jobs, run, and a lot of stuff. So for now, we only mind about jobs. So we want this user to be able to read. So we mark the read option under the job title in here. And as you can see, now we have two permissions, an overall read permission and a specific permission which actually allows you to read all the jobs. So if you move to the name, to the header, you're going to read like SIA jobs, you may deny permission, but allow discovery and blah blah. It's actually giving you a summary of what this does. So I'm just gonna click on read, and then you're gonna click on save. And now what you just did is that you modified that read-only rule that you created before. And remember that that rule was associated to this Tom user, which means that if we go to our incognito tab and we refresh this, then the user is going to be allowed to see the jobs. But what happens if the user enters or goes inside of one job? Well, this user can't do anything because it only has read-only permissions. It doesn't have any delete or any configure or any build buttons in here because we haven't allowed that yet. So you already know how to create a role, a read-only role with certain permissions, and how to associate that role to a certain user in order to allow certain capabilities to that particular user. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a build role in order to allow users to build jobs. For now, let's say that we want the user Ricardo or the user Tom, the one that you prefer, to be able to build all of the jobs. This user is going to be allowed to read and to build, but it's not going to be allowed to create or to delete or to modify any existing jobs. So we're going to go to Manage Jenkins, and we're going to look for Manage and Assign Roles. Let's go to Manage Roles, and in here, we're going to add a new role. But remember that for now, these roles allow the user to build or to read all of the jobs. We're going to see later how to restrict the user to build or to see certain jobs, but for now, let's keep it like this. Let's create, for example, an execution role. So let's click on adding here. You can name the roles as you prefer. And remember that the overall read should always be marked in order to avoid the error that we had before. So if you want the user to be able to do something, you need to click the overall read. So okay, now we're going to move to the job tab, and we're going to click on build, and we're going to click on the read. So the user is going to be allowed to read and to build. So this is it. Let's go ahead and save this. And now we're going to go to assign roles, and we're going to allow this user Tom the execution role. So we're going to unmark this, and we're going to leave only this marked. Cool. So in this case, the user Tom is going to be allowed to read and to execute jobs. So let's save this. And if we open up an incognito tab and we look for Jenkins in here, and we log as the Tom user with the password 1234, then if you go to any job and you click on build with parameters, as you can see, now you have the button in here. So let's click on build, and let's see what happens. So as you can see, this user is actually capable to build jobs, And remember that this user didn't have this capability before. We actually granted that by creating a new role and assigning that new role to this particular user. So this is how you create roles based on what you want the users to be able to do, and then that's how you assign that role to a specific user. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to restrict certain users to certain jobs. And to do this, we're going to learn how to create project roles. So a project role is based on patterns. And a pattern is something like, I want the user A to be able to read or build all the jobs that start with Ansible. Or I want some user to be able to see and build all of the jobs starting with the word backup or something like that. So let's go ahead and click Manage Jenkins. Let's go to Manage and Assign Roles, and let's click on Manage Roles. In here, we're going to create a new role because we're going to think that these users are developers. So we're going to call this role as dev. Let's hit add, and remember that we need to give the read permission in here. So this is the overall read that allows you to log in. If you don't give this read, then you're going to have an error because you don't have overall read permission. Cool. So this is everything we need to give, because if we go now to the job section and we click on read, then by default it's going to be able to read all of the jobs, and we don't want that. So let's uncheck this and let's only check the read overall. Once we create the global role, which allows the user to log in with this read permission, now we're going to create a project role. And a project role is, as I told you, based on patterns. So we're going to give it a name, a role to add, and for example, we're going to say Ansible. And the pattern is going to be Ansible dash dot asterisk. That's how you tell this plugin everything is starting with Ansible. So let's hit an add. Don't worry about this syntax, you should always include this. This means everything is starting with Ansible. Now you are going to see that you have the ability to specify permissions for this pattern. Everything starting with Ansible is going to have these permissions. So for now, we want the user Tom to be able to build and to read, of course, the jobs that start with Ansible and nothing else. So we're gonna save this, and now we're going to go to the Assign Roles section, and remember that we created a new dev global role, and we now need to bind the Tom user to this role, and we're going to remove this user from this role. So remember that this role dev only has the overall read permission which is needed to log in. And now, as you can see here, you have something called item rules. And in here you have your Ansible project role created. So now we want to add the user Tom. Let's click on that. And we want to add this user to this particular project role. So we're gonna click on this, and we're actually telling Jenkins in here, hey Jenkins, we want the Tom user to have the global role of dev, which actually has permissions only to log in, and then we're going to allow the user to see only the Ansible roles using this project pattern. So let's check this and let's save this. And now if we go to our incognito tab again and we open up the Jenkins and we log out as this user and we log back in as the Tom1234, you're going to see that now this user is only capable to see the jobs starting with the word Ansible, which is pretty nice. So let's do a quick recap. If we go to Manage Roles and we add, for example, a new item, let me open up the Jenkins dashboard in here so we can see which items we have available. Let's say that we want this user to be able to access all of the backup jobs as well as the Ansible users. So how are you going to do this? Think for a while and try to solve this. So, okay, in this case, the only one thing that we need to do is to create a backup project role. So we go here and we add, for example, a backup, and the pattern is going to be backup dash dot asterisk, and then we hit add, and we're going to allow this user to read the backup job, and we're going to allow this user to build all of the jobs starting with backup. So that's going to be pretty cool. Let's click on save, and if we go to assign roles, then you now need to assign that new project role to your Tom user. So let's assign that, and now Tom is capable to see the Ansible projects and the backup projects. So let's go ahead and save this, and if we now go to our incognito tab and we reload, you're going to see that this user is now capable to see the new item that we allowed in the console. So if you go to the Ansible, remember that we don't have any build button here because we didn't allow that in the role. But if we go to the backup to Amazon, you are going to see that here we have the build option because we allowed that option in the role itself. So this is how you restrict your users to see certain jobs based on what you want the users to be able to do. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about the global environment variables that are by default available on Jenkins. So if you go to Google and then you look for Jenkins environment variables, let's look for Jenkins global environment variables, but let's look for the wiki. Okay, so let me remove this global in here. Okay, cool. This is what I'm looking for, building a software project. And once you are here, you're going to see that there is a table where you can find a list of environment variables. So these environment variables are available in all the jobs that you run. For example, let me create a new job in here, and we're going to call it this as env. And we're going to say that this is a freestyle project, so let's hit in OK. And in here, we're only going to add a basic execute shell step, and here we're going to do a bash echo, and then we're going to start passing these variables. So for example, the build numbers relates to the build number of the execution. So for example, let's say build number for this is, and then we pass the variable is build number. Let's use some quotes in here. And we're going to do exactly the same thing with another variable, which is, for example, the build ID. And we're going to say build ID is this. And then we're going to say the build URL is this. Build URL is this. So on and so forth, using all the variables that you want, because all of these variables are available. So let's look for, what is it? Job name. Job name is job name. Okay, I think this is pretty cool only to test. So we're gonna click on the save button. And as you can see, these variables that we define in the job, we are not defining them anywhere. I mean, Jenkins is actually providing you the value of those variables. So if you hit the build now button and you go to the execution in here, we're going to go to the console output, you are going to see the value for this. So build number for this is number 1, that's correct, as you can see here, number 1. And as you can see, this is the build URL. It means your current IP, the port / job, the name of the job, and the number of the execution. And then you have the job name is env. So what is this useful for? Okay, let's imagine that you are going to send an email or something. You are going to notify someone that the job with this number and with this name and with this URL is failing. Then you're going to be using these environment variables to notify. So don't worry about mail for now, because we're going to have a section explaining how to send notifications from Jenkins. But for now, just keep in mind that you can use any of these variables in any of your jobs to do anything that you want. So if you want to print a message at the end of your execution, so for example, the execution number, and then you look for the execution ID or the build ID, or the bill number is number one. Or for example, the execution for the job, and then you pass the name of the job as a variable, job name. The execution for the job name was success, or you can use it for whatever you want. I just want you to know that these variables are by default available globally, so you can use them at any time. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create our own environment variables. Remember that as I told you in the previous video, by default you have global environment variables that allows you to know the number of the execution, the URL of your execution, the name of your job, and more. But what happens if you want to create your own environment variables that are going to be globally accepted? Well, that's a good question. So let's go to Manage Jenkins and we're going to go to the Configure the System. And in here, we're going to scroll down a little bit and we're going to look for Global Properties. Under this section, you're going to see something that is Environment Variables. So let's click on this and you can add as many variables as you want clicking on the Add button. So we're going to name this variable, for example, name of the course, and then we're gonna give it a value like Jenkins course, just to keep it simple. Then we can add a new one and we're going to say country, and that's my current country, so we're gonna say Colombia, and that's pretty cool. So remember these names. I'm just gonna copy this in here and I'm gonna copy this in here. And okay, so we're gonna click on save. And now, if we go to our environment job that we created to test the global variable, we're gonna go to configure, and here we're going to hit enter. We're going to give some asterisks in here, and let's go to do an echo to this name of the course, which is the variable that we created, and we're going to do an echo for the country global variable that we created. So let's do like this, and let's hit on the save button. So let's click on build now and let's see what happens. So the execution already finished. Let's go here, console output, and as you can see, all of the previous values already changed. The build number, the build URL already changed. The name is of course the same, but as you can see here, you're having the output of the Jenkins course environment variable that we created and the echo country that we created. So this means that you can also create your global variables in order to call those variables from any job. So for example, you have something that it's pretty constant, like a server name or a configuration file or a configuration option or anything that you need in all of your jobs, and probably you are going to be using a global environment variable to use that variable in all of your available jobs. So this is what global variables are for. I hope you can use them and you can find them useful. If you don't find them useful, don't worry. Probably you will need to use them in the future or probably not. Just give it a try. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to change the Jenkins URL. So remember that in this case, we created a local DNS, but this actually is hidden the IP address of our machine. So if we go to Manage Jenkins, you're going to see a horrible error in here. And this error is because in the initial setup, when we created the user, the URL, everything, we actually gave the IP of our machine. That's why we have this error. So let me show you. If we go to the Configure System again, and here we scroll down a little bit looking for Jenkins URL. Let me look for it here under Jenkins location. You're going to find out what I'm telling you. And this is that we have here the IP of the machine. And remember that here we should be using the DNS. So we're going to call it like jenkins.local. And now this is the current Jenkins URL. And that's the URL that we're using. But doing this, Jenkins now knows that the URL which is going to be accessible, is this one, and this should fix the error. So let's save this and let's go to manage Jenkins again, and as you can see here, the error is gone, which is pretty cool. So now we fixed this small issue that we had. You can find this useful if you have a real DNS, because people is going to be accessing your Jenkins server using that DNS, and then you probably want to have that correctly configured on your URL. So this is it for this video. You know how to change the Jenkins URL to point to your current DNS. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to execute the jobs automatically using a cron tab. So let's say that you have a backup job or something and you want that backup job to be run every single day at, for example, at 1 a.m. So you're not going to wake up, go to your laptop and click on build. You don't want to do that. So Jenkins actually has a built-in cron, which is like a scheduler that allows you to define at what time you want certain jobs to be run. So for example, if I want the backup job to be run at 1 a.m., then I can just simply go ahead and configure that. So let me show you. If you go to any job that you have, for now let's use the environment job that we created, and if you hit on configure, and if you scroll a little bit, you're going to find this build trigger section in here, and you can find a build periodically. So if you click on this, here you should add a cron expression. If you don't know how to add a cron expression, let's go to Google and find it out. So let's say cron execution at 1 a.m. At 1 a.m. for example. Every day at 1 a.m. you're gonna find this out, and this is the expression. So we're gonna copy. This means, as you can see, minute, hour, day of the month, and day of the week. So this means at hour 1, which is 1 a.m., minute 0, every single day of the month, every single day of the week, it means every day, you're going to run this at 1 a.m. So you can just play around with this and you can say 4 and you can see the human readable formatting here. 4 a.m. or 4:30, whatever you want. So let's keep it like 1 a.m. for now. So we're going to copy this expression. We're going to go to our Jenkins and we're going to paste that in here. And if you click outside, then you're going to see that the next execution is going to be tomorrow, December 27, because today is 26. Let me show you, 26. And that's going to run at 1 a.m. So that's pretty cool. But if you see here, we have a warning, and that warning is actually telling that we should change the 0 by an H. So if we change the 0, which is the minute, by a letter H, and then we click outside, you're going to see that the alert or the warning is gone. But why? Well, the thing is that, for example, you may have a lot of jobs running at 1 a.m. and that would actually waste a lot of resources like memory or CPU or things like that. Because suppose that you have two pretty heavy jobs running at the same time at 1 a.m. That's going to be a little bit slow and that's gonna stress your Jenkins server. So using this H, Jenkins actually decides which job to run first. So if you have, for example, two jobs at 1 a.m., then Jenkins is going to execute one, and after that one finishes, it's going to execute the second one. So Jenkins can control the resources and can reduce the stress for that operation. So that's what the H does. So let's keep it like this, and if we hit on save, then this job is going to be executed at 1 a.m. every single day. But probably we don't want to wait until 1 a.m. so we're going to be executing this every single minute. If you don't know how to execute it every single minute, so we're just gonna go to Google and we're going to see execute cron tab or cron as you want every minute, and you're going to find out the results. So let's go here, and every single minute means this asterisk, 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 and asterisk. So we're gonna copy this and we're gonna paste that in here. And if we click outside, you're going to see another warning here. Now it's actually asking you, do you really want to run this every single minute? Because running a job every single minute is not a great idea. Everyone knows that. But for this example, we want to run it every single minute to see this in action. I mean, for you to see that Jenkins actually executes the job automatically at the time that you specify. So we're gonna click on save, and as you see here, this is going to run every single minute. So in 1 minute we should have one execution. So let's refresh in here, and we just need to wait 1 more minute. So let's wait for 1 minute and see what happens. That's perfect. It was automatically executed because in the cron configuration we specified that we wanted to run the job every single minute, and we can even specify a different time or a different schedule. But for this example, we're specifying every single minute, and as you can see, this job is actually being automatically executed. And as the result, you can see that this is real because you have 36 in here and you have 37 in here, and these executions were actually triggered by the scheduler or the cron in Jenkins. If you go to any of this and you click on console output, you're going to see that it says started by timer, which means that Jenkins actually started this execution. So okay, please don't forget to revert the changes that you did. So we're just gonna click on here, build periodically, and this is going to revert the changes. I mean, this is never going to build automatically. So let's hit on save, and cool. You already know how to execute automatically a Jenkins job using a cron expression to build the job whenever you want at the time that you want. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to trigger a job externally. I mean, you know that you can, for example, go to any job that you want, click on that job, and then you're going to click on the build button and the job is going to be executed. But what happens if you want to execute that through an external source, like a script or something, from a console, from another port? For example, let's say that you have another application in another server and you want that application to trigger a Jenkins job. How do you do that? Well, that's what we're going to be learning here. The first thing that we need to do is authentication, because remember that currently our Jenkins is using authentication. So we need to create a user that's actually capable to trigger any job, or you can restrict that user as you have already learned. But in this case, the user that we're going to create is going to have permission to trigger every single job that we have. So to do that, we're going to go to Manage Jenkins, and we're going to scroll down a little bit, and we're going to click on Manage Users. Once we click here, we're going to create a new user, and let's call this user Jenkins. For example, password 1234, 1234. Let's give a name in here and an email. So jenkins@jenkins.com, for example, and we're going to create that user. Okay, so we already created our Jenkins user. Now we need to associate this user to a role, to allow permissions to the jobs. So we're going to go again to Manage Jenkins, and as you may know, we're going to go to Manage and Assign Roles, and we're going to go to Manage Role. And we're going to say, for example, like we're going to create a new global role, which is going to allow this user to trigger all of the jobs or to build all of the jobs. So let's call this like trigger jobs or something like that. Let's click on add. And in here, remember that you always need to add the overall read permission so the user can have the overall permission and therefore log into the Jenkins service. So once we click on the read overview, we're going to go to the job section and we're going to click on read and on build. We already had a role pretty similar to this, which is the execution, but we're just gonna create this for this example. So remember the overall read permission, and in the job section, remember that we're going to allow build permissions and read permissions, and this is actually going to allow to view every single job that we have. So let's go ahead and save this. And now we need to assign that role to that specific user. So remember that the user that we created is Jenkins. So let's add that user in here. And we're going to bind or link this new user to the trigger jobs global role that we created. So doing this user is going to be capable to read and view all of the jobs that we have. So this is it for this video. Okay, don't forget to click on save. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to trigger a Jenkins job from a script. So the first thing that we're going to look is how to trigger a job that doesn't ask for parameters. So for example, if we go inside of the environment job that we created, we can just click on this, and this is not going to ask for any input, and this is just going to do the execution. But the thing is a little bit different when you have to pass parameters, so we're gonna leave that for the next video. In this video, we're going to be covering how to trigger a job that doesn't have parameters. So let's take this environment job as an example, and if we go here to the Build Now button and we click on copy link address, we do a right click, copy address, and we paste that in here, you're going to see that this is how actually the job is being executed. So we can use this URL to trigger the job, but we also need to pass something like a token. So let me show you. I'm gonna go to the Jenkins home, manage Jenkins, and configure global security. In here, if we scroll down a little bit, you're going to see something which is, where is it? Here, CSRF protection, which is something like prevent cross-site requests, those attacks, and this actually uses crumbs. So we need to retrieve a crumb, we need to create a crumb, which is something like a token, and you're going to use that token when calling the job in order for your script to work. So how do we generate this crumb? Well, I'll leave you this file, don't worry, I will attach you to the resources, and this is how you create the crumb. Let me copy this in here. I'm just going to copy this. I will go to my PuTTY or Ubuntu terminal, and I'm just going to paste this in here. As you can see, we're actually using the curl command, which is a Linux command that allows you to do requests, HTTP or HTTPS request. In here, we're passing the user that we created in the previous lesson, which is Jenkins, user, colon, and the password. And then this is actually silent, which means that it's not going to print any output. And then we're going to pass the Jenkins URL. And then if you can see this endpoint, don't worry about this endpoint, it's going to be constant, but this is the endpoint that you need to hit in order to retrieve the crumb. So here is going to happen something, and remember that if I hit the Jenkins.local from my machine itself, probably is going to have an error, because we don't know what our Jenkins.local means for the machine. We actually created the record on our Windows machine. So in this case, we need to create a record in the virtual machine outside of the containers to be able to reach Jenkins.local. So for that, we're gonna copy this and we're gonna do a sudo vi etc hosts, enter, give the password 1234, and then you're going to pass 127.0.0.1, and then you're gonna paste the name in here. So whenever you do that, and if you do a curl again, you're going to find out something in here, and if you do a colon 8080, now you're able to resolve this. So cool, if you hit again this crumb, let me just show you. I'm just gonna remove the parentheses from here and this all. If you do this and you hit enter, let me remove this, you are going to see that Jenkins actually returns a crumb. So let me execute this back, and you see an answer in here. So this is the crumb or the token that we're going to be using in the requests. But what happens if we want to save this output in a variable? Well, we actually do something like crumb, for example, equals, and we execute that command inside of the variable. So the output is going to be saved on the variable. So if we do an echo to crumb, you're going to find out the value there, which is pretty cool. So okay, now that you have the crumb captured with this command, you can access that crumb using this. Cool. So now let's go to our Jenkins job, which is the environment job. And we're going to look for the last execution, which was the number 5. Let me reload. And yes, the number 5 was the last one. So we're going to trigger a new one from here. So let's take a look to the file that I'm leaving you in here. And we're going to be using the first one, which is this. So we're going to create a sample script. Let me just go ahead and create a script in here, like for example, crum.sh, and vin bash. And in here, we're gonna copy the first line, which actually retrieves the crumb and saves that into this variable. And then we're going to use this. So let me copy and I will show you. So the second line is actually doing something similar. Another curl, that this curl is actually passing as an authentication the Jenkins user with the password 1234, and then we pass as the header the crumb that we captured previously, and then we do a post. So we can just go to the job and do a right click, copy link address, and if we paste that in here, this is the URL that I'm using in here. So as you can see, this is how you trigger a job from a script. You only need to retrieve the crumb and then pass that crumb doing a post to the full URL that you already captured, which is the job emp. So let's save this so you can see this in action. We're going to save this. We're going to give this executable permissions, and let me show you that in here we only have 5 executions. And if we now execute our crumb script and you hit enter, you're going to see that a new execution appears in here, and that is because your script is actually doing what you are telling it to do. It's retrieving a crumb and then it's passing that crumb in the header and triggering the environment job that you are providing in here. And if we go to the console output of this, you're going to see that the Jenkins user was the user that actually triggered this, because we're passing the Jenkins user as the one that is going to do the job. You can execute that as many times as you want, and every time that you execute it, your job is going to be executed as well, as you can see. So this is how you execute Jenkins jobs from a script without parameters. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to trigger Jenkins jobs that accept parameters. For example, if you go to your Ansible users DB, you're going to find out in here that if you click on build with parameters, you need to provide input. Let's go to another one, for example, the backup to AWS. You actually have to provide like 3 parameters in here. So how do you pass those parameters and how do you trigger this job from a script? Well, that's what we're gonna be learning in here. So I'm just gonna leave you this file as I showed you in the previous lesson. I'm just gonna uncomment this and comment this out. And the thing is pretty similar. We will always need to retrieve the crumb, so we're always going to be using this crumb. And as you can see here, we're doing exactly the same thing. We're getting authenticated with the Jenkins user, then we're passing the crumb, we're doing a pass to the entire name of the job, but now we're passing parameters. So let me show you. If you go here and you right click on copy link address and you paste that in here, you're going to see the same thing that you saw before. But in order to pass parameters, you need to do a val with parameters. You need to pass this expression instead of passing a val, because you are going to pass parameters. So okay, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to make sure that this is the name of the job. So let's capture the name of the job, which is backup to AWS. Let's copy that and we're gonna paste that in here. So build with parameters is always going to be there, and in here we're going to pass the parameters. So in order to pass the first parameter, we need to include this question mark in here, and then we pass the first parameter. In this case, the first parameter is the MySQL host. So let's copy that parameter and we're gonna paste that in here, and we're gonna pass the value. In this case, we want the value to be the DB host, right? So the second parameter is going to be followed by an ampersand sign, and we're going to pass the second parameter, which is the database name. So let's copy that name and we're gonna paste that in here, and we do an equals and we pass the name of the database or the value for this variable. And the third, it's going to have also an ampersand sign in here that we're going to pass the name of the third parameter, which is AWS bucket name in here. So let me remove this, copy and paste, and then we pass the value. In this case, this is the name. So we're gonna copy that in here, we're gonna paste that, and that's it. You already have your entire URL to build your job with parameters. So remember, again, we're generating the CRUM in here, we're getting authenticated with the Jenkins user, we're passing the CRUM, we're doing a post to the URL of the job, and in this case we're using parameters, so we need to pass field with parameters, question mark, first parameter, ampersand, second parameter, ampersand, third parameters, and you can pass all the parameters that you want. So, okay, we're gonna copy this. Let me copy this all, and I will open my chrome.sh, I will remove this, and I will paste the thing that we created in here. It's time to execute it and see what happens. If you see, the last execution of this was the number 6. Let me reload. Cool. If now I go to my console and I execute the CRUM, remember that our CRUM is actually going to execute this line, which is pointing to the backup to AWS, and it's going to pass these parameters. So let's go ahead and execute our CRUM, enter, and as you can see, it doesn't complain. Let's go to our Jenkins job, and you can see the execution going on. But in this case, as I told you in the video, I already deleted the AWS key and access key, so they are no longer available. That's why this script is complaining. But the thing that I want you to see is that we're able to trigger this job from a sample script. So if we execute this again, you are going to see the number 8 execution going on, which is pretty cool. It's going to fail again because I already deleted the keys. But for example, if I wanted to build another job, I am just going to go to the dashboard and I will be picking up the Ansible users, and remember that this guy actually receives one parameter, which is the age. So let's go ahead and we're going to modify this. We're going to trigger this job, which is the Ansible-users-dv. So let's go ahead here and we're going to modify the job in the URL, and this is Ansible-users-dv, and in here remember that we only need to pass one parameter, so we're going to remove all of these parameters and we need only to pass the age parameter. So let's copy the age and we're going to give a number, for example 25. The last execution of this was the number 2, so let's see, we're going to pass 25. Let's save this and we're going to execute this out. And as you can see, the third execution is actually going on right now. If we go inside of the execution console output, you are going to see that the Jenkins user was actually the user that triggered this execution, passing the parameters that we are providing from our script. So this is pretty cool. You already know how to trigger a job. You already know how to pass parameters, how to trigger jobs without parameters, and everything from a bash script. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to install a mail plugin. If you remember at the beginning, when we were setting up our installation of Jenkins, you click on a button that said something like install suggested plugins. If you clicked that button, then you probably have this plugin already installed. Otherwise, please go ahead and install it. So we're gonna go to Manage Jenkins, Manage Plugins, And if you look for available, the plugin that we're going to look for is called Mailer. If you look available, no plugin Mailer is available. But if you go to installed, let's look for Mailer, and you have your Mailer plugin installed in here. So if you don't find your plugin on the install section, probably you didn't install it at the beginning, so please go ahead to available and install it from there. And once you have this plugin, we're going to start configuring it in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to integrate AWS Simple Email Service with our Jenkins service that we already created. So we're going to go and sign it in my account. And once you are logged in, you are going to click on the Services tab and you are going to look for SES, which stands for Simple Email Service. So you're going to click on this and that's going to redirect you to this part. So the first thing that we need to do is that we need to verify a domain or an email address. If you have a domain, then you can go ahead and register that in here, or you can go and register your current email address. So I already registered my email, so I'm just gonna go ahead and remove this so you can see how easy this is. You just need to click on verify a new email address and you put your address in here, your Gmail, it's okay, and then you're going to click on verify this email. Then you close this, and if you go to your email, you're going to see a new message that Amazon sends to you, and the only one thing that you need to do is to click on the link that's provided. And as you can see, it's successfully verified. So we're going to close this, and if you go to your console and refresh, you're going to see that your mail is already verified. So that's pretty cool. Once you have your mail verified, the second thing that we need to do is that we need to start configuring our Jenkins service. So to do this, we're going to go to the Manage section, configure the system, and once you are here, you're going to scroll down until the end, and you're going to see something that says email notification and some fields that you need to populate. So we're going to go to advanced in here and we're going to provide the SMTP server. What is this? So if we go to the AWS console and we look for SMTP settings, you're going to find the server that you're going to use in here. So we're going to copy this name and we're going to paste that name in here. We're going to leave this empty and we're going to click on use SMTP authentication. So we need to provide a username and a password. So let's go ahead and create my SMTP credentials in here. Let's click on that. And I will just do something like Jenkins test mail. I will go to create and then I will show my credentials. Don't worry. I will delete them later. So I will click on download credentials. I'm just gonna copy this username and that's going to be the username in here. I'm just gonna copy the password and that's going to be the password. So let's paste that in here. Now we're going to click on use SSL and if we go again, let's click on closing here and let's go back to simple email service. And if we go to SMTP settings, you're going to find out the ports that you can use. In this case, let's choose the 465 port and we're going to copy that, we're going to paste that in here and it says reply to address. So we're going to give our current address. And now we're going to click on test configuration by sending a test email. And before testing it, we need to scroll up a little bit and we need to go to the part of the Jenkins URL here. Under this URL, it says system admin email and we're going to put our email here again. And finally, if we copy this and we scroll down a little bit, remember that if we uncheck this and we check this back, this is going to ask for the test recipient. So we want our mail to be the recipient. So we're gonna copy this and we're gonna click on test the configuration and we need to wait for a while, for some seconds, until the mail gets sent. it was already sent, as you can see here. Now if you go to your email, you're going to find out your current email in here. So you can see this is exactly the same time. So let's open up here, and okay, this is a little bit something like that. This is safe because we know that we actually did this. And as you can see, we're having a mail from Jenkins using Amazon Simple Email Service, which is pretty cool. If for some reason you can't find your mail in here, please try to look for that in the spam section, because as you saw before, Gmail likes to block this kind of messages. So you can just click on report not to spam, and then you're going to have those mails on your inbox. And this is pretty cool. So as you can see now, your integration is working and you can receive mails from Jenkins on your email. So please make sure that this port is reachable from your machine. I mean, for example, your ISP could be blocking that port, or if you're at your office, maybe that port is blocked. Make sure that you can access this port, because otherwise you are going to probably have errors like connection timeout or something. But if you're using your home internet, your home connection, you shouldn't have any problem. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to integrate Jenkins with Gmail. In the previous video, we learned how to integrate that using Amazon services. Now, if you don't have an Amazon account, we're going to use Gmail. So you need to go to the configure system, and in here, we're going to modify only the SMTP configurations. So now we're going to be using the SMTP Gmail server. So for that, let's go to SMTP Gmail server or settings, and you're going to find all this information in here. So this is actually free. If you have a Gmail account, then you can just configure this. If you don't have a Gmail account, what are you waiting for? Go ahead and create one. Okay, so I'm just gonna copy this, and this is going to be our SMTP server. Now if we go to advanced, we're also going to use authentication, but in this case, the authentication is going to be our email. So in this case, my email is this one, and the password is going to be, of course, your password, your email password. And then we need to mark this use SSL because we're going to be using it, and the port is going to be 465. You can find that port in here for SSL, and I think this is everything we need. Oh, I'm forgetting something. You go to Gmail, less secure apps. Let's click on the second result that says myaccount.google.com. We're gonna click on this. So in this case, this is in Spanish. I don't know why, but don't worry. It's only asking you, do you want to load? If you turn this on, it means yes. If you turn this off, it means no. So we're gonna turn this on, and now you have allowed lesser secure applications. This is because from Jenkins, as you saw before, Gmail doesn't like that kind of application, so that's why it has some restrictions. But if you turn on lesser secure applications, then you are going to have no errors. So we already defined this. We're gonna copy this. And finally, we're gonna click on test configuration by sending an email, and we're gonna paste our email in here, and let's click on test configurations using the Gmail settings. So let's wait. And as you can see, the email was successfully sent. Please make sure that you mark the toggle or the button to turn on less secure applications, because otherwise you're going to have errors and Gmail is not going to send your mail. So as you can see here, we have some alerts about turning on our less secure application. But if you can see here, we have our mail, which is sent, and that's pretty cool. So now we integrated our Jenkins server and Gmail to be able to send mails. In the next video, we're going to learn how to integrate these notifications with jobs. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to integrate these notifications to our jobs. So we're going to be using this env job that we created. So let's go ahead and use it, and we're going to configure this. We're going to go to the last part, and you can find these post bill actions. So in here is where we're going to add the email notification. So let's click on this, and you're going to see email notification. So let's click on this, and you're going to see two checks in here. So we're going to send email for every unstable build, and we're going to send emails individuals who broke the build. So this way we actually have all the information covered by email. So who's going to be the recipient? Well, it's going to be my email or your email. So type your email in here, and the mails are going to be sent to this particular mail that you're providing here. So we're going to make our job fail. So let's do something like echo 1. You know that this command doesn't exist. As you can see, it's actually in a different color because it doesn't exist. And this command is going to cause the job to fail. So if we save this and now we build this project, it's probably going to fail. And as I told you, it actually failed because the command echo 1 doesn't exist. And as you can see here, let me show you, echo 1 not found. And as you can see here, this was marked as a failure, and therefore it's going to send the notification to my mail. So if we head to our Gmail and we look for our inbox, you're going to have a Jenkins message telling you the build failed in Jenkins and the project environment, the number 8. If you go and open up the mail, you're going to see the entire output of Jenkins, but now in your mail. So you can scroll down and you can see that, oh, look at this, echo 1 is not found, and that's why this is actually marked as failure. So okay, I just received this mail. I'm just going to go ahead and modify the configuration back so I can revert the changes. Let me remove that echo 1. I'm just gonna remove this, and then I will save this job and let me execute this back. This should work because now everything works perfect and there are no errors in our job. So this should be blue. And as you can see, this is blue. It means that the job was unstable for 1 second because it was failing, and now it's not failing anymore. So if you go again to your mail, you're going to find something here that says Jenkins build is back to normal, and it's going to show you the name of the job and the number of the execution. And it's only informing you that the job is already normal and that this is not failing anymore. But what happens if we execute the job again? Do you think that you're going to get a notification? So I click on the build button, and now we have a 10 execution in here. But if you go to your mail, you're going to find nothing because the job is already working good. So in here we had an event which was failure, and in here we have another event which was something like a recovery from the failure. But in here, this is normal, we don't have events, so that's why we don't have any mail in here. So cool, you already know how to integrate mail notifications to your job. So whenever a job fails, you're going to know why this failed because Jenkins is going to send you an email. Isn't it cool? So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, I will introduce you the objectives for this section. In this section, we're going to be learning a lot of Maven, and probably you've heard about Maven before. Maven is a powerful tool that allows you to build Java applications. So in Maven, at the same time, is a good friend of Jenkins. So these two technologies actually work pretty good together, and we're going to learn how to create an entire project, how to build it, how to do testing, and more. So I want you to think about this as your first touch with continuous integration. So what's the goal of this? The goal is that, for example, you have a team of developers, and those developers are working on a Git repository, and they all are actually uploading new changes. But for example, every time that a developer pushes to a specific branch, you want to trigger a Jenkins job that is actually going to download that new code, it's going to build a new jar, it's going to execute unit tests on that jar to validate the functionality, and if finally that works, then you're going to deploy that jar somewhere. That's a little bit of continuous integration using Maven. So that's basically what we're going to be doing in this section, learning how to integrate Jenkins, Git, and Maven to simulate a real world environment. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to install the Maven plugin in Jenkins. You already know how to install plugins, so let's go together to manage Jenkins, manage plugins, and we're going to look for available plugins, and we're going to filter using the string Maven. So let's filter using this name, and as you can see, let's scroll down, and this is the plugin Maven integration. So we're gonna click on this, and install without restart, and we're gonna click restart Jenkins when the installation is completed, and this is going to take some seconds or maybe some minutes. I will come back when it has finished. Pretty nice. The installation already finished, so we're going to validate that. Going to manage Jenkins, manage plugins, and we're going to take a look on the install tab, and let's filter using the Maven keyword, and you're going to have here the Maven plugin and the Maven integration plugin. So that's pretty cool. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be using a Git repository, so we are going to need to install the plugin. And I want to tell you that if you installed the suggested plugins in the Jenkins setup, then you're probably going to have that plugin already installed. If you didn't install those plugins, then you need to install that plugin right now. So let's check if we have any Git plugin available. So let's look for a Git, and it looks like we don't have anything in here. But if we go to installed and we filter using the keyword Git, you're going to find out this Git plugin and this Git client. So if you don't have this on the install tab, please go ahead to available and look for them and install the plugin there. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to clone a Git repository using Jenkins. So we're going to be working with a Maven repository. So let's go to Google and we're going to search for sample Maven app, enter, and you're going to find out this first result, and this is a GitHub repository. So if you click on it, you're going to find out here all the Maven stuff, and this is a Git repository, a GitHub one. So we're gonna clone this repository using Jenkins. So the first thing that we need to do is to create a new item. So let's create a new job, and we're going to call it like Maven job, for example, and this is going to be a freestyle project. So hit OK, and now let me introduce you a new concept, which is SCM, which stands for Source Code Management. And this means where your code is located. In this case, our code is located on GitHub, and the Git plugin works for GitLab and for GitHub. So in this case, our code is located on Git. So we're gonna copy the repository URL. This is the repository URL. So we're gonna copy this. Let me copy this all, and we're going to paste that in here. And as you can see, this is all we need to do. If we go to advanced, we can add the name of the branch that we want to clone if you want to clone a different one. But in this case, we're cloning the master branch because normally that's the branch that we're going to be cloning. This is the master one. So this is the branch that we're by default specifying here. So in this case, we don't need credentials because this is a public repository, but in the future we're going to be building our own GitLab server and we're going to be learning how to use authentication. So that's pretty cool. Let me click on save, and that's it. Now if you click on build, what's gonna happen is that the Git plugin that you installed, it's going to go to this repository and it's going to clone that. So let's look for this build history, execution, console output, and as you can see, this actually was success. So you may be wondering, okay, this actually cloned this repository, but where is located the code? And let me introduce you a new concept that is a workspace. And a workspace is the place where the Jenkins things occur. For example, in this case, Jenkins is cloning this repository and it's cloning that to a workspace, and every single job has a workspace, and all the things that occur within that job are happening in that workspace. So let me show you. If we go to our console and then we try to do something like docker exec -di Jenkins bash and you go to your var Jenkins home workspace and you hit enter and you hit ls-l, you're gonna find out workspaces for all the jobs that you have executed. So in this case, we want this Maven job, which is the one that we're executing right now. So let's go to Maven job, and if you enter in here and you do an ll or ls-l, you're gonna find out all of the files that were cloned using Git. And how do we know that these files are the original ones? Okay, if you go to Google and you go to the GitHub repo, you're going to find exactly the same structure. So this is Jenkins, source, pom, and readme. Jenkins, source, pom, and readme. These files are hidden, so if we just do an LA, you're going to find those files. But this is exactly the same repository. And please keep in mind that Jenkins always clones those things to the workspace of the job. So remember that everything that happens in a job, it's happening in our workspace. So having said that, we already know how to clone a Git repository, and your Git repository is going to be cloned in the workspace. So from there, you can modify files, you can access those files, and you can do things. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, you're going to learn how to build a jar using Maven and this code that we have just cloned. So for this, we need to define a Maven installation. So let's go to Manage Jenkins. Let's go to Global Tool Configuration. And here we're going to look for Maven. Okay, we found it. Let's click on Add Maven. And here we're just going to give it any name like Jenkins Maven. And then we're going to look for the Maven version that we want. In this case, we're going to be using the latest version. So that's everything we need to do. Let's go ahead and save this. And we're ready to start configuring our job. So remember that we created a Maven job, which for now is only downloading or cloning the Git repository. So let's go to configure that job. And we're going to go down, look for the build section, and we're going to add this step, which is invoke top level Maven targets. So we're gonna click on this, and as you can see, it actually asks for the Maven version, and we're going to use the Jenkins Maven that we installed. If you have a preferred version, or if you want to install a specific version, then you can just remember on the global tool configuration, define that version. And the goals are, what are we going to do here? Well, and the first thing that we need to do, or the first thing that normally a continuous integration process does, is nothing else but building a jar. Okay, you already have your code. Now, the second thing should be building a jar using that code. But how do we build a jar using Maven? Well, if you go to the repo and you go to the Jenkins folder, you're going to find out something called Jenkins file. And if you go here, don't worry, we're going to talk about Jenkins files later, but if you go here, you're going to find out how to build a jar, and this is the line that we're going to be using. So we're going to be using only this line, because if you're invoking this Maven target, you are already using the Maven command, so we only need to pass the flags. So this is going to skip the test, and it's going to actually do a package, which means a jar. So that's everything you need to do. Let's go and click save, and after that you're going to click on the build now button. So let's go to the build history, to the execution console output, and as you can see, the first thing that this job is going to do is that it's going to pull the newest version from this GitHub repository. And after that, as this is the first time that we're going to run this job, the Maven version that we specified is not installed, so Jenkins is going to start downloading that version. Don't worry, it's only going to happen once, but depending on your internet connection, it may take a while. So let's wait until this finishes. I will pause the video and I will come back once it has finished. Okay, the job already finished downloading the Maven packages, and as I told you, it's only going to happen once. And finally, you can see this building jar, which is success. So as you can see, the jar, the resulting jar, which is called in the DevOps world as an artifact, this artifact, it's actually located on the workspace. So if you remember, the code is actually cloned in the workspace, and this jar is actually located at that workspace. So if we go to our console and we are here on the workspace, let's look for the full path. We need to go to Maven job, target, and there we're going to find the jar. So let's go to target, and you are going to find your jar build there. So this is actually pretty cool. This looks pretty much like a continuous integration process because this is actually a continuous integration process, but the difference is that we're not using the Python plugin, but this is exactly the same thing. In the future, we're going to learn how to do this using pipelines, but for now, we're just building a normal job for you to completely understand how everything works. If you click on build now, remember what's going to happen is that the first thing that you are going to do, or that Jenkins is going to do, is going ahead and downloading or cloning the repository to your workspace. So that means that every execution is going to have a new code or the newest version of that code. After that, you are running a Maven package, which is actually going to take the POM, that XML file that is on the root directory of your workspace. Let me show you. If you go to the root directory, this is the root directory, and you are actually using this POM when you do the Maven package. So Maven is actually looking to the code that Git previously downloaded, and based on that, Maven is actually building a new jar. So that's pretty cool. You already know how to build a jar using Maven. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, you're going to learn how to execute unit tests on your project. So let's go and configure this Maven project, and remember that now we have a nice continuous integration processing here, which is downloading the code from somewhere, then building a jar using that code, and now we're going to add tests. So we're going to invoke top level Maven again, and we're going to use this version, and the goal is going to be simply test. And this word test is an argument of Maven, and you say like Maven test, and that's actually going to scan your project and look for the tests that someone must write, because tests are not going to be written by themselves. Someone needs to write those tests. But in this case, we have tests in here. Let's go to the simple Java Maven, and here if we go to source, we have a test folder, and as you can see, we have the tests that this job is going to execute. So okay, once we do Maven test, let's hit save, and let's build this project and see what happens. The execution is going on. Let's go to the execution, console output. As you can see, the code is being cloned, the jar is going to be built, and finally, Maven is going to start doing the test part. As you can see, it's the test that we define here. It's going to start scanning for projects, finding your tests, and then it's going to execute those tests. And probably you're going to find this error, probably not, depends on the version that you installed. But let's fix this error. Probably you might be wondering why this error happened. And don't worry, it's not my fault, it's not your fault. It's, as you can see in GitHub, this is a bug on Debian, so don't worry. And the workaround is setting an environment variable that has this content. So I actually looked for a better answer, and this is what we need to do. So to fix this, or to work around this little bug, we need to define this variable, and we need to define this value. So you need to apply the knowledge that you already have created, and you need to go ahead and create a new environment variable using this. So if you can do that, please go ahead and try. Otherwise, I'm just gonna do it. Okay, so we need to go to our job, our Jenkins configuration. Let's go to Manage Jenkins, configure the system, and we're going to create a new global environment variable. So here we're going to click on Add, and we're going to look for this answer. We're going to copy the name of the variable, copy, paste that in here, and we're gonna paste the value, which is this is the value. Let's copy and paste that in here. And finally, you just click on save. And after that, let's go back to our Maven job. Let's click on build now. And we're going to go inside of this execution and we're going to see what happens. Remember, first thing, downloading the code from Git, the newest version. Second thing, building the jar. And third thing, doing tests on that yard to validate the functionality or everything that we need to do. And we have the same error. Why? Let me look. Oh, probably we actually made some typo or something on the variable. Let me go ahead and look. Manage Jenkins, configure the system. Probably that's a typo. So let's look for the variable, and yes, it's Java options, isn't it? Yes, I'm using an S in here, so let's put that S. Let's click on save. These are normal things that may happen to you, but the idea is that you know how to fix the errors that appear on the way. So we're gonna go again to the console and we're going to wait. Oh, and as you can see, it actually picked up this variable. Wait, in here. Well, let's wait until this finishes. This actually picked the variable in here, and this is to work around the issue. And as you can see now, the job is not failing anymore. It's downloading the code, building a jar based on that code, and finally it's executing tests. And as you can see, it ran 2 tests and there were no failure tests. It means that all of the tests are pretty good. So this is it. You've learned how to integrate unit testing to your job. Now you are downloading your Git repo, creating a jar, and testing that jar using Jenkins. And that's pretty good because normally that's what continuous integration does. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to deploy the jar that we are building and the jar that actually passed all the tests. So for this, we're going to go to the configure section and remember that, or this is something pretty important. The first thing is downloading the new code, second thing building the jar, third thing doing tests, and tests are super important because tests inform you how your application is behaving. Is your application behaving as you thought? If not, then the job should fail and nothing else should be executed. I mean, you shouldn't deploy your jar unless all of the tests are correct, because if you deploy a jar with failure test, probably your application is going to behave weird. So okay, now we're going to deploy it because our tests are actually passing, and if Maven finds any test that is actually failing or that's not correct, then that job by default it's going to fail, right? So we're going to add a new build step, and that's going to be a shell step. But before doing that, I want to show you where the jar is being located. Remember that if we go to the output of this execution, we should have the jar around here. Here is the jar. So this is the jar that actually is being generated. So we're gonna copy this full path. Remember that this is inside of the workspace, the name of the job, and then this is Maven, creating a target folder and saving the jar there. So we're gonna copy this full path in here. I'm just gonna copy that, and we're going to configure this job. We're going to add a new step, which is a shell step, and we're going to say something like echo. We're going to put asterisk in here, then we're going to say like deploying jar, and we're going to do another echo with asterisk just to, for this to look good. And in here, to deploy a jar, normally you should use java-jar and the full path or the relative path for the jar. In this case, we know that the jar is always being built with this name, with this path. So we're going to deploy that in this way, and then we're going to see what happens. So let's go ahead and save this, and let's click on build now. And we're going to go to the execution, console output, and we're going to see what happens. Let's wait until this finishes. And as you can see, this is actually deploying the jar. So java-jar and the path for the jar that we actually built in this case, and this output is hello world. So congratulations, you are already doing a continuous integration and continuous deployment process. So you are retrieving the code from Git, you are building your jar, you are testing it, and finally you are deploying your jar locally. So remember that everything is happening inside of your Jenkins container. If I copy this line and I go inside of the Jenkins container, I am already inside, and if I paste this, you're going to see exactly the same output because Jenkins or the Jenkins container has Java already installed. So pretty cool. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to store or how to make a graph using the overall or the average of the tests. So for this, we're going to go to the configure section, or before doing it, let me show you what happens when you do a Maven test. What happens behind the scenes is that Maven, let me look for test, it's actually generating a report, and in that report is an XML file with all the information of the tests. And you can find that folder in here. So let's go to our container. Remember that I am inside of the container. If we go to this full path, remember that this is the workspace where everything happens inside of the job. So let's copy this. And if we go to target and then File reports, cd File reports, you're going to find out an XML file, which is the result of your tests. So remember that from here, we actually can reach this target folder in the root because the workspace is the root for this job. So for example, let me go back. This is actually the root of your workspace. So Jenkins is actually taking this POM, and it means that you can do something like ls target File wrappers, and you do asterisk.xml, and you're going to find your file. So this is a relative path, and we can use it because remember that the job execution is in this folder when the execution is happening. So we're going to copy this path because here is the file with the report. So we're going to copy that, and we're going to configure our job. Let's add a pause build actions, and this action is going to be publish the JUnit test report. So we're going to click on this, and it's going to ask, okay, where is that report? So we're going to copy the folder and this, which means that this is the file that it's going to be used. So it's actually going to take this file and create a graph using this. That's it, pretty simple. So now we're going to save this, and in order for the graph to appear in here, we need to do like 5 executions, something like that. So we have the execution number 90 here. Let me do like 3 or 4 more, and probably a graph is going to appear here showing the behavior of the tests. Okay, I actually executed the job twice, as you can see here, 10 and 11, and now we have a test result trend, which is something like a graph that actually tells you how are your tests going. If you have errors, then it's going to appear here some things like errors and some red things, so that you can have an overall view of how your tests are behaving. So this is it for this video. You already know how to save or how to record the state of your test and display that information using a graph. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to archive or how to save the artifacts in Jenkins. So to do this, let's go to configure, and we're going to add. Okay, before configuring, let me show you where the jar is located. If we go to any execution and we look for the Maven package, we're going to see that we have the jar located in here. And if we go to the console, and you know that this is the root of your workspace, then you do an ls, and you know that your jar is saved on target, and then it's the file that actually ends on that jar. So you can do like asterisk.jar, and then you're going to find your jar. So this is the folder that we're going to be using for the configuration. So let's go to the Jenkins, configure this, and we're going to go to the final part, and we're going to add a pause-build action, which is going to be archive the artifacts. As I told you, in DevOps, we call an artifact to the result of the build. So Jenkins is asking, okay, what do you want to archive? And we want to archive this, which is the folder target and the jar that's generated. So this is the path for the jar. We can go to advanced and we can say, okay, I want to archive artifacts only if the build is successful, because probably you don't want to archive a failed or a corrupted jar. So let's only save the successful jars. Okay, so let's click on this and now we click on save. We're going to build this job and you are going to see that if everything goes good, a jar is going to be appearing in here, which is the last jar that was built successfully. So let's wait until this project finishes and we're going to see what happens. Super nice, it actually finished. So let's go to the job. And as you can see now, we have the last successful artifact in here. And this is actually the jar that was built and the last successful build jar. You can click on it and then you're going to find out that you can download that file. So you already know how to create a graph with your test result, and you already know how to archive your jars, so you can click on it and download it whenever you want. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to integrate email notifications using our Maven project that we created. So let me open up my mail. And now we're gonna configure this, and hopefully you already know how to add notifications to the job. So let's go and add a pause build action, which is going to be email notification, and we're going to add my mail or your mail, and we're going to click on both of these things and we're gonna click on save. So now I actually opened my mail, and we are going to make this fail by passing an incorrect parameter in here. For example, something like this, which is pretty professional actually. And we're gonna click on save. And now if you build this, this is going to complain because that flag or the thing that you actually typed doesn't exist, which means that your job is not correct, and which means that a mail should be sent to this email, because your job is not correct and your job is failing because of some reason. So we're going to go to our mail, and as you can see, we have the error in here, and you have everything, all the output in here, and you're going to find the error. So you can just go ahead and look for it, and let's look for the error. And in here you can see the builder requested, this doesn't exist, what is this? This is the thing that we added, and as you can see, that's actually been passed as a flag, and Maven is saying, hey, what is it? And that's why your job is failing. So once you figure this out, you say, okay, I'm just gonna fix that, because you got a notification on your mail. So you go to configure your job because you know what's happening, or probably a test is failing, so you can call your developers and tell them like, hey, your tests are failing, please do something, or whatever you want. But for now, we're just going to remove this thing that we added. We're gonna click on save, and we're gonna build a project, and now it should build without any problem. So at the end of this execution, we should have a new mail informing that everything is working good and that you can sleep without any issue. So let's go and see what happens. Everything is going good. Our jar was deployed. The mail is being sent. It was already sent. So if you go to your mail, you're gonna find out a new email that is telling you, hey, your build is back to normal. So be happy and go and have some beers or whatever you want. So if you go back, you are going to see your project that now is working. And that's pretty cool, because you don't have to be every single day looking at the dashboard to know what is failing. Jenkins is just going to send you an email and you're going to be happy. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a Docker GitLab server. So we're going to create a service in our virtual machine to host a GitLab server. So the first thing that we're going to do is look for GitLab Docker requirements, and we're going to look in the first result, and here is an important point. The thing is that in CPU we should have 2 cores at least, and in the memory we could have like 4 gigs in RAM, and it says that it's going to be super slow because you actually need to use swap, and the recommended size for this is going to be like 8 gigabytes in RAM. So this is the recommended size. So for this video, I actually have like 16 gigs on my PC, on my laptop. So I'm gonna use this. If you can't use it, try using 4 gigs and then just try and tell me how it goes. So for that, I'm just gonna go to my virtual machine and I will be turning this off. I'm just gonna go here, power off the virtual machine, and I'm going to go here, settings in VirtualBox. We're going to go to the memory section or system, and the base memory for now is 2 gigs. And as you can see, I have 16, so I'm just gonna go to 10 gigs probably. So let's go ahead. I'm just gonna assign this 10 gigs. So we can look in the processors, and I don't know if I should give 2. I'm just gonna give it 1 more, and that's pretty cool. So I'm just gonna hit an OK, and I will start again my virtual machine. Okay, so our machine already started, as you can see here. The thing is that if we go to cat proc CPU info and we grab for cores, we hit enter, and you're gonna see that now we have 2 cores. And if we type free-h, we're going to find out that we have 10 gigs in RAM. So hopefully our GitLab server is going to run with these new hardware resources. So let's go to our Jenkins data folder at the level of our Docker compose file. And now we're going to go to Google and we're going to look for Docker GitLab, and let's search for that, and we're gonna find out the first result, and in here we have how to run this image. So we're going to use the Docker compose file. Let's look for it. This should be there. Let's scroll down a little bit, and here we are. So we're actually gonna copy this all. So let's copy this, and we're gonna open up our Docker compose file, and we're going to paste that in here. Okay, so the first thing that I'm gonna do is that I will format the text in Sublime, and then I will copy the text to my Beam editor. So let's go to Sublime. If you don't have Sublime, don't worry, you can just do that here. And once we open up Sublime, we can just copy that in here, and we're going to start modifying things. We're gonna call this like get. We want this service to be called get, and the image is going to be this image. We're going to remove this restart from here. We're going to remove these environment variables. Let's remove these ports. We're going to change the port to, I don't know, maybe 8090, for example, just to use a different port. And these are the volumes where the data is going to be stored. So we're going to copy this. Let's go to our Vim editor, and in here we're going to create this service under the web service. So here we have our web one. So we're going to enter in here, and we're going to paste that new service that we actually copied to here. And now we're gonna indent this, and as you can see we still need 1 level, so let's hit space in all of this, and that's pretty cool. Now we need to add the networks in this place, so we're gonna do like networks, and we're gonna bind this container to the network net, and just for simplicity we're going to add a container name in here, and this is going to be like Git server or whatever you want. So this is pretty cool. Let's remove this space in here, and we're gonna save this Beam file. And now remember that in order to create our Git server, we need to do a docker compose app-d, and it's going to pull the Git image, the GitLab image from Docker Hub. So as you can see, the process actually may take a while depending on your internet connection. I think that the image is actually like 500 megabytes or something like that. It's actually a little bit heavy, But don't worry, the only thing that you need to do is to wait until the download finishes. Okay, this actually took a while, like 10 minutes or even more. But as you can see, the download already finished and our service is already created automatically via the Docker Compose app dash the instruction that we provided to Docker. So okay, let me clean the screen, and if we do a Docker PS, we're going to find our new server in here. So if we want to see what's happening with this server, we're going to copy the name and we're going to do docker logs-f, and then we pass the name of the container. So if we hit enter, as you can see, this is actually starting up, and this startup may take a while. So the only one thing that you need to do is to wait. Don't worry, it may take a while. I will show you the message that informs you that the service is already up and running. So I will pause the video again. As you can see, this is actually doing a lot of things and may take like 5 minutes more. So let me pause this, and whenever it finishes, I will come back. Okay, the process already finished, as you can see here, and whenever you see this message, chef client finished, and you see the time that it actually took, it means that your service is ready to go. And as you can see, it says GitLab reconfigure. So that's pretty nice. Now we need to create a DNS so we can access this server. So remember that if we take a look to our Docker Compose file, we're going to see this host name here, and this is the name that was defined by default in the GitLab installation. So we're going to copy this name and we're going to create a local DNS to reach this from our browser. Let's go and open up our notepad, and in here, okay, let me open up with administrator permissions. We're going to look for the hosts file in Windows, which is Windows System 32 drivers etc, and we're going to show all the files. So in here we're going to open up this file, and we are going to create a new DNS using exactly this IP address, which stands for our virtual machine IP address. So we're going to copy this, paste that, and we're going to say git, okay, let me copy the name, and we're going to paste that in here. And now we're going to access this GitLab server using this DNS, which actually is pointing to the IP of our virtual machine. So let's go ahead and click on File and Save. And now we're going to close this file, and let's go to our browser. Let's open a new tab and type like gitlab.example.com, and we're going to use the port 8090, because remember that if we go to our Docker Compose file, this means the external port, which means the port that we're going to hit using the browser, and this is actually the port, the internal port that the container is using. So we're going to access through this port, which is 8090. So we're going to copy that and we're going to paste that in here, and we're going to hit enter. And once you do this, you should have a screen like this, and now it's time to change the password. So the password should be like at least 8 characters in length. So let's try like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and let's try to change the password. And as you can see, it was good. So now we need to log in or sign in using the root user and the password that we created, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Let's click on remember me, click on sign in. And this is super cool. As you can see, you have now your own Git server created using Docker. The only one thing here is that you're going to need a little bit of RAM, to run this, like at least 4 gigs in RAM. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, you're going to create your first GitLab repository. So for this, first we need to create a group. And groups, as you can see here, are great to organize projects. So inside of a group, we can have a lot of projects. So we're going to click on this, and we're going to give it a name. We're going to say Jenkins, for example. And as you can see, it actually gives you the URL. And now we're going to define the level, if it's going to be private, internal, or public, and we want this to be private for now. So let's create that group. And now that you have a group, you can start creating projects under that group. And now we're going to create a repository. So let's click on new project in here. And we're going to say that this project is going to be a Maven project, for example. And as you can see, the URL is going to be the Jenkins group and the Maven project. This is going to be private as well, and we're going to click on create the project. As you can see now, this is the Jenkins group that we created, and this is the Maven repository that we created under the Jenkins group. This is the group, and this is the repository. And as you can see, this is the group, and we can have a lot of projects under this group. And all of the projects that we create in here should be related to this main group. You can create as many repositories as you want under one group, and you can create as many groups as you want. And this is just to be a little bit organized. So this is pretty cool. You already learned how to create a group and how to create a repository under that group. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a Docker GitLab server. So we're going to create a service in our virtual machine to host a GitLab server. So the first thing that we're going to do is look for GitLab Docker requirements, and we're going to look in the first result, and here is an important point. The thing is that in CPU we should have 2 cores at least, and in the memory we could have like 4 gigs in RAM, and it says that it's going to be super slow because you actually need to swap, and the recommended size for this is going to be like 8 gigabytes in RAM. So this is the recommended size. So for this video, I actually have like 16 gigs on my PC, on my laptop. So I'm gonna use this. If you can't use it, try using 4 gigs and then just try and tell me how it goes. So for that, I'm just gonna go to my virtual machine and I will be turning this off. I'm just gonna go here, power off the virtual machine, and I'm going to go here, settings in VirtualBox. We're going to go to the memory section or system, and the base memory for now is 2 gigs. And as you can see, I have 16, so I'm just gonna go to 10 gigs probably. So let's go ahead. I'm just gonna assign this 10 gigs. So we can look in the processors, and I don't know if I should give 2. I'm just gonna give it 1 more, and that's pretty cool. So I'm just gonna hit an OK, and I will start again my virtual machine. Okay, so our machine already started, as you can see here. The thing is that if we go to cat proc CPU info and we grab for cores, we hit enter, and you're gonna see that now we have 2 cores. And if we type free-h, we're going to find out that we have 10 gigs in RAM. So hopefully our GitLab server is going to run with these new hardware resources. So let's go to our Jenkins data folder at the level of our Docker compose file. And now we're going to go to Google and we're going to look for Docker GitLab. And let's search for that. And we're going to find out the first result. And in here we have how to run this image. So we're going to use the Docker compose file. Let's look for it. This should be there. Let's scroll down a little bit. And here we are. So we're actually going to copy this all. So let's copy this. And we're going to open up our Docker compose file. And we're going to paste that in here. Okay, so the first thing that I'm going to do is that I will format the text in Sublime, and then I will copy the text to my Vim editor. So let's go to Sublime. If you don't have Sublime, don't worry, you can just do that here. And once we open up Sublime, we can just copy that in here, and we're going to start modifying things. We're going to call this like get. We want this service to be called get, and the image is going to be this image. We're going to remove this restart from here. We're going to remove these environment variables. Let's remove these ports. We're going to change the port to, I don't know, maybe 8090, for example, just to use a different port. And these are the volumes where the data is going to be stored. So we're going to copy this. Let's go to our Vim editor, and in here we're going to create this service under the web service. So here we have our web one. So we're going to enter in here, and we're going to paste that new service that we actually copied to here. And now we're going to indent this, and as you can see, we still need one level, so let's hit space in all of this, and that's pretty cool. Now we need to add the networks in this place, so we're gonna do like networks, and we're gonna bind this container to the network net, and just for simplicity we're going to add a container name in here, and this is going to be like Git server or whatever you want. So this is pretty cool. Let's remove this space in here, and we're gonna save this bin file. And now remember that in order to create our Git server, we need to do a docker compose app-d, and it's going to pull the Git image, the GitLab image from Docker Hub. So as you can see, the process actually may take a while depending on your internet connection. I think that the image is actually like 500 megabytes or something like that. It's actually a little bit heavy, but don't worry, the only thing that you need to do is to wait until the download finishes. Okay, this actually took a while, like 10 minutes or even more. But as you can see, the download already finished and our service is already created automatically via the Docker Compose app-d instruction that we provided to Docker. So okay, let me clean the screen, and if we do a docker ps, we're going to find our new server in here. So if we want to see what's happening with this server, we're going to copy the name and we're going to do docker logs-f, and then we pass the name of the container. So if we hit enter, as you can see, this is actually starting up, and this startup may take a while. So the only one thing that you need to do is to wait. Don't worry, it may take a while. I will show you the message that informs you that the service is already up and running. So I will pause the video again. As you can see, this is actually doing a lot of things and may take like 5 minutes more. So let me pause this, and whenever it finishes, I will come back. Okay, the process already finished, as you can see here, and whenever you see this message, chef client finished, and you see the time that it actually took, it means that your service is ready to go. And as you can see, it says GitLab reconfigure. So that's pretty nice. Now we need to create a DNS so we can access this server. So remember that if we take a look to our Docker Compose file, we're going to see this host name here, and this is the name that was defined by default in the GitLab installation. So we're gonna copy this name and we're going to create a local DNS to reach this from our browser. Let's go and open up our notepad, and in here, okay, let me open up with administrator permissions. We're going to look for the hosts file in Windows, which is Windows System 32, drivers, etc, and we're going to show all the files. So in here we're going to open up this file, and we are going to create a new DNS using exactly this IP address, which stands for our virtual machine IP address. So we're gonna copy this, paste that, and we're gonna say git, okay, let me copy the name, and we're gonna paste that in here. And now we're going to access this GitLab server using this DNS, which actually is pointing to the IP of our virtual machine. So let's go ahead and click on File and Save. And now we're gonna close this file, and let's go to our browser. Let's open a new tab and type like gitlab.example.com, and we're gonna use the port 8090, because remember that if we go to our Docker Compose file, this means the external port, which means the port that we're going to hit using the browser, and this is actually the port, the internal port that the container is using. So we're going to access through this port, which is 8090. So we're going to copy that and we're going to paste that in here, and we're going to hit enter. And once you do this, you should have a screen like this, and now it's time to change the password. So the password should be like at least 8 characters in length. So let's try like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, and let's try to change the password. And as you can see, it was good. So now we need to log in or sign in using the root user and the password that we created, which is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Let's click on remember me, click on sign in. And this is super cool. As you can see, you have now your own Git server created using Docker. The only one thing here is that you're going to need a little bit of RAM, to run this, like at least 4 gigs in RAM. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, you're going to create your first GitLab repository. So for this, first we need to create a group. And groups, as you can see here, are great to organize projects. So inside of a group, we can have a lot of projects. So we're going to click on this and we're going to give it a name. We're going to say Jenkins, for example. And as you can see, it actually gives you the URL. And now we're going to define the level, if it's going to be private, internal, or public, and we want this to be private for now. So let's create that group. And now that you have a group, you can start creating projects under that group. And now we're going to create a repository. So let's click on new project in here. And we're going to say that this project is going to be a Maven project, for example. And as you can see, the URL is going to be the Jenkins group and the Maven project. This is going to be private as well. And we're going to click on create the project. As you can see now, this is the Jenkins group that we created, and this is the Maven repository that we created under the Jenkins group. This is the group, and this is the repository. And as you can see, this is the group, and we can have a lot of projects under this group. And all of the projects that we create in here should be related to this main group. You can create as many repositories as you want under one group, and you can create as many groups as you want. And this is just to be a little bit organized. So this is pretty cool. You already learned how to create a group and how to create a repository under that group. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a user and how to grant that user permissions over this new repository that we created. So we need to create a user first. Let's go to the admin area in here, and we're going to click on users. And we're going to add a new user. So let's click on new user. We're going to say Ricardo, for example, the username for this user, the email. So let's give a fake email for now. So let's scroll down a little bit. This is going to be our regular user, and we're going to create that user. And now that you created the user, we now need to edit this user to set a password. So the password is going to be 1234 1234, and we're gonna click on save changes. And now, okay, password is too short, minimum 8 characters. Yes, what I told you before. So let's go ahead and say 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Okay, and let's click on save changes. And that's pretty cool. So I'm just gonna click on no here, and this is it. Now that you created this user, you need to assign this user permissions to see the Maven repository. So we're gonna go to projects, and here we have our Maven project that was created under the Jenkins group. We're gonna click on that, and we're going to look for manage access. Project members, manage access. We're going to click here, and we're going to look for Ricardo, which is the user that we created. And for now, we're going to give this user maintainer permissions because we are going to need to create the master branch. And if we don't give this role, then we're going to have errors. So let's click on add to project. And this is it. Now, if you clicked on your Maven project, and then you go to the left side hand and click on settings, members, you're gonna see that the Ricardo user actually has access, and we gave that access within 1 minute. So it was 1 minute ago. So now our user is actually capable to do things on this Git repository. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to add code to our new repository. So for that, let's go to Google and let's look for Maven sample app, the same project that we created before. We're gonna look for this, and we're going to clone this in our machine. So let's click on clone or download. We're gonna copy this name, and then we're gonna go to our terminal. Let's go to the Jenkins data folder. Remember that we're outside of the containers in this case. And now, if you type git and you hit enter and you have this error, it's time to install this git command for Linux, this package actually. So let's type sudo joom-y install git and hit enter, and then this is going to install the git client for your Linux distribution. So you only need to wait until this finishes, and then you're going to be able to use the git commands on your terminal. Okay, pretty nice. Now we're gonna clone the code from GitHub. So let's go to GitHub, let's copy this URL, and we're going to clone it. But before cloning it, remember that now I am at the same level of the Docker file. So we're gonna clone this using git clone and the URL that we copied. So let's hit enter. And as you can see, this is actually going to create a folder with this name. So let's look for it. And you're going to find out this folder in here. So this folder actually has the content of the GitHub repository. If you look inside of that folder, you're going to find the same files that we saw before. These files are the files that are in here in the Git repo on GitHub. So now that we have the code from GitHub in our machine, we need to upload this code to our GitLab server. So if we go here to our GitLab and we click on the Maven project that we created, and if you scroll down a little bit, you're going to find out how to clone this repository. So let's copy this command, which is a git clone. We're going to go to our terminal, and in here, at the same level of the Docker compose file, we're going to paste that in here. And as you can see, we have an error that says gitlab.example.com couldn't resolve the name. That's because this DNS GitLab doesn't exist in this virtual machine. We created this record in the Windows machine, but we haven't created this on the virtual machine. So we need to go and do something like vi etc hosts, and we need to create a new record so we can reach that DNS. And we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to point this record to our local host. So we're going to save that. And now we're going to try to clone this again. And as you can see, now we have an error in here, and that's because we need to specify the port 8090 in here. Remember, that's the port that we have been using. So we need to define that there. And we hit enter, and then it's going to ask for input. But if we want to do this automatically, we can hit Control C, and then we're gonna pass the credentials in here. So we're gonna say like the user that we created, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, which is the password at the Git server. And if you hit enter, you're going to see that the repository is automatically cloned. So if we do an ls, you're going to see that repository in here, which is the Maven repo. But if you go inside of that folder, you're going to find out that it's empty. So we need to populate information in here. So for that, we're going to do a cp from the simple Java Maven application, and we're going to copy everything from here into this directory, and we want this to be recursively because we have folders. So if we do this, what you're going to see is that now we have the readme, the Jenkins, and the POM, and the source, and all the files that are here in this GitHub repository. So now if you do a git status, then you are going to see that these files are new files. So we need to add these files to our Git repository. So let's do git add, and we put a dot in here, and that means that we're adding everything. As you can see, this is a new file, so we're going to do something like git commit -m, and we're going to say add Maven files or something like that, and then you do git push origin master and hit enter. And as you can see, we're actually uploading that code to our Git server, to our Git repository. So if we now go to the browser, to our Git server, and we reload this, you are going to see that these are the files that we actually uploaded 29 seconds ago, and this is the commit, the message that we included, and these are all of the files. So that's pretty cool. Right now you have all of the project, the Java project, in your Git server. So that's pretty cool. Now we're going to integrate this repository to our Maven job, so we can retrieve the code from here instead of retrieving the code from GitHub. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to modify this Maven job in order to retrieve this code from our Git server. So we're going to configure this Maven job to fetch all the code, or to clone all the code from our Git server, and to build and to do all the entire process that we're doing, but now with our code. So as you can see, if you go and configure your Maven job, you're gonna find out that you are using the GitHub code. So now we want to change that because we want to use this repository instead of using the GitHub one. So for that, the first thing that we need to do is that we need to create a user, because remember that this repository has authentication. So let's go to credentials, let's click on Jenkins, global credentials, and we're going to add a new credential. And this new credential is going to be a username with a password. So the username is going to be the Git user that we created, which is Ricardo. The password is going to be the password for that user, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And the ID is like whatever you want. So I will call this like Git user, and then we click in OK. So after that, we can go again to the Maven job. We can configure that again. And now, if you go to the source code management and you click on credentials, you're going to find your credentials that you created there. So that's cool. Let's pick that one. And now we need to change this URL. So let's go ahead and delete this, and we're going to use the Maven URL. So you know that the Maven URL is this one, but it must end with .git. So it's like this URL.git. But now we need to do a couple of changes in here, because remember that this clone is going to happen inside of the Jenkins container. Because if you go to your Docker Compose file, let me go out of here, and if you take a look to your services, you can see that you define your Git service as a Git. So that means that your Jenkins container or your DB or your remote host, they all can reach each other using these names. So if we go inside of the Jenkins container and we try to do a curl, for example, to gitlab.example.com, you're gonna find this error, couldn't resolve host. But if you do a curl to git, you're going to find an answer. So same thing if you ping gitlab.example.com, you're going to find errors. But if you ping the Git server, you're going to find an answer. So this is the cool part of using networks, because whenever you use a network, you're actually creating an internal communication between the containers, and they can reach each other using an internal DNS. So that's nice. So let's go and modify this. Okay, this is Git, but this port is not correct, because if we take a look to our Docker Compose file again, you're gonna see that this is the external port, and this stands for the internal port. So if we do exactly the same thing and we log in inside of the Jenkins container and we try to do a curl to git on port 8090, you're going to find out errors. But if you do a curl using the 80 port, you're going to find an answer, which is pretty cool. And that's because of this configuration: external port, internal port. And remember that when we are configuring this Jenkins server, we're using internal communication, so we should use the port number 80. So let's go and click on save. And now we are ready to build our project. So let's go ahead and build this. Go to the console output. And as you see, the first thing that this is actually doing is retrieving the code from the Git and the repository that is created there. And as you can see, it's downloading the last commit, which is adds Maven files, and that's correct because that was the commit that we did like 10 minutes ago when we uploaded that code. And if we scroll down a little bit, everything else is going good because the structure of the repository is exactly the same structure. We're only downloading the code from a different source, but the code is exactly the same. So the package for the yard is actually working, the test is working, and the deployment is actually working as well. So as you can see, this is how you integrate your Git server with your Maven job in order to do an internal communication between containers and using authentication, of course. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about Git hooks. So if you have never heard about Git hooks before, don't worry, but you must know that a Git hook is like a trigger. For example, whenever someone pushes to any branch, then a trigger is going to happen, and then you can define what you want to do. So for example, whenever a developer pushes to your master branch, for example, you could trigger a script that is going to call your Maven job and trigger that new build for that yard, downloading the new code and all of that stuff. So that's basically what a git hook does. It's nothing but a trigger when an event happens. In this case, we're going to be talking about push events, whenever someone pushes to a certain branch. So for this, we need to create that git hook inside of the git container. So if we do docker ps and then we go inside of the git server and we do bash in here, let's go to var opt git love git data repositories, the group that we created and the repository that we created. So let's hit enter, and if we do an ls, you're going to find this structure which stands for the repository structure. So in here we're going to create a new directory which is going to be custom hooks, and we're going to change directory to that directory, and in here we're going to create the script that is going to be triggered anytime that someone pushes to this repository. So I will show you, I have the file already created here, and I'm pretty sure that you are already familiar with this. We're doing something pretty simple in here. We're saying if the branch is equals to master, then you know we're going to generate the crumb, and finally we're going to trigger the Maven job. Here I'm just gonna say Maven job. We're going to trigger the Maven job passing that crumb, the authentication that we created before, and remember that in here we should use Jenkins because it's going to be internal. It's not going to be Jenkins.local, but it's going to be the Jenkins name that we define in the Docker Compose file. So it's pretty simple. Whenever a push occurs, this script is going to be triggered, and this is going to say, okay, if the branch is master, then generate a crumb and trigger the Maven job. That's simple. So let me copy this all, and we're going to go inside of the container in the custom hook directory, and we're going to create a post receive file. And in here, we're going to paste that content. Let me copy this again. Let me save this, and that's it. If you cut your file, then you're going to see exactly the same thing. If the branch equals to master, then generate a crumb and trigger the Maven job, right? And remember that the Maven job is actually going to download the code because we already configured that. So this is it. Let me give this executable permissions like change mode plus X, pause receive. And now we go one level back, and if you take a look to the owner and the group of this, you can see that the root is the owner. So we need to change that to git and git. So let's do change owner, git, group git to the custom hooks directory recursively. Let's hit enter. And as you can see now, we have the git as the owner and the git as the group. So that's pretty cool. Let's go out of this. And now you have created your git hook, and whenever you push something to the master branch, that script that we created is going to be executed, and therefore your job is going to be triggered. So we're going to test that in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to test the git hook that we created before. So let's go to the Maven folder that we created. Remember that this folder actually refers to our Git server. If you do a cat config, or I think it's like git/config, you're going to see that this is our gitlab.example.com. So we want to modify the coding here to trigger the git hook doing a commit and then a push. So let's grab recursively for hello. And as you can see, we have two files. So we're going to modify the app.java, which is the application, the code for the application. And we're going to say hello world from Git and Jenkins. We're going to save that. And we're going to modify the test code for the tests. So let's modify this. And we're going to look for this line that says try assert equals, and we're going to say hello world from Git and Jenkins. We're gonna save this, and this is it. So if we do now a git status, you're gonna see two files modified, the app.java and the apptest.java. So if we go to our project, our Maven project, and if we reload this, you can see that the last execution was the number 18. So let's go ahead and do a commit, git add source, git commit -m, and we're going to say like test git hook trigger. and then you do a git push origin master and you hit enter, you're going to see that you have in here the upload process and you have here the output of the curl command. So if we go to our Jenkins job, you can see here that the Jenkins user was the one that started this, and now we're downloading the new code, which is the commit that we did. That's test git hook trigger that's been downloaded in here, and after that the new code is going to be packaged as a yard, is going to be tested. And remember that that code had a different message. So if we go down here, you're going to see the modifications that we did. Hello word from Git and Jenkins, which is pretty cool. So it means that whenever someone change any code or any file in your repository and that person pushes to your repository, this job is going to be triggered, and therefore it's going to be testing the new code. It's going to be downloading the new code, building it, testing it, and finally deploying it if everything goes good. So let's do a new test in here. Let's go to our repository and let's modify something different. So for example, let's modify the test. Let me grab recursively or for hello, and let's modify the test. So we're going to make this fail because we're going to modify this code and we're going to say hello world from Git. And as you see, if we go to the other file, we have a different message, and therefore this assert equal is going to fail with this message. So we're going to save this and we're going to do git status again, git add source, and we're going to say git commit -m intentional failure. And we're going to do a push to origin master. It's going to say okay, so we go to our job and we take a look to the execution. Let's go to the console output of this. And this job should fail doing the tests because we modified the code and we actually did an intentional failure, something like simulating a bug in your code, and that bug is going to make your job fail. So as you can see here, we actually have the failure because here is the reason, but the main reason is because the two files have different content and the test is only looking if the content is the same. If it's not the same, then it's going to fail. And as you can see, it actually failed with the message that we expected, and we have an error here. So in this way is how you can catch errors in your code, because whenever someone pushes a code that has a bug or something, your Jenkins job is going to fail, and then you're going to see why this failed and what is the root cause for this failure. So this is it for this video. Hope you've learned a lot from this. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, I will introduce you the objectives for this section. So far, we have been creating the jobs manually. We go to the dashboard, we click on new item, we click on configure, we click everything. But wouldn't it be cool if you could be able to create jobs using code? Well, that's what we're going to learn in here. So if we go and we type Jenkins DSL plugin in Google, let's go to this particular wiki. And as you can see, we have the homepage in here for the DSL, a couple of examples, and more. So basically, we are going to be learning how to create jobs using code, using Groovy actually. So this is what we're going to be learning. We're going to cover everything you need to know to manage DSL, and we're going to be recreating some jobs that we already created manually, but now using DSL. So this and more, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to install the DSL plugin in Jenkins. So you already know how to install this plugin. Let's go to Manage Jenkins. Then let's click on Manage Plugins. Let's go to the Available tab. And in here, let's filter using the DSL keyword. And as you can see, the job DSL appears in the first place. So let's click on this. Let's go and install this without restart. And we're gonna click on Restart Jenkins when the installation is complete. Now, the only one thing that we need to do is, to wait until this process completed and until Jenkins completely reboots. The reboot process already finished, so let's check our installation. Going to manage Jenkins, then going to manage plugins. Let's go to the installed tab and let's filter using the DSL keyword. And as you can see, we now have the job DSL installed. So that's pretty cool. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about the seed job. And well, you must know that the seed job is nothing else but a job. And that job actually creates new jobs. That's why it has this name. So this is a seed. You configure all of the jobs that you want to create inside of that job, and then that job is going to create all of those jobs. So we can say that the seed job is like the parent job of all the jobs that are going to be created. So let me show you. If we create a new item, let's call it like job VSL or whatever you want, freestyle project. Let's click OK. And then if we scroll down a little bit to the build section and we add a build step, let's look for process job DSL. In here, as you can see, we have two main options: use the provide DSL script or look on the file system. So this look on the file system is going to load a file on the Jenkins container file system, and this is going to allow us to type in here the configuration manually. So for now, we're going to be working in here, and then we're going to use this look on the file system. So the thing is that you define all of the configuration in here or in the file that you define, and then whenever you execute this seed job or this parent job, all of the content in here is going to be executed, and therefore everything that is defined in here is going to be created. So this is this simple. We're going to be learning more about this in the next videos. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create our first DSL job. I mean, we already created the parent job, which is the seed job, but now we're going to create something like a child. So if we go to our terminal, let's go to the Jenkins data folder, and I will leave you a folder in here, which is DSL, in the resources for this section. So if you go to that folder, you're going to find a lot of files in here. I actually created all of these files for you to completely understand every single part of DSL. So let's go ahead and look to the easiest one, which is the job file. And as you can see, it's pretty simple. You call a function, which is the job function, and then you pass a parameter or an argument, which is a string. And this string is going to have the name of the job to be created. So let's go ahead and modify this file, and we're going to say job DSL created, or name it as you want, and we're gonna save this. And if we go ahead and copy this content, which means we're going to create a job that is going to be called like this, and it's going to have an empty configuration. So let's copy this, and if we go to our seed job and we paste that in here, then let's go ahead and save this. And once we do this, let's build this project and see what happens. And as you can see, the execution succeeded. And if we go inside of the execution, you're going to see that the generated job DSL created was successfully created. So if we go to our main window, to the dashboard, you can see the new job that was created. And if you click in that job, then you're gonna say that the parent job or the seed job for this child is actually this job DSL. This means that this job actually created this child. So if you want to know where did I take these values from, okay, let's go to Google, and we're going to look for Jenkins DSL, hit enter, and let's look for this Jenkins CI.github.io. Let's hit enter in here, and you have all of the documentation in here for you to use. So if we click on job, you can see the examples in here. Well, it actually looks a little bit complicated because we haven't touched anything of this, but if you see here, this is the most basic example, which means you call the job function, you pass a string and an empty body, and then you're going to have an empty job. And if we go to the job that was created and we click on configure, what do you think that this job is going to have? Well, let's take a look. And as you can see, this job is actually empty. And that's because if we go to our file, we didn't define anything inside of these curly braces, which means that this job is empty. So this is pretty cool. You already created your first DSL job. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a description for a job. I don't know if I told you that you can add a description to a job. For example, if you configure this job, you're going to find out here a field that allows you to add a description for this job. So for example, if you say something like this is a test job and you save that, that is going to appear under the main name. And this only gives you an idea of what this job is about. So okay, let's learn how to create a description using DSL. By the way, it's not a good idea to modify a job created by DSL because as you can see here, it says this item has been changed manually. They should be modified using the job DSL, the seed job instead. So let's go to our seed job. Let's go here and let's configure this job, and I will show you in the terminal a new file which is a description file. And here we have a new function, and okay, we're defining our job in here, and we're going to be working with this new job because I think that all the files have this name. So I just changed the name from the previous video for you to see that you can name it as you want, but we're going to be using this name. Okay, so inside of the curly braces, you can add a description and then you can pass a simple string telling what this job is about. If you don't know where to find it, remember that you can go to the documentation and look for description. And you scroll down and look for freestyle job, you're going to see the same example or a pretty similar example. So let's copy this. We're gonna copy this. Let's go to our DSL and let's paste that in here. And now we're going to create a new job that is going to be a job DSL example, and it's going to have this description. So let's save this seed job. Let's go ahead and build this. And as you can see, it was successful. So let's go to the dashboard. And as you can see now, we have this job DSL example in here. And if we click on it, you're going to find the description field populated. If you go ahead and configure this job, you are also going to see the description in here as a configuration. So that's great. You already know how to add a description to a job using DSL. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about parameters, how you can create parameters using DSL. So let's look the parameters file in here. And as you can see, it's pretty simple. You define parameters and then you define these curly braces, and inside of the curly braces, the type of the parameter. So in this case, we have a string parameter, and in here you pass the name of that parameter. If you want, you can define a default value, and if you want, you can define a description. Same thing in here. We pass a Boolean parameter, the name, and we define if it's true or if it's false. And we can pass a choice parameter as well, the name of that parameter, and then we pass a list with the options, and we can even define a default one. It's important to say that you can use 1 or 2 or 3 or the ones that you prefer. So if you want to find more information about parameters, let's go to the documentation. Let's look for parameters in here, and always look for freestyle job. So in here, look for it, and as you can see, we have a lot of examples. If you click on these 3 dots, you're going to find all of the available options. So I am just giving you the normal ones, probably the options that you are always going to be using or most of the times. So let's go ahead and copy this. We're going to go to our job. Let's go to the seed job. We're going to configure this, and we're going to paste this new code in this configuration. So let's paste that in here, and this new job is going to be called DSL example. This is going to have this description and these parameters. So let's save this and let's build this job. The execution succeeded, as you can see here. So let's go to the dashboard. Let's go to our job DSL example. And in here, if we go to configure this job, you're going to find out that you have already parameters. So this already marked this as parameterized. And you can see that you have a simple string parameter, which is planet. The default value is world, and the description, this is the world. So if we take a look to our DSL, name, default value, and descriptions. So these are the fields. Let's go to the second one, which is the Boolean parameter, name flag, and it's true by default, flag and true, pretty cool. And then we should have a choice parameter, which is named option, and with a list with option 1, 2, and 3. So let's scroll down, and exactly like this, you're going to find the option, choice parameter, and the choices in here. So if you save that and you click on build with parameters, you are going to be presented with all of these parameters that are available for the execution of the job. So this is pretty cool. You already know how to create a job and how to create parameters for that job using DSL. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to define a source code management using DSL. So if we take a look to the CSM file that I will leave you, you're going to see our current progress. A job that is named job DSL example, a description, some parameters, and now this is the new thing. And as you can see, we're going to use the Git plugin. We're going to point to the repository, the GitHub repository for the Maven application, and we're going to define the branch, which is the master branch. That's simple. This is only like 3 lines of code, and that's super simple to understand. But if you want to know more about this, you can always go to the documentation and look for SCM and look for freestyle project, and you are going to find out some examples. If you click on this, then you're going to find a lot of things that you can do in here. So for now, to keep it simple, let's copy this all in here, and we're gonna modify our job DSL. So let's go to the dashboard, job DSL, which is the seed job. Let's click on configure, and in here we're gonna go down, we're going to delete this all, and now we're gonna paste the new code. So this is exactly the same thing that we did before, but now we're adding a new step, and this is going to configure where our code is located. So let's hit on save, and if you hit build now, then this job DSL example is going to be modified with the new changes. So let's go to the dashboard. Let's look for this job. Let's click on configure. And as you can see, you have all of the things that we did before, description, parameters, and now you have your Git already configured. It means you have already the repository URL configured, and you already have specified the branch, which is master. So this is great. You already know how to define a source code management using DSL to download or to clone any Git repository in a Jenkins job. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about triggers. So let's take a look to the triggers file that I will leave you. And as you can see, we're now adding a new step in here, which is triggers, and we're adding a cron expression in here. So this means that our job is going to be configured in such a way that it's going to be triggered using this cron expression. So let's go ahead and copy this. We're going to go to our main job. Let's go to Jenkins. Let's go to the DSL job, which is the seed job. Let's go ahead and configure this, and we're going to add this new code. So let's delete this, let's add this code. Let's go ahead and save this. So let's click on build. The execution succeeded. So let's go outside of here. Let's go to our job DSL example. Let's click on configure. And as you can see, the configuration is already in place. We have our source code management, and now we have the trigger already configured. And as you can see, the build periodically option is marked, and the schedule is the expression that we passed in this DSL script. So this is perfect. You already know how to trigger your job using a cron expression, and you know how to configure that using DSL. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to add a shell execution in our job using DSL. So let's look at the steps file in here. And as you can see, we're keeping everything exactly the same. And now we're adding a new section, which is the steps section. And this is nothing else but the option that you choose when you want to add a new step. So let me show you. If we go to this Ansible test and we click on configure, then we scroll down a little bit, and if we go to the part where it says build and we add a build step, and if you click on execute shell and then you have this prompt, this is what we're going to configure. So let's go to the dashboard in here. Let's leave this, and in here we're going to add a shell step that is going to say hello world. So you say steps, and inside of the curly braces you say I want this to be a shell and I want to execute this hello world. If you want to know more, remember you can always go to the documentation and you look for steps, look for freestyle job, and you're going to find a lot of examples there. Always click these three dots and look for whatever you need. So for now, let's keep it simple. We're going to copy these all. We're going to configure our job DSL, which is the seed job. Let's click on configure, let's scroll down, and we're going to paste the new code in here. Let's save this, and we're going to build this project. And as you can see, if we now go to our job DSL example and we configure this job, let's see what this has. Let's scroll down a little bit, and we have everything, the source code management, the triggers, everything is in place. And now we have a new step, which is executing a shell command that says echo hello world. So this is pretty cool. But now what happens if you want to add more than one line? So let's go ahead and modify our steps file. And if we want to add more than one line, then we simply add 3 quotes in here. We hit enter, and we finish this with 3 quotes. And inside of these 3 quotes, we can add all the content that we want. So let's put this in here, and we can say, for example, echo hello world, and we could say running script, and then we could run on a script like /temp/script.sh, and that is going to be done. So let's copy this new code in here. Let's save this, and we're going to go to the seed job. Let's go ahead and configure this, and we're going to add the new code in here. So let's delete this, let's paste the new one, and let's build this and see what happens. So the execution succeeded. Let's go back and let's take a look at our job DSL example. Let's go to configure. Let's scroll down, and as you can see, we have all of the instructions that we define in our file, and they all are in the same shell execution. So you already know how to run a shell command, how to configure that in your job using DSL. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to configure the mailer or the mail step using DSL. So let's take a look to our mailer file, and you're going to find exactly the same thing that we did before. And I actually added here a new shell step, so you can see that you can add 1 or 2 or 3, as many as you want. And now we add a new section, which is the publishers, and in here you have the mailer, and then you specify the email where the notification is going to arrive, and you define the 2 boxes that we normally click, true and true. This simple. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go to our DSL job. Let's configure this, and we're gonna paste this new code in here. Let's delete the current one. Let's paste this, hit save, and build this job and see what happens. The execution was success, so let's go to the dashboard. Let's look to our DSL example. Let's click on configure. Let's scroll down, and now you can see that in the post build actions we have already configured this email notification, and the email or the recipient is going to be me@example.com, and that configuration is made in here. So you can change the mail to the mail that you want, and this is pretty cool. Remember that if you want to know more about this, you can always go to the documentation and look for publisher. Let's go to the freestyle job, and we have a lot of publishers, so let's look for mailer maybe. So let's click on this, and you're going to find out how to use this from the documentation. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to recreate the Maven job that we manually created, but now we're going to create this using DSL. So let's click on this job, and we're going to take a look at the configuration of this job so we can start building our DSL script. So let's go ahead to our terminal, and I will leave you a Maven file that you are going to find under resources, and we're going to be working with this. So let's take a look. The first thing that we need in here is the source code management. Let's go back to our terminal, and as you can see here, we are defining that the job is going to be called Maven underscore DSL. This is the final name for our job, and then we're giving this a sample description, which is Maven DSL project, and in here we're defining the source code management. In this case, we're going to be using the GitHub URL. Remember, that's the first configuration that we did. So we say the URL, and then we specify the branch. If you're wondering about what this means, don't worry, because I found this in the internet. Let me show you. If we go here and we look in the documentation for Git, and let's look for SCM context, you're going to see that it actually creates a tag for every build by default. And as we are not creating any tags or anything like that, then as this is enabled by default, I actually faced some errors because of these tags. So I googled a little bit, and I found that in order to disable those default tags, we need to paste this code in here. Don't worry, this is actually a quick search in Google. Okay, so let's keep taking a look to our Maven project. After we defined the source code management, we need to define the build steps. And the first build step that we need to do is to invoke a Maven command. So let's take a look to our script DSL in here. Let's go ahead and modify this file because I think we need to do a couple of modifications in here. And as you can see, this Maven means invoke top level Maven targets. If you go to the documentation and you look for Maven, for example, and you click on the first one, you are going to find how to use this. And as you can see, we need to call a Maven function and then start passing parameters or arguments. So in here, we're calling this Maven step, and we're passing the Maven installation. Remember, the Maven installation means the name that we gave to this installation. In this case, it's Jenkins Maven. So let's go and modify this. It's Jenkins Maven. Now we need to define the goals, as you can see here, and these are the goals. So this is correct, as you can see here. So if you want to know how did I find this Maven installation, let's go here and look for it. As you can see, this is the Maven installation, and a lot of things that we're not using. I am just giving you the things that you are going to need in a simple way so you can understand. Okay, Maven installation is okay, goals are okay. Nice. So let's take a look to our job. We need to invoke a second step, which is again a Maven. We define the version again, and now the goals are going to be test. So we define the second step in here. Maven installation, it's going to be Jenkins Maven for this case, and the goals are test. That's good. So finally, we need to define a shell command, remember, where we deploy our jar. So that's like this. You say shell, and remember that if we want to execute some commands or more than one, we can add quotes, 3 quotes at the beginning, 3 quotes at the end, and inside of that we can create new lines specifying what should be executed in this shell command. So in this case, I am just doing this because remember that the last time when we tried to do this, that didn't look good. So I just changed that to this, running the jar, and then we are deploying this jar. Same command, java-jar, and we point to the jar. Java-jar, and we point to the jar. That's good. And finally, we go to the publisher section, which are the post build actions. Okay, so archived artifact, and we pass the same value, which is target asterisk.jar, target asterisk.jar, exactly the same. After that, we need to publish the JUnit test result, and that's done adding a new step, which is publishing the JUnit and passing this value. So we do this in here, archive JUnit, and we pass exactly the same value. And finally, we added a mail notification in here. So you know how to add notifications in a DSL. So that's mailer, you define the mail, true and true. And that's it. If you have questions about this archive artifact or archive JUnit, let's go to the documentation and look for publishers, which are like post actions. And as you can see, in this example for publishers, we have archive artifacts, which is the function that we're using in here, and we have the archive JUnit, which is the option that we are using in here. So this is pretty simple. Now we're going to save this DSL. Let's save this. We're gonna cut this DSL. Let's copy the content, and now we're going to go to our main job, which is the DSL job, the seed job. We're going to configure this, and we're going to add a new job in the last part of this file. So let's hit enter, and we're going to add the new job that we're going to create. So let's go ahead and click on save. Let's build this job, and remember that the name of this job is going to be Maven DSL. So let's look for it in here, Maven DSL, as you can see. Let's take a look to the configuration, and we're going to find out the CSM defined. We're going to see the package step, the test step, the deployment step, and finally the post actions, which is archive the artifacts, publish the JUnit, and sending an email notification. So that's good. Let's go ahead and build this project so we can make sure that this is working as expected. So let's go to the console output for this, and we're going to wait until this finishes. So let's take a quick look. This already downloaded the code from GitHub. Now it's packaging the jar. After that, it's running the tests, as you can see here, and finally running this execution, which is deploying the jar. And as you see, this is sending an email because we have an error in here, and that's on the deployment section. You can see unable to access jar file on this workspace, and that's because remember that we should pass in here the current workspace for this, and this is wrong because remember that the workspace should be exactly the same name of the job. So let's go and modify this, because if you see, we actually have this job as failure. So let's go to our seed job, let's click on this, let's configure that, and remember that the workspace has the same name of the job. So in this case, it's going to be Maven DSL, and that's it. So let's go ahead and save this. Let's build it again, and when we build again, this seed job is going to replace the jobs that have different changes. In this case, our Maven DSL had a wrong configuration. Now we fixed that in the main job or in the seed job, and if we go to configure, you can see that the seed job already replaced the new configuration and put that in place, as you can see here. So let's go ahead and save this, and let's build this, and hopefully it should work. So let's take a look on this. Let's go to console output. The download of the code was good. The package step looks good. The tests are running, I think. Yes, they are going good. And as you can see, this time it was successful because we fixed the error that we had, and now our execution is successful. So this is pretty cool. You already know how to create the Maven DSL job that we created manually, but you already know how to create that using DSL. So I hope you've learned a lot from this. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to save the code that we created in Git. So let's go ahead and create a new project. And this new project is going to be under the Jenkins group that we already created, and we're going to call this like VSL jobs, or as you prefer. And let's click on create this project. Now that we have this project created, it's time to grant permissions to the user Ricardo. So let's go to members and let's add that Ricardo user in here with maintainer permissions. Let's click on add to project, and that was good. So if you go to your Jenkins group, you're going to find that now you have two projects. The Maven project that we created in the past, and this new project where we're going to save the DSL jobs that we're going to be creating. So let's click on these DSL jobs, and now we're going to scroll down and we're going to copy this clone command, and we're going to go here to our terminal. Let's go to the same level of the Docker Compose file, paste that in here. So the first thing that we need to do is to add the port 8090, and remember that we can pass the credentials in here to avoid passing interactive input. So this is it. Let's hit enter, and as you can see, now we have these DSL jobs, and if we change directory to that directory, you're going to see that this is empty. So let's create a new file. Let's go to our Jenkins seed job, which is the job DSL. Let's configure this, and now we're going to copy all of this that we created. Let's copy that. Let's create a new file inside of this repository. Let's call it like jobs. Let's paste that in here. Let's make sure that everything is good, that we're not missing anything. Okay, looks good. Let's save this, and if you do git status, then you have your new file in here. So let's do git add jobs, git commit -m, and you are going to say add DSL jobs, for example, and let's do a git push origin master. Hit enter. This is pushing, and as you can see, it was good. So let's go to our Git server. Let's refresh this, and as you can see, now we have this file that holds all of the jobs that we have created so far. So in the next video, we're going to learn how to trigger the seed job using Git hooks, because probably you don't want to keep going here, configuring, adding jobs, deleting this from here. Probably you don't want to do that. So we're going to automate that process using Git hooks. So whenever you modify it or you add a new job in this file, then the seed job is going to be triggered, and it's going to download the new content and is going to create the new jobs automatically. So that's what we're going to learn in the next lesson. So see you there. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to trigger or how to deploy our DSL jobs whenever we push changes to our Git repository. So remember that in order to trigger a job from Git, we need to create a Git hook. So let's go ahead and create a new Git hook. Let's log in inside of the Git server container. And if you remember the path, that's like var, opt, gitlab, git, data, repositories, Jenkins. And now we're going to go to the DSL jobs.git that we created. So remember that in here we need to create a custom hooks directory. So let's do custom hooks, enter, and we need to create the post receive file. So we're going to copy that file from the Maven repository, custom hooks, post receive file, and we're going to copy that in the custom hooks directory that we created. So if we do an ls now and we go to the custom hooks directory, you're going to find out the post receive file in here. So let's modify that, and remember that the only one thing that we need to change here is the URL for the job that we want to trigger. In this case, we want that at any time that someone pushes to our DSL project, we want to trigger the seed job. And if we go to the Jenkins dashboard and we look for the seed job, remember that the name or the URL for this is job DSL. So let's copy this and we're gonna paste that in here. So cool. So we're saying that whenever someone pushes to the master branch, we want to trigger the seed job, which is the job DSL. Cool. So let's go outside of here. Let's go one level back and let's change the owner of this folder because this is the root and should be Git. So let's do change owner Git colon git custom hooks recursively, hit enter. If you do an LL, you can see here that now the owner is correct. So let's go outside of this container. Let me clean the screen. And okay, we already created our git hook. So now when we push to the master branch, that git hook is going to call the seed job. Nice. So the second thing that we need to do is to configure our DSL seed job, because remember that if our git hook is going to call this job, then this job should download the new code. So let's go to the source code management inside of the seed job. Let's go ahead and click on git, and let's define the URL for the repository that we want to download when this job gets triggered. So let's go to our GitLab and let's look for the URL of this. So this is the URL. Let's copy this. Let's paste that in here. Remember, in here, this is internal, so we need to use the git name and the port 80, and this should end in that git. Remember that in this case we need to define the credentials, so let's pick up these credentials, and now you have no errors. So now once you download this code, remember that the file that we created is called jobs. So probably we want to build the jobs in the seed job using this file. So let's go down to the seed job configuration, and now we want to say that we don't want to use this anymore. Instead, we want to look for a file in the file system. Remember, whenever we download the code, we're going to find this jobs file in the root of the workspace. So we can reference that file using the name jobs. Because remember, we're going to download this repository, and in this repository the only file that exists is this, the jobs file. So this is what we're going to say. We say, hey DSL, please look on the file system for this file which is called jobs. Because remember that we're going to modify this file, and in here is where we're going to be adding new jobs. Now you are downloading the DSL repository, and in here you are telling DSL to look for the jobs file and build whatever it's inside of that file. So let's save this, and now we need to go to Jenkins, manage Jenkins, and we need to go to the configure global security. And now remember that we modified our seed job, and now that seed job is going to execute the file, the local file that it's been downloaded. So we need to go ahead to this section and we need to uncheck this, because by default DSL doesn't allow you to execute scripts on local files. That's because of security reasons, but if you know what you are doing, then just go ahead and uncheck this. Otherwise you will always need to be approving everything, and probably you don't want to do that. So let's uncheck this in order to allow DSL to execute the local file that we defined in the configuration of our job. So let's save this, and now I think we are ready. So we're going to go to our repository in our local machine, and we're going to modify the jobs file, and we're going to imagine that we want to create a new job. So I will just take this job as an example. Let's copy that, and we're going to go to the last part of this file, and we're going to enter, and we're going to paste the new job in here. So let's think that this is the configuration for the new job that we are creating. So we want to call this job a little bit weird, so we can differentiate this. Let's call it like git job test hooks, or whatever you want, just to make this different. What should happen is that whenever we push these changes to the repository, this job with this configuration should be created. Because remember, when we push these changes to the Git repository, what should happen is that the Git hook that we created is going to trigger the job DSL, and this job DSL is going to download the new code, and in that new code is this change that you are pushing. So DSL is going to download that new code, and then it's going to look for the jobs file, and it's going to create all of the jobs that are inside of this file. So for now, if we go to the dashboard, you can see that we don't have any Git job created. So let's go ahead and save this new file that we created or that we actually modified. If you do a Git status, you're going to see that this is modified. And if you do git def, you're going to see the differences. And the differences are the new text that we added. So let's go and do a git add jobs, git commit -m, and we're going to say adds a new test git job, and we now are going to do a git push origin master, hit enter, and here the magic should happen. As you can see, this push event triggered our git hook, and our git hook is actually calling the job DSL, which is the seed job. So now if we go to the job DSL and if we look at the executions, you're going to find this last execution. So let's go to the console output. You're going to see that was started by the user Jenkins, and after it's started, it's going to download the DSL repository, and you can see the commit message is the message that we added in here, which is adds a new test git job. You can find exactly that message, which means that the new version of the file that we uploaded, it's been downloaded, and finally the job DSL is looking for the jobs file and it's generating the new item, as you can see here, the new item that we actually uploaded to Git. So if we go to the Jenkins dashboard and we look for this Git job test hooks, you're going to find the job in here, and if you go there and you configure that job, you're going to find out all of the configurations, all of the fake configurations that we defined inside of the jobs file. Because if you take a look to your jobs file, you're going to see that this is the fake configuration that we defined in order to test. So you actually created this new job only doing a git push because Jenkins took all the work and did all the magic for you. So it's pretty important that you understand every single thing that we did so you can have a clear understanding, and in the future you can create all the things that you want and you can integrate a lot of things together like the things that we are doing in here. So I hope that you have learned a lot from these videos. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to have a look at continuous integration only, because in the introduction video, we actually saw all of these steps together, and probably that's too much information at once. So we're going to split it, and we're going to be talking here about continuous integration. So, okay, it's super important to keep in mind that your code should always be versioned using probably Git or something that you want. In this case, let's think that you have a Git repository and you have your code there. So we're going to be thinking about a Java application. Your developers are pushing code here and are pushing Java code, right? So your continuous integration process will be started by your Git server, probably using a Git hook or the way that you prefer. Then your Jenkins or your continuous integration process starts normally building the application. In this case, normally the process starts doing something like Maven package or something like that, and then you start testing that package, that jar, that artifact that you actually built. So that's super important. In continuous integration, you only have the trigger. Okay, the trigger is not actually considered a part of continuous integration, but it's super important. But in the continuous integration process, you have the build of your application using the code that was pushed to your repository, and then you have the functional testing or any kind of test that you want to do there. Remember, testing is super important for a continuous integration process because tests tell you that your application is behaving as you expect. So this is it for this video. Remember, continuous integration is nothing else but building and testing your application. Hello and welcome back. in this video, we're going to be talking about continuous delivery. So what's exactly continuous delivery? Well, let's say that your continuous integration process finished successfully. I mean, your jar or your artifact was built successfully, your tests were working good, and then if everything goes good in here, probably you want to deploy your code to a QA server or to a dev server or a staging server, depends on you. This step is normally optional. That means that you may have it or you may not, depends on you. But normally, when you test your application, you deploy it to a test environment. So there, whenever you start your application in your new dev environment or QA environment, you should start doing again testing, normally acceptance testing, in order to test that everything is going good and to accept or not deploying a production. So remember, continuous integration is nothing else but building and testing. Continuous delivery is an optional step. And here you normally deploy to your test environment and you do a lot of tests there to see if your application is working good or not. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be talking about continuous deployment. Well, and as you may know, or as you may guess, continuous deployment is the final step. Normally, when you have your continuous integration process finished, that you have already built, you have tested a lot, you've deployed to a test environment, you've done a lot of tests there, then it's time to deploy to production. So that's the final step. Depends on what your application is, where your application is hosted. This process could be totally different from one application to another one because it depends on how you set your application. But if you are actually doing it, then you probably know how to deploy it. So in this course, we're going to be having an entire section dedicated for an example of continuous integration and continuous deployment using Docker, building Docker images and doing a lot of fancy stuff there. So please keep in mind that continuous integration and continuous deployment, the normally known CI/CD, it's nothing else but a strategy that allows you to automate the code delivery, reducing errors and reducing manual and human effort. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn what is a pipeline. Well, probably you already know what a pipeline is. And a pipeline is nothing else but the entire workflow that normally it's executed when you're going through the CI/CD process. So as you can see, this is actually a pipeline. It starts with a pipe and it finishes with a pipe. So normally the starting of the pipeline is when you are developing your application. So you develop, you push, you do a lot of things to finally reach production, to finally deploy your application in production. So in the pipeline, you do a lot of things. You can do whatever you want to cover the things that you need to cover. I mean, to cover your build, your test, your deployment. You can create as many steps as you want. So let's take a look at this diagram in here. That is actually on the Jenkins page. You can go to jenkins.io/doc/book/pipeline and you're gonna find this diagram there. Okay, so let's get started. Normally, when someone pushes or commits something, the Git hook is triggered and the workflow starts. So whenever the workflow starts, you can have a lot of stages, and a stage is nothing else but a step of your workflow. So your first step would be something like checking out your code, which means downloading the new code. Remember that we have already done this in previous sections, in the Java section, in the Maven section, even in the DSL section, we did a super simple workflow like this. And here we've got our checkout for our code, which means that we're going to download all the new code. Then probably we want to build our application in here doing a Maven package or any kind of building that you are going to do. And here you probably want to build a Docker image. Don't worry, we're going to learn how to do this. Then you probably want to test it, do a lot of testing here, and finally probably you want to deploy your tested and successful application to production. And as you can see, you can actually save or publish your test unit results, as you already know, using the JUnit plugin. So this is it. Probably you are super familiar with all of these steps because we have done a lot of this. When we work on the Java application in the Maven section, we actually did all of this. So probably you are already familiar with this kind of workflow. So we're going to learn how to create this entire pipeline in here. We're going to learn how to create these stages, how to check out the code, how to build a Docker image, test it, deploy it, and do more things using the core Jenkins pipeline. So let's go ahead and move on to the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how a Jenkins pipeline looks like. And of course, we're going to learn what is a Jenkins pipeline. Well, let me tell you that everything that I told you in the previous video, I mean building your entire workflow, is a complicated task. But Jenkins actually allows you to easily do this. And to do this, we have something that is called Jenkins pipeline, normally known as Jenkins as code, pipeline as code. Well, and this is just a simple example, but probably you are already used to this kind of code because you've done a lot of DSL and probably you can find this familiar. So, okay, this is how a pipeline looks like. It's super simple. You define a pipeline and then you start defining stages. Remember, a stage is nothing else but a step of your workflow. So for example, you say stage, your build stage, and then you do what you want to do in that stage. Stage test, and here you do whatever you want to do there. Third stage, deploy, and then you do whatever you want to do there. So it's super simple to build a pipeline. So here I have an important point, and that is that in Jenkins we've got two types of pipelines. We have the declarative pipeline and the scripted pipeline, as you can see here. And there is a lot of difference between these two because normally the declarative pipeline is super good for people who don't know too much about code. I mean, too much about Java or about Groovy or about programming languages. Normally for sysadmins or people that do not develop applications. So this is like a template and you can define all of your steps in here and it's super simple to do. But in the other hand, we've got the scripted pipeline, and the scripted pipeline is actually a little bit more complicated because it's actually written on Groovy. So you need to define every single thing on Groovy, which is something like Java. And if you don't know Groovy and you don't even know Java, so this is going to be super complicated for you because you need to start learning Groovy and Java. And probably you don't want to do that. So we're going to be talking about this declarative pipeline because it's super simple to use. We only need to follow this structure in here to create stages, and then inside of the stages we can do whatever we want using any programming language or any bash or Ansible or Python. So as I told you, we're going to be using a lot the declarative pipeline in here. You're going to be learning a lot of this, and it's up to you if you want to learn the scripted pipeline. But don't worry because both of these actually work for the same thing. So it actually depends on you what you want to choose. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to install the Jenkins pipeline plugin. So probably you already know how to install plugins. So let's go to Manage Jenkins. Let's skip this for now and let's go to Manage Plugins. And in here, let's go to Install Plugins. In the Install tab, we're going to look for Pipeline because probably you already have that installed. So let's scroll down here. And as you can see, you've got a lot of pipeline plugins installed by default. And this is because when we were setting up Jenkins in our first steps, we clicked on the button that said something like install suggested plugins. And a pipeline is a suggested plugin. So if you didn't install the suggested plugins, then don't worry, you can always go to available and you can start searching for a pipeline and then you can install it normally. So this is super important. Please make sure that you have your pipeline plugin correctly installed because we're going to be using it a lot. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to be creating our first Jenkins pipeline. So let's go to our Jenkins data folder, and here I will leave you this pipeline folder that you can see here. So let's head to that folder, and in here you're going to find a lot of files that I created for you to simply learn And let's take a look at the first one, which is first pipeline. So let's take a look at cat first pipeline. And probably you already saw this before, and that is because this is the example from the Jenkins page. So this is how a pipeline looks like. You always need to start saying pipeline because this way you instruct Jenkins that this is a pipeline. And inside of the curly braces is all of the configuration. So here we have a line which is always mandatory agent, and you will have this agent any always in here, or probably most of times. And an agent is nothing else but how this pipeline is going to be executed. For example, you could say here Docker or another source. Just keep it simple. Agent any, which means that any available agent is going to build this pipeline. So don't worry about this. Let's move to the important part, which is stages. So in the stages, you define a curly braces section, as you can see here. And inside of this, you have your stages. So you can have as much stages as you want. So let's take a look at this one, stage build. Okay, so in here probably we want to build something. So here you have a steps section and you can start building things in here. Normally this accept bash, so you can do like, bash commands in here. For now, we're only going to be printing the word building. Same thing here, stage test. Here you have your steps and we're only going to be doing something like echo test because this is a super simple example, and same thing in here, stage deploy, and we're just going to do an echo deploying. But the thing that I want you to know is that in this step section is where you are going to do all of the magic. You are going to be executing scripts, executing shell commands, executing deployment commands. Everything that you need to do, you are going to do that from this. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's go and copy this. And we're going to go to Jenkins and let's go ahead and create a new item. So let's enter an item name and we're going to say pipeline, for example. And this is going to be a pipeline project. So let's click on OK. And in here, if you scroll down, you are going to see something similar to the DSL configuration. So we have two options here, to put a pipeline script in here or to download a script from SZM. So for now, let's go ahead and paste our code in here in this shell. Don't worry, we're going to be using a script from our Git server later. But for now, just for learning, let's paste this in here and let's see how it looks like. Remember, pipeline, agent, and you have your stages in here. And this is it, super simple. So let's save this for now, and we're gonna build this project and see how it looks like. And as you can see, the process is already starting, and well, it was super fast because it didn't have too much to do. So here you have your build stage, which is defined in this file, and you say stage build. And this is your build stage, and you have that it was success. And you can even take a look at the logs. And as you can see, this is only printing what we printed in the script. Same thing for testing and deploying. Stage test, this is the test. Stage deploy, this is the deploy. And you can always go to the console output. Let's go here, let's click on console output. You can see all of the things that happen when you were executing your pipeline. So in our build stage, we only had something like an echo here, same thing for testing and same thing for deploying. But as you can see, we have all of the logs in here, so we can have a track of what actually happened. So this is super simple. You already created your first pipeline using Jenkins file, user Jenkins as code, and you already have here your boxes looking super nice. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to execute real steps in our pipeline. So let's go to our terminal and let's take a look at multiple steps in here. And as you can see, this is exactly the same thing that I showed you before, but now we only have one stage in here. So in this case, we're only going to be creating one, and that is going to do an echo, my first pipeline, and then we're going to do more stuff here below. So let's take a look at this. We can instruct Jenkins to use sh commands passing this instruction in here, sh, and then inside of quotes we can say what we want to do. In this case, let's print a simple echo. Let's have another sh in here, and we can actually split this in multiple lines using three quotes. And this way you can actually have a lot of line inside of these quotes. So you can, for example, do another echo in here, and you can use Linux commands like ls or all of the commands available in Linux. So let's go ahead and copy this and see how it looks like. Let's go to our pipeline project. Let's go to configure it, and we're going to go to the Ruby box. We're gonna delete this, we're gonna paste a new one, and let's save this, and let's build this now and see how it looks like. As you can see, we didn't have these stages in our pipeline, so they are not marked as green because they didn't exist on the definition of our pipeline, but you only had one step, the build step. So let's go to the console output, click on console output, and as you can see, we actually have every single thing that we define in here. So this is the first step of our build stage, echo my first pipeline. This is the instruction, and this is the output. Cool. And here you have the second instruction inside of the same stage, of the build stage, telling you more things. Hey, I can do more stuff in here, and doing a sample Linux command, and you have here the output of that command. So this is super cool. You already know how to create more than one instruction in any stage of your Jenkins file, and you already know how to split it, how to use more than one line, how to use Linux command, and how to print things using the sh instruction inside of these steps. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about retries in pipeline. Well, and as you may know, a retry is nothing else but trying again. So let's take a look at our retry file, and you are going to see this simple configuration. So here we have our pipeline, our agent, and our stages. So we're going to have one stage, and it's going to be called timeout, just for reference, and the steps for this stage are defined in here. So you can see that we have a retry with a number 3, and then we have what we want to retry. So here we have an sh command, and this sh command is going to execute this. And probably if you're a little bit familiar with Linux, you know that if you execute this in a terminal, this is going to fail because I is not a valid command in Linux. So this is going to fail. This command is going to fail. But we want to retry this command 3 times because normally if a process in your pipeline fails, then for some reason you may want to retry it. So this is how you do it. So let's go ahead and copy this content. Let's go to our configuration, our pipeline job, and we're going to go to the configure section. Let's scroll down till we reach our Ruby sandbox. Let's copy this, let's paste the new code, and let's save this. Now we're going to test it, building it. Let's click on build. And as you can see now, you only have these new box because this doesn't relate at all with the previous boxes. So this is why you only have one. And as you can see, it was marked as failed. Okay, so let's take a look at the logs. If you put the cursor in here, you're going to find all of the 3 logs. As you can see, shell script, return exit code, and exit code. 3 logs. Now let's click on this console output. Let's go here, and as you can see, we have this. So it says I'm not going to work, and it shows you the error that we were expecting, I not found, and then after the first time that it fails, it's going to retry. Second time it fails, let's go ahead and retry. And as you can see, we actually retried 3 times. So probably in your process, you may have something that you need to be retried. And this is how you do a retry using pipelines. So this is super cool. You already know how to retry a command in your Jenkins pipeline. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about timeouts. In the previous video, we learned about retry. Now we're going to learn about how to time out a task that is taking more than expected. So let's take a look at the timeout file that I will leave you in the resources. and we have this, everything that we know. The name of the stage can be anything that you want. And in the steps, we have here one retry, which is just for testing because you already know how to use retries. And then we have a new one, which is timeout. Then we say, okay, we want our task to time out in 3 seconds. So we define the time here, 3, and the unit it's going to be seconds. So we say here, we want this task to time out in 3 seconds. And as you can see, we're actually doing a sleep 5. If you don't know, sleep is a Linux command that allows you to sleep for some seconds. So if you say sleep 2, this is going to be stuck for 2 seconds, and that's it. So let's go ahead and take a look at how this works. Let's copy this code. Let's go to our pipeline configuration. Let's scroll down. Let's delete the old one and paste the new one in here, and we're going to save it. Let's build it and see how it looks like. Well, and as you can see, it actually changed its appearance, but probably it's going to fail. It was averted, as you can see here. So let's go inside of the console output for this, and you are going to see that the echo hello is actually working good with our retry, because echo hello is a valid command in Linux. So our retry wasn't executed. Now, in the second step, we had something like the timeout. Remember? The sleep command. We set the timeout for this task to 3 seconds. And as the sleep took more than 3 seconds, then Jenkins actually terminated this automatically, marking the job as averted, because the timeout has been exited. So this is how you use timeout in your jobs, because probably in the future you may find something that gets stuck or that takes more than expected, and you want to control that. If something takes more than expected, then just avert it. So this is it for this video. You already know how to use a timeout instruction in a Jenkins file. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about environment variables in our Jenkins file. So let's take a look at the end file that I will leave you here, and you're going to see that it's super simple. The stages are the same. You define stages, your stage, and you have your steps in here. But here we have a new instruction, which is environment. In environment, you can define these curly braces, and inside of these curly braces, you can start defining all the environment variables that you want to use in your pipeline. So for this case, I actually created a super simple environment variable, which is my name and my last name. So you define the variable name equals to the value, variable name equals to the value, and then you can reference those variables using just the dollar sign and the name of the variable. Super simple. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's copy and let's go to our job configuration. Let's delete the old code and let's paste the new one. So let's paste that in here. Remember, in the environment, 1 and 2 variables, and then we call those variables doing a sample echo. So let's save that and let's build our pipeline right here. And as you can see, our execution was successful because we had nothing that could fail there. So let's go to the console output for this job, and you are going to see echo Ricardo Gonzalez, even though when you set name and last name. But remember that these values are being taken from these environment variables. So in here, name becomes Ricardo and last name becomes Gonzalez, which is my last name. So this is super cool. You already know how to create environment variables inside of your Jenkins file to do any kind of things that you need to do. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about credentials in pipelines. Let's think for a second that you need to handle sensitive information in your pipeline. Probably you don't want to put this in plain text. So how do you manage it? Well, let's take a look at the creds files that is in this folder, and you're going to see that this is super simple. Well, we define an environment instruction in here, and we define the name of the variable, and as the value we define this credential function, and we pass the name of the credential that we want to get. So we define a super simple environment variable calling this credential function, passing the name, and then we simply call the secret variable. So let's go to Jenkins. Let's create a new credentials in here, and let's click on global. Let's click on Jenkins down here. Let's click on global, and we're going to create a new credential. It's going to be super simple, so I will just create a secret text, and that's going to be 1234, and the ID for this is going to be, let's say, secret text. It's super important that you define an ID because you are going to be calling this ID when you call this function. So you say credentials, and in this case, secret text. So let's go ahead and save this. Now we're going to go to Jenkins, and we're going to modify our pipeline job. Let's configure this. Let's go to this box, delete the old code. Let's paste the new one, and remember that now we need to change the name of this, which is the credential that we want to call. In this case, this is secret text. So now let's save this, and let's build this, and let's see what happens. And as you can see, we have an error. So let's go here, console output, and as you can see, it says credential not found because probably I don't remember the name, so I'm super bad at remembering things. So this is secret text underscore, that's why. So let's go back. Let's go to let's go to our pipeline project. Let's go to configure, and then we're going to change this, and we're going to be using the name that we created. So let's paste that. Let's remove this quote and save this, and we're going to build it now. And this time it was cool, it didn't fail. So let's go to the console output, and as you can see, Jenkins is not displaying the content of your secret because that's actually a secret, and probably you don't want to display that to the entire world. So now you know how to handle sensitive data using credentials in Jenkins and how to use that using your Jenkins pipeline file. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn about post actions in Jenkins files. Well, let's take a look at the post actions file. And as you can see, we have everything the same thing. Pipeline, stages, and here we have a step which is echo fail, and then we have an exit 1, which in bash means error. And here, at the same level of the stages, we have a new thing, which is the post. And the post actually have a lot of possible cases. So here we have some examples for you to understand. Always, this is always going to be executed. Success, if the job succeeds, then and only then this is going to get executed. Failure, if the job fails, then this is going to be executed. Unstable, if the job was failing and now it's recovered, then this is going to be executed. An important thing in here is that you can use 1, 2, 3, or 4. You can use all of them. You can use 1 or 2. You can use the ones that you need. So let's go ahead and copy this, and let's take a look at the pipeline. Let's go to our pipeline project. Let's configure it, and let's take a look at some cases in here. So let's remove the old code. Let's paste the new one. In this case, it says echo fail, and this is actually failing. And what do you think that's going to happen when it fails? Well, when it fails, it's going to fall in here, and it's going to say, I will only get executed if this fails. So let's save this. Let's build now, and let's see what happens. And as expected, we actually have in here our error. So let's go to the console output, and let's see what happened. And as you can see here, we have two things. The first one is the always instruction, which is this one. I will always get executed. This one. Second one is the failure instruction in here because it actually failed. So this is why this is prompting, because we said if this fails, then please execute this piece of code. So super cool. Now let's take a look at some more cases. Let's go and remove this echo fail and this exit 1. Let's do echo I am good. Let's save this and let's build this now. And now this shouldn't fail. So let's take a look at what happens. What do you think that's going to be executed? So let's go here, console output, and as you can see, we have I will always get executed because this guy will always be executed, and I will only get executed if this success. This is this instruction. So that's super cool. And as I told you, you can use 1 or 2 or 3. You can use as many post actions as you want. So don't worry, this is only a little bit of theory, because in the next section we're going to be using everything we learned about pipelines, and we're going to build our own pipeline using the Jenkins file, everything that we learned, and a lot of new things. So I hope you've learned a lot from this short section. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this section, we're going to be building a real pipeline using Jenkins file, continuous integration, continuous delivery, everything that we have learned so far. So for this, we're going to be using Jenkins, Docker, and Maven. So the idea in here is that we're going to be using Jenkins to build Docker images. So in here, we're going to build a Docker image. We're going to test that Docker image, everything using Jenkins. We're going to push that Docker image to a registry, and finally we're going to deploy that image, because if the image passes this step, it means that the image is actually working as expected. So we can push it and deploy it to production. And we're going to be working with a Maven application. So basically, we're going to be using Jenkins to create and deploy Docker images to deploy a Maven service. So don't worry, you're going to learn everything that you need to achieve this entire process, and we're going to be together learning how to do this in this section. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to install Docker inside of a Docker container. That's crazy, don't you think? Well, let's explain this a little bit more in detail. If we do Docker PS, well, now I don't have anything running, so let's go and start our services using Docker Compose start, and that's going to start all of our containers. You probably know that the Git server actually needs a lot of resources, so I'm just gonna stop it because we're not gonna be using it for now. So let's say docker stop Git server, and we're gonna stop it. So now we want to install Docker inside of the Jenkins container. So if we go inside of the Jenkins container, as we already know, and we type docker ps, we have nothing in here. But you may be wondering, why do we need to install Docker inside of this Docker container? Well, and it's super simple, because as I told you in the introduction, we're going to build Docker images using Jenkins. So it's going to save us a lot of time if we can type Docker commands in here, like docker build or docker compose, all of this stuff. So that's why we're going to install Docker inside of this Docker container. This is a normal practice, don't worry, most of the times you are going to find this in real environments, and even if you read the Jenkins documentation, you're going to find out that they actually use Docker inside of Docker. So let's learn how to do this. Well, the first thing that we need to do is, of course, create a Docker file to install Docker. Okay, as you remember, we had a folder which was the pipeline folder. I renamed that folder to pipelines Jenkins file, and in here we have all of this stuff that we learned in the previous section. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and create a new pipeline directory, and in here I'm gonna create a new Docker file inside of this pipeline. So let's go ahead and create a Docker file in here, and I will leave you this file, which is the Docker file that we're going to be using. If you remember, we already did this in the Ansible section, and this code actually installs pip and then Ansible. So we already knew this, so we're gonna keep it, because remember that we need Ansible to run some things. And below this, we're going to start installing Docker. Remember that the Jenkins image is actually based on Debian. How do you know that? Well, you can always go to your terminal. Let me go out of here. Let's go inside of the Jenkins container, and you can check it by doing something like lsb release. Well, we don't have that command in here, but if you type cat etc os release, you can see that this is actually Debian. So that's why we're using Debian commands in here. So you can just go ahead and read the Docker documentation, and you're going to find out the way to install Docker in Debian, and this is exactly the way. So we're actually installing some packages in here. We're adding the Docker repository in here, and finally we update the repositories and we install Docker CE. If you don't know how to do this, you can always go to google.com and start looking for it. So let's search for Docker on Debian, and we're going to take a look at how this is installed. And if you start scrolling down, you are going to see all of the lines that I have in here. These install certificates, curl, all of that is in here, all of that repository stuff, everything. I actually took everything from here, so you have all of the information that you want in here. Cool. So now that we have this Docker file, in here we install Docker, then here we install Docker Compose. You already know how to install Docker Compose. And if you remember, we need to add the Jenkins user to the Docker group for the Jenkins user to be able to execute Docker commands. And as you can see here, we start using the user root to install all of these dependencies. And finally, when we are done with everything, we actually switch to the user Jenkins again to leave things as they were before. So let's go ahead and copy this entire Docker file. We're going to go to our terminal. Let's get out of here. Remember that now we are in the pipeline folder, and in here we're going to create the Docker file with this content. So let's paste all of this, let's save this, and now we're going to do some changes to the Docker Compose file. So let's go back, and in here we're going to take a look at our Docker Compose file. We're gonna go inside of this file and we're going to do a couple of modifications. Well, the first thing is that we're gonna build a new image, so that's gonna be called Docker. You can call it as you want. I'm just calling it Jenkins/Docker, but the name doesn't matter. And we're going to change the context. Where is the new context? Well, if you remember, let me go out of here, and if we go to the pipeline folder, we have our newly Docker file created there. So this is the context. This directory is going to be used as a context. So let's copy that directory. Let's go to our Docker Compose file, and we're going to modify the context in here. So let's paste that right here, and that's super cool. So we're telling Docker, hey Docker, please build a new image using this context, and under this directory you're going to find the Docker file. Okay, cool. So now we need to do one more thing, and that is adding the Docker sock. What is exactly the Docker sock? Well, if we save this and we go to ls var run docker.sock, you're gonna find there one file. And this sock file is nothing else but a sock that is launched by Docker, and from here Docker handles everything. So we need to have this sock inside of the Jenkins container. So we're just gonna copy the full path of this, which is var run docker.sock, and we're going to go to our Jenkins definition inside of the Docker Compose file, and we're going to map that volume to the container. So let's go and say, okay, I want the var run docker sock, which is the one that lives outside of the container, and I want to map this inside of the container in the same location. So in that way, whenever we type docker command inside of the Jenkins container, this sock is going to answer, and therefore Docker is going to know which services and which containers to use. So let's go ahead and save this, and we are almost done. So let's save this again, and now what do you think that we need to do to build this image? Well, that's super simple. We need to do a Docker Compose build. Remember that in order to build, you need to be at the same level of your Docker Compose file. So we're gonna do a Docker Compose build, and all of the instructions inside of our Docker file are going to be executed. So this may take a while, so let's wait until this finishes. Okay, the process already finished, and it took a while, like 5 minutes or more. So now that our image is built, we can do Docker images, and we can grep for Docker. And as you can see, this is the image that we actually built. Docker latest, and it was built 3 seconds ago. So now we need to recreate our Jenkins container to use this image. How do we do this? Well, we need to do docker compose app-d to recreate the container with the new image. As you can see, Jenkins has been recreated and Git server is starting. I don't want this, so I'm going to stop the Git server because I'm not going to use it, and this is actually a little bit heavy. And this is great. So now if we go inside of the Jenkins container, let's try to execute Docker commands there. So if we do docker ps, cool. We now have an error, but Docker, as you can see, is actually installed. So to fix this, we need to do something, and this is because the var run docker.sock. So we're going to copy this path, we're going to go outside of the container, and remember that if we go inside of the Jenkins container and we take a look at the Jenkins user ID, it's 1000. So this user needs to have permission to this file. So for that, we're going to exit out of the container, and we're going to do sudo change owner 1000 colon 1000 to the path of the Docker sock. Enter 1234 for the password, and as you can see, now the user Jenkins can read this file. So let's go inside again of the Jenkins container, and now let's try to do docker ps again, and as you can see, we can list all of the available containers. So if we do docker images, we now have all of the available images in our Docker host. And why is this, you may be wondering? And well, it's because we mapped this sock, which is in our host machine, and we're mapping it to the container. So the container is using this sock, and it's actually reading everything that we have in our machine. So this way we can actually start building images and doing a lot of stuff in here. I hope you've learned how to install Docker inside of a Docker container. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to define the steps that our pipeline will execute. So you already know how to create a pipeline, so this is the file or the skeleton that we will be using. So here we have our pipeline, we have some stages in here. We only have 4 stages. The build stage, and for now we're just doing an echo build. We have the test stage in here, we have the push stage and the deploy stage. And as you can see, for now, we're doing nothing but doing echo push, echo deploy, echo blah blah. So our idea is to be using bash scripts or shell scripts to do all of the magic. So for example, if we're going to build something, we're going to write a bash script, and then we're going to call that script from here so we can execute it, and then all of the content in that script is going to be executed. Same thing in here. The idea is to create a script to keep this Jenkins file as simple as possible, and the script is going to do all of the magic. So we're going to be learning how to do this through this section, so don't worry. Now that we know all of the stages that our pipeline is going to have, let's copy this content and let's go to our terminal. Let's head to our pipeline directory, and in here let's create a Jenkins file. So let's create a Jenkins file at the same level of the Docker file, Jenkins file, and we're gonna paste the content in here. So let's save it, and now as you can see, we have 2 files, our Docker file and our Jenkins file. We're going to be using this in the future, don't worry. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a jar, how to build a Maven application using Docker. So let's go to our working directory or Jenkins data folder. Let's go to our pipeline, and in here we have our Docker file and our Jenkins file. So if we go one level back, you're going to see this simple Java Maven application, which is the application that we downloaded from Git, if you still remember. And if you go inside of that folder, you are going to find the code that we were using to build our application. So what we're going to do is that basically we're going to copy this directory to this pipeline directory. So let's go ahead and copy this. Let's say copy recursively this directory, everything that is inside of this directory, and we're going to paste it to our pipeline folder in a new folder that's going to be created, and that's going to be called Java app, for example. Let's hit enter. Let's go to our pipeline folder, and you are going to see your Java app in here. So let's go there, hit enter, and you are going to see all of the files that were in the repository. So here we have an important point, and that is if you list all of the hidden files, you're going to find this git stuff. We don't want this, so let's go ahead and remove this, git. Hit enter, and now that folder got deleted. And we're actually deleting the folder because in the future we want to save this code in our repository, in our own Git server, and this guy is going to give us headaches if we don't delete it. Now let's go back again at the same level of our Jenkins file, and in here at this level we're going to create a Jenkins folder where we're going to store all of the Jenkins stuff. So first, we're going to be creating all of the process for our build process. So let's create a Jenkins folder and a subdirectory for it called build. And here we're going to save all of the build scripts. So let's give -p, and as you can see now we have a Jenkins folder, and inside of that Jenkins folder we have a build folder. So that's super cool. Now that you have done this, it's time to learn how to take the code from this folder, which is the Java app folder. How do we take this code and how do we generate a jar using Docker? Well, let's take a look at this. First, we're going to be using a Maven image for Docker. We're going to be using a super small image which is called Maven 3 Alpine. You can always go to Google and look for all the images that you want. So in this case, let's go to Google and say Maven Docker image. Well, I think this is the one. And if we go here, you're going to find a lot of Maven images with a lot of tags. So in here, you've got a lot to choose, but we're going to be using this Maven 3 Alpine, which should be right here. So as we don't have that image locally, we're going to do docker pull of that image. And as you can see, we're going to start downloading that image. Why are we downloading a Docker image for Maven? Well, remember that when we were running the process in Jenkins, we installed a Maven plugin. Now, we're not going to be using that plugin anymore. We're going to be using this Docker image instead. So let's wait until this process finishes and then we see what else we need to do. Okay, cool. So you already downloaded your image. As you can see here, the image got downloaded. You can go and do something like Docker images, grab Maven, and you're going to find your image there. So this is cool. Now, how do we build a jar using this image? Well, if you do docker run and then you pass as a volume your current path and the folder of the Java application, and you mount it to /app inside of the container, and then you specify the name of the image, which is Maven, and you say 3/alpine, and if you do something like sh, and we need to add here a -ti to tell Docker that we want an interactive shell, so we hit enter. And as you can see, we have an error right here because the TI should be before the -b, so right here, and that's cool. So now we're inside of the Maven container. We created a Maven container using this image, and we actually mounted the Java app folder to /app. So if we go to /app, you are going to see the content of your directory. So in here you have your pom.xml file. That's cool. So right here you can start doing things like Maven, for example, package, hit enter, and this pom.xml is going to be taken and Maven is going to start building this stuff. So this is super cool. Now there is one important thing for you to know. I'm just going to cancel it using Ctrl+C. If we go to ls, we are still inside of the container. If we go to /root and .m2, you're going to find a folder in here. And this folder stores all of the downloads, all of the packages that needs to be installed from the pom.xml. So all of these downloads that you see here are going to be saved in this directory. So if we want to persist this data, then we need to mount this directory as we mounted the repository. So let's go out of this container and let's mount it. Remember, to mount a volume in Docker, it's super simple. You pass -b, and then we're going to mount this directory. This is going to be in our virtual machine, and we're going to mount it to this directory inside of the container, as you can see here. So let me pass here at --rm so that the container gets automatically deleted once we exit. So if we hit enter now, what you are going to see is that anything that we download, it's going to be saved in this directory in our host machine. So if we go again to /app where we have our code and we do again a Maven package right here and we hit enter, this is going to start downloading stuff, as you can see. So let's Ctrl+C. Let's go out of the container, and when we get out of the container is automatically deleted because of this instruction. But the thing is that if you go to ls/root/m2 in your virtual machine, you are going to find, okay, permission denied, you are going to find all of the files that were created inside of that repository. So whenever you go inside of your Docker container, you are going to find those files in your container, which means that probably you will not need to download things again because the things are going to be saved in here, all of the dependencies and packages for Maven. Remember that in order to build our jar, we need to go to /app because here's where we have our pom.xml file. And to run Maven package, we need to be in this level because if we run Maven package outside of this, we're going to have an error. So let's test it, Maven package, and you will have errors because Maven is not going to find any pom.xml file. So we need to go always to this directory. But how do we do this from the command line? So in Docker we have an option which is the working directory, and we can specify that using -w. If we say -w and then we pass /app, which is the directory that we're creating in here, and we hit enter, as you can see now we fall automatically in the folder that holds the code. And if we do an ls-l, you're going to find all of the code right there. Now let's get out of here. And now you may be wondering, how are we going to execute the Maven package automatically? Well, this is going to be simple. Now we're going to keep this, but we're going to delete this TI because we don't want an interactive shell anymore. So let's keep it like this. And in here, we're not going to be passing sh anymore because we don't want to enter inside of the container, but instead we want to pass the Maven package in here. So that is going to be executed automatically. Because remember, we're mounting the code inside of the /app folder, and in here we're setting the working directory to that specific folder where we have the pom.xml file. So the only one thing that we're missing is to type the command to package something in Maven. So we're going to be using maven -b, and then we say -d skip tests, and then we say clean package. So in this way the code is not going to be tested because we want to test it later. So let's hit enter, and what do you think that's going to happen? As you can see, the container or our command is being run inside of the container, but without going inside of the container manually. This is going to be done automatically. And as you can see, the Maven package command is being executed, and it's taking a look at the content of the pom.xml file, and it's downloading everything that it needs. But keep in mind that we haven't gone inside of the container. We just executed one line and the process has been done automatically. And also remember that all of these dependencies are going to be saved in the /root/mn2 directory. So the second time that we run this command, we're not going to be downloading this anymore. So let's wait until this finishes and we're going to see what happens. So great, as you see, the process already finished and everything went good. And here we have a line that says building jar, and we have here this location. Remember that this is inside of the container, but we actually mapped our current Java app folder to this folder inside of the container. And as you can see, we have our jar generated. So let's go to ls, let me clean the screen, Java app, target, and as you can see, we have the jar that was created by our Docker image. So let's test it again. Let's remove this jar from here, which is my app something. Let's remove it, say yes. Well, let's say sudo 1234, and that is deleted, as you can see here. We don't have this jar anymore. But if we execute this line again, remember that this line does all the magic, and if we hit enter, the first thing that you are going to notice is that we're not going to be downloading anything else because all of that is being saved in the /root/mm2 directory. And the only one thing that Docker is going to do is that it's going to build the jar using this line. And as you can see, the jar is going to be built in this folder, but this folder is mapped to this host folder, and therefore all the content that is created in here is going to appear in this folder. So now if we take a look at our Java app target folder, you are going to find your jar there. So this is super cool. You already know how to create a jar using a Docker image, a Docker command to build it automatically using your code. So please make sure that you understand everything from this section. If you don't understand something, just watch it again and make sure that you fully understand everything, because this is super important. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to automate the process of creating the jar using Docker, because probably you don't want to remember all of this from memory. This is going to be super boring. So let's create a script to automate this process. Let's copy this and let's go to, remember that now we're in the pipeline directory. So let's go to the Jenkins folder that we created. Let's go to the build folder that we created. And in here, we're going to save the script that is going to run this step. So let's create a new one in, let's say, like maven.sh or something, and we can say /bin/bash, and we can do something like echo and a lot of asterisks, and we say echo again, and we can say like building jar like this. I don't know, I'm super bad doing these kind of things. Let's go and do another echo, more asterisk in here. This is just to inform, just to make it a little bit pretty. Okay, so here we're going to paste the line that we created there, and in here probably we want to reuse this script, so we're going to do something interesting. We're going to copy this command, which is the maven command, and we're going to remove these lines. And in here we're going to pass this $sign and this @sign, which means in bash that we can pass parameters. It means all of the parameters that the script is going to receive. So now we can save this and we can call our script like /maven.sh, and we can pass this line, which is the line that actually creates the jar in Maven. I'm doing this because probably in the future you may want to run some different Maven commands and you can reuse it in this way. So you can say like Maven test or Maven something. Okay, that's cool. So now let's give it executable permission using change mode. And as you can see now it's green. So let's go back at the same level of our Java application, and we're going to execute it using Jenkins, build, and Maven. Remember that this is the full path for our script. So if we don't pass any parameter, probably this is going to fail because, of course, we haven't provided any goals, any parameters. So now let's go ahead and pass the parameters to build the jar. So let's hit enter, and now it should work. And as you can see, this is actually creating the new jar, and it's going to be saved in the Java app folder using this line, this script, which is super cool because I think that this is easier than writing this super long code for this Docker command. So probably you will want to do this. Just go ahead and create your own bash script to automate your process. So in that way, you know that the only one thing that you need to do is to execute your script, and then you're going to pass the parameters for that script. So let's test that it works. Remember that our jar is being generated under Java app and target. Here is the jar that has been generated. So let's go ahead and remove that jar from this directory. Okay, let's do Java target and my something, hit enter, 1 2 3 4, and now you can see that we don't have the jar anymore. There is no the jar. So let's execute our script and let's see if this works. Okay, so this is cool. As you can see, it finished. And now if we take a look at our Java target directory, you're going to find your jar there, which means that our process is actually being executed successfully. So this is it for this video. I hope that you have learned how to create a simple bash script to automate your processes. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a Docker image using the jar that we are generating using Maven. So the first thing that we want to do is that we want to use a Docker image that has Java installed. So let's look for Docker open JDK and let's look for it. Because probably we want to start from this Java. This image actually contains Java. We're going to run a Java application, right? So we need Java. For this exercise, we're going to be using the 8-8-jre-alpine. We're going to be using this image. So, okay, now that we know which image from all of these we're going to use, let's go to our terminal. Let's go to our Jenkins directory. Let's go to build, because remember that here we're saving everything that is related to the build stage. And here we're going to create a new Docker file. Let's call it like Docker file Java. And in here we're going to start from open JDK, and we're going to use the tag. We're going to use this tag. Okay, looks like I can't copy, so I'm just gonna manually type it. 8-jre-alpine. So we're going to start from this image because it contains Java and it's alpine. It's a super tiny image. Cool. So now we want to run a command. We want to make a directory in /up, because here we're going to place our jar. Once we create a directory, we want to copy the jar file that is being created from our host. So we're going to copy everything that is .jar to /up, up.jar. So in this way we can control the name inside of the container. Cool. And finally, we need to specify what this container is going to run. In this case, we want to run this jar that we're copying. So we want to say java-jar, and we want to run this jar that we have just copied. In here we have a super important part, and that is that we're going to try to copy a file that is in this current directory, which ends in .jar. But if we save this Docker file and we do an ls, we're not going to find any file with this name. So what do we need to do? Well, what we need to do is simply go back and copy the jar that was created in the Java app folder, target directory, my jar, and we're gonna copy to that directory. And as you can see, now we have a jar file. So if we do an ls, then that's gonna be cool. So let's do an ls in here. Let's take a look at our Docker file, and you see, okay, we create a directory, then we copy this jar to this location, and finally we just execute that jar using Java. Super simple. Now, how do we test it? Well, let's build this image and let's see if this jar gets copied to this location. To build a Docker image, it's super simple. You do docker build, and then you say, okay, I want to use this Docker file, and I want to tag my image as test, for example, and we're going to put this dot, which means that it's going to use all of the content that is in this directory. So let's hit enter. And if you don't have this image locally, then Docker is going to start downloading it for you. So this may take a while depending on your internet connection. So let's wait until this finishes. Okay, the process already finished. As you can see, the image was downloaded and the other steps were executed successfully. So cool. Now if we do Docker images and we look for the test image that we created, we're going to find that image in here. Cool. So now let's see if this jar that is in this folder is inside of this image. So let's go and run a container, a temporary container. We want an interactive shell, so we pass ti, then we pass the name of the image that we created, which is test, and then we pass sh, which is the terminal that Alpine has built in. So let's hit enter, and now we're inside of this container, which is based on this image. So if we go to /app, you're gonna find the file there. So this is super cool. As you can see, our process is working because our jar is actually inside of this folder. So if we exit out of here, this jar is actually this jar, but with a different name, because remember that in the Docker file, we're copying the jar that we have in this location right here. We're copying this to /up/app.jar, which is exactly this content. So this is super cool. You already know how to create a Docker image, how to copy the jar that you are generating to that image, and how to get a final image. And at the end, you're going to end up with a super simple image like this, which is going to have your Java application in here. Remember that this CMD means what a container is going to do. So if we now create a container doing a docker run -d and then we say test, because remember that test is the name of the image that we created, this line is going to be executed. So this should say hello world. So let's hit enter. And now we're going to do a docker logs for this ID. And as you can see, we have hello world. And hello world is nothing else but the code or the functionality of this jar file. So this is super cool. You already have your application Dockerized. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a Docker Compose file to automatically build our image. Remember that in the previous video, we were using the docker build command to build this image. But now we're going to take it to the next level and we're going to create a Docker Compose file to build this image in an easier way. So let's go ahead and create a Docker Compose build.yaml file at the same level of your Dockerfile Java and your maven.sh. Remember that right now we are inside of the pipeline, Jenkins, and build directory. So let's create this new file in here, which is going to be Docker Compose build. And if you are a little bit familiar with Docker Compose, you will know that we're going to start with version. This is going to be version 3. And in here we're going to have the services. And this section is going to contain an app service. Remember that you can name it as you want. We're just going to keep it simple for now. And this service is going to have an image. And the image is the image that we're going to be creating. So we're going to call this image app. And remember that this process, I mean the building process, is going to be executed by Jenkins. So probably you will want to have something like a version of your images. So for that we can do like build tag, because remember that this build tag is an environment variable that is available in Jenkins, and this means the number of the build. So if we do this, whenever we generate a new image, we're going to tag that image with a different number. So for example, app version 1, app version 2, app version 3. And in that way, you are going to have your image versioned, which is going to be cool in the future if you want to roll back or something. So okay, for now we don't have this environment variable. We're gonna set it later for testing purposes, but remember that this is a global environment variable in Jenkins. So in Jenkins, this is going to be auto-populated. Okay, cool. Now we need to tell Docker where is the Docker file that we're going to use to build this app image. So to do that, we're going to use the build property, and under it, we're going to say that the Docker file that is going to be used is the Docker file Java that we created. And remember, that Docker file is right here. You can even do something like the context. Context means the folder where the Docker file is located. In this case, it's located in this folder. So we're telling Docker, okay, Docker, please build this image going to this context, which is the current directory, and looking for a file which is called dockerfile.java. So let's save this and let's try to build this new image using Docker Compose. So for that we do Docker Compose, we say -f because the name is different, so we pass the name, and we say build, as you may already know. And as you can see, it says the build tag variable is not set. So this actually fails. So let's set this to any value, like export this to 1, for example. And now if we build this, then it gets automatically built. And as you can see, we now have an image which is called app:1. So let's do Docker images and let's grep for app. grep-w for app, and as you can see now we have the version 1 in here. But what happens if we change the build tag to 2, for example? And now if we build it again, remember that our Docker Compose file is taking this value, and if we do a Docker images, you're going to find that now you have another image, which is the version 2. And remember that always when you build your image, your jar is being copied to that specific location. For now, we're copying the same jar, that's why the image is the same, but in the future, this jar is going to be dynamic. In the next lesson, we're going to see how to do this. But for now, you know how to create a Docker Compose file, how to define your build process, and how to automatically do it just doing a Docker Compose build. If you hit enter, then you're going to be building new images always. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to automate everything that we have done so far. Remember that we have done a lot of manual things, and probably that's going to be a little bit complicated, and we don't like complicated. So we're going to make it easy, and we're going to create a script that is going to do everything for us. So remember, what do we need to do? So let's go back to the pipeline folder, Jenkins data pipeline, and in here you have your Jenkins folder, your Docker file, and Jenkins file. Let's go to this level. And remember that this Jenkins file is going to be executed, so you must keep in mind that everything that you do should be from this relative path. So the first thing that we need to do is always to copy the jar that is being generated from here, you can say something like this, to Jenkins build. Remember that this should always be done because you need to copy your new jar to this specific location, because remember that in the Docker file that is exactly in this folder, we are saying that we want to copy the jar file. So doing a copy of your new jar is super important, so you can actually build your image with the jar that was previously generated. So this is a super important line. Always copying the new jar to your build folder. And once you do that, probably you want to do something like in one line, you can do cd Jenkins build, because remember that this is the folder where we have our Docker Compose file and our Docker file. And once you are in here, you can do that automatically doing something like ampersand Docker Compose, and then you can say -f. And remember that your Docker Compose file, let me show you the content of that folder so you can see it. So you can say cd to this folder, and then you can do Docker Compose -f this guy, and then you can do build. And if you don't want to use cache, so you can do like -no cache. And Docker is not going to be using cache, so you can make sure that your image is not cached. Okay, so doing this, we're actually doing automatically the same thing that we were doing before. So if you hit enter, then your image is going to be created using this Docker Compose file. And as you can see, we actually changed directory automatically because of this instruction. So that's super cool. Now let's create a script to automate this entire process, right? So let's go to our build section and let's create a new script. So let's call our script like build.sh, and we're going to say, okay, bin bash. And what is the first thing that you need to do? Do you remember? Well, the first thing that we need to do is, of course, copy the jar, the new jar, to the build location. And remember that this script is going to be executed from this folder, from the level of the Jenkins file. So to copy that would be cp-f to force it, java app target, everything that ends in jar, and we're gonna copy that to Jenkins build. In that way, we are copying the jar to this folder. Take a look at this. If we ls the Jenkins build directory, you're gonna find your jar there. If we remove that jar from this Jenkins build jar, and then you do an ls, the jar is no longer there. But if you do the copy instruction and you do an ls, you're going to find your new jar in that specific folder. So we need to copy this line, and this line needs to be executed by our script. So from here, let's open our file in Jenkins, build.sh, and we're going to execute our first line for this script. So this is like this. The second line would be building the Docker images. So let's do something like this. I really like doing these kind of things, like echo building Docker images, you could say, just to know what is happening. Building Docker image, and then you can do like this, and then you can do things like this. Okay, let's close this. Let's put more asterisk out here, and let's close it. Okay, cool. So now we need to build the image, and remember that we already know how to do that using our Docker Compose file. First, we need to do an ls to our build folder, and in here we're going to do the cd line. Remember, cd Jenkins build. We need to execute this. We're going to cd to this specific folder, and from here we do the docker compose-f, calling the docker compose file build that we created, and then we say build. So let's copy this line. Remember that if we execute this, a new image is going to be created, so that's super cool. Let's go back to the level of our Jenkins file, and let's modify the build script. And as you can see, we're gonna paste that in here. So in this way, we're doing everything that we need to build our application. So in this case, we're copying the new jar, and we're building a new image using this specific jar. So let's go ahead and test it. We're going to give it executable permissions, change mode +X. And now the only one thing that we need to do to execute all of these things that we have manually done is just calling the script. We just need to call it, and as you can see, this is going to be automatically done, which is super cool. So now you have reduced all of your effort to a sample script, and now you can just simply run this script, and then your entire process of building your Docker image is going to be executed. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to use our two scripts to generate a full new Docker image using our code. So remember, how do we create a jar using Docker? Well, we already created a script for that, and that is like maven.sh, something like that. Let me look for -d. Yes, remember this line? Doing this, we actually create a jar file. So if we execute this, our jar is going to be built, and it's going to be put at the level of target. And then, in order to create a Docker image using this jar, we do Jenkins build and build.sh. And doing this, we are building a Docker image using the jar that we previously generated. Because remember that if we take a look at our Docker file, we are actually copying the jar that was generated previously to that specific image. So that's super cool. Now, how do we include this in Jenkins? Well, remember that first we always need to generate the jar. Whenever your developer push to your repository, the first thing that you want to do is that you want to build the jar to make sure that everything is working good. So let's go to our Jenkins file, and the first instruction in our build stage is going to be yes, building the jar. So for this, we're just going to execute our simple script that is going to build our jar using Docker. Cool. And the second instruction is going to be building a Docker image using this jar. So, okay, let's save it. And remember that to build the image, we just need to run this script that we created. And this is going to build the image. So let's go to our Jenkins file, and let's paste that in here. So this is cool. Now we have in our Jenkins file our process completed. In here we are creating a jar, and here we're building a Docker image using this jar only in 2 lines. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to test our code using Docker. So if we go to our folder, Jenkins Data Pipeline, remember that in here we have this Java app folder which contains the code that we are building. So now it's time to test it. So let's take a look at our Jenkins directory, build and Maven script. And basically what we need to do is to do exactly this. So we're going to copy this. And remember that in here we're doing something like pwd Java app. So this means that they should be run at the same level of the Jenkins file, because remember that the Jenkins file is the one that is going to be executed. So with this in mind, we're going to paste this line, and remember that in order to test code using Maven, we need to do a Maven test. So we're going to do Maven test, and that should do the trick. But before doing it, let me cancel it, and you're going to take a look at the Java app directory target, and you are going to see that we don't have any subfile reports. Remember that the folder subfile reports is generated by the tests. So let's run this line again, and let's wait for the tests. As you can see, Maven is scanning for project, and it's actually using this directory that we're providing, and it's running the test right there. And as you can see, the build was success, and now if we take a look at our target directory, you are going to find the subfile reports folder. If you go to that folder, you're gonna see the result of your tests. So this is pretty cool. This is how you test your code using Docker. Super simple. Just run exactly the same thing that we did before, but change the parameters, Maven test, and that's going to do the trick. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create a script to automatically execute this command, and that means testing our code automatically, just executing a script. So the first thing that we're going to do here is that we're going to create a directory under the Jenkins folder. Remember that right now we are in the pipeline folder at the same level of the Jenkins file. So let's go ahead and create a new directory in the Jenkins folder that's going to be called test. So let's go there, Jenkins test, and you can see that we have nothing. So basically we need to create a script using this line. We already had that, so let's copy that script from the build Maven, and we're gonna paste that in here. So let's modify this script, and we're going to say now echo testing. So we say testing the code. And then we do exactly the same thing. We're gonna keep it like this, and we're gonna save it. We're gonna give it executable permissions. Cool, so now it becomes green. Now let's go to the level of the Jenkins file. I think this is right here. And now we can execute our script simply by doing Jenkins test Maven, and then we say Maven test. You can call this script as you want. This is just for you to understand. So if we do this, as you can see, now we're testing the code. Well, we can just fix this later. And as you can see, the tests are going to be run just simply executing this line. Please make sure that always you are at the same level of the Jenkins file, because from here, Jenkins is going to run everything at the same level of the Docker file. So everything you do should be using these relative paths. Okay, so this is it for this video. You already know how to create a script to automate your testing process. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to add our script to our Jenkins file. So remember that in order to test our code, we already created this script, and this is the line that we need to execute to test our code. So let's copy that, and let's go to our Jenkins file, and we're going to modify our test step. So we're going to do something like sh, and we're going to execute this line. So far we have our stage, that is a build stage, and in here we're packaging a jar, and then we are creating a Docker image using this jar that was created in here. And then in our test stage, we're actually testing the code to check if everything is working as expected. So this is as simple as this. Our test stage is only going to have one script, which is going to test the code. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. At this point, we're going to be creating a new virtual machine because that's going to be the target machine. We're going to deploy the container in our application in that machine. So that's going to be like our production machine. That's just for you to understand how to deploy code to a remote machine. So you have two options. You can just go ahead and create a new virtual machine in VirtualBox, as we have already done. Make sure that you can SSH that machine using PuTTY or whatever you are using so far. So I already have one machine created, so let me open up this. I actually created a machine using AWS, but you can simply create another virtual machine the same way that you created a virtual machine for the laboratory. It could be a CentOS, it doesn't matter. So please make sure that your machine has Docker install and Docker Compose as well, because we're going to be using it. You already know how to install Docker, how to install Docker Compose. If you don't remember, you can just simply go back to those lessons, to the initial lessons, and take a look at how to install the virtual machine, how to create it, how to install Docker, and how to install Docker Compose. One important thing is that you should be able to log into your machine using a key file. So once you create your virtual machine, please make sure that you install Docker, that you install Docker Compose, because that's going to be our production machine and we're going to deploy the application there. And after you have everything up and running, you will need to set up a user to connect using a key file. So the first thing that you probably want to do is to do something like user at Jenkins or any user that you want, because that's going to be the remote user. Let's say prod user or something as you want. And once you create that user, then you need to create a key file. So please go inside of your Jenkins machine and generate the key there. So how do we generate keys? It's using SSH keygen, and then we say -f, we give it a name like prod or something, and we hit enter, and then enter, and then you're going to have one prod file and one prod poop file. So we're going to take a look at the content of the prod.poop file, and this is the key that the user that you created in your new virtual machine is going to have. So let's head to that virtual machine again. Remember, this is going to be our deployment machine, our target machine. So in here, once you have created the user, remember that you already copied this content that you just generated in your Jenkins machine. In this machine, we're going to become this user. So sudo su prod user. And in here, we're going to cd to /home/prod user, or the name that you've provided in here. So hit enter. And right here, we're going to create a new directory called SSH. We're going to change permission to 700 to that directory. And inside of this directory, we're going to create a new file, which is going to be called authorized keys. And inside of this file, we're going to paste the content that we generated in here. So let's copy this content, and we're going to paste that right here. Okay, let me remove this. We're not going to be using this. Remove it. And okay, save it. Once you've saved this, you need to change permissions to 400 to this specific file. And that's it. So now let's go out of this remote machine. Remember that this is the virtual machine that we created, probably using VirtualBox or something. Let's go out of this machine, out again, and now as you can see, I'm on my local computer. So now we're gonna try to log in to this machine using the key that we just generated. So remember that you created two files, the prod file and the prod.poop. You're gonna log into that machine using the prod file. So let's take a look at that file, and we're going to copy this content, and you are going to paste that content in a plain file text. Don't worry. So let's say like vi prod. Let me open it with a different editor because this actually complains using bin. So let's say nano prod, and we're gonna paste that in here. We're gonna save that file, and as you can see here, well, here we have our prod file just created. So if you cut that file, then you have exactly the same content. So we're going to be using this file to log into our machine. So we're going to do next ssh-i, well, let me look for the entire line, we're going to specify here the prod file that we created, which is the key, the user. It's going to be prod user. This is the user that we created remotely at the IP of your virtual machine. So please graph the IP of your virtual machine and use it to connect to it. So hit enter. And as you can see, we have here a warning, and that's because we need to change permissions to this key. So let's do like change mode 400, and we're going to pass the name of the key file, and then we're going to try again. And as you can see, we just connected to this new created virtual machine without a password using a key file in a user that we just created. So this is super cool. Remember that you can test all of this in your Jenkins machine, so you can always do that inside of here. You can generate all and you can test everything from your Jenkins machine. So this is it for this video. Please make sure that you create your virtual machine using VirtualBox or whatever you want, but please make sure that your machine contains CentOS or the distribution that you want, but it should contain Docker. It should have Docker Compose installed, and it should be able to log in without password, exactly like this. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a repository to store our Docker images in Docker Hub. So let's go to Google and type Docker Hub, and we're gonna click on this. And if you don't have an account, well, I think I already have one, but let's create a new one. Let's sign up for Docker Hub, and we're gonna choose an ID. You can choose it as you want. I'm just gonna say Ricardo Andre something. I don't know if that's used. I'm just gonna give my email. Okay, only alphanumeric, so let's say numbers here. We're gonna give our email. I'm just gonna give a random email because I think I already have one account with my personal email. So this is a super old email that I have. I'm just gonna use it to create this account, gmail.com. The password, I'm just gonna give it a password. I agree, and I'm not a robot. And let's sign up. Okay, this is already taken, so let's see. Let's give it like this. I'm not a robot. Okay. Once you create a user that is not taken, you're going to have this screen that tells you to verify your email clicking on the link that they sent you. So let's go to our Gmail account. Trust me when I tell you that it is a super old email. I don't even take a look at this, but anyways, it works for some things. And in here we have the verification mail. So we just need to confirm this, and then our email is gonna be verified. So you just need to wait until this automatically reloads, and now you can just sign in using the credentials that you created. So let's use my credentials, the credential that I just created, and the password that I set for this. So let's click on sign in. And as you can see, now you have your account in Docker Hub, and you can start creating repositories to store your images. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to create a Docker Hub repository. So let's click on create a repository. And in here, we have our user, and we can choose if the repository is going to be public so everyone can see it, or it's going to be private. For this video, we're going to make it private so that only me or you can see your own repository. So let's give it a name. Let's say like Maven project or something, and you can just give it a description, and that's it. Then you can click on create, and that is super simple. Now you have your repository created, and you can start pushing images to this repository. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to push images to this Docker repository that we have just created. So let's go to our terminal, and in here we're going to type docker login, and we're going to hit enter. And in here we're going to pass the username that we created. In this case, this is my username. So let's go ahead and copy that. Let's paste it, and now let's provide a password that you created. And as you can see, it says login succeeded. So now we can start pushing or pulling images from our repository. So the first thing that we're going to do is that we're going to push a new image to our repository. So we're going to copy this command because we are already logged in. We're going to copy that, and our image needs to have this name to be pushed. So let's take a look at Docker images, and let's look for an image right here. Let's push this app image. So we're going to do like Docker tag, and we're going to change the name of app tag 2. We're going to tag it to this version. So we're going to say Maven project, and we're going to pass the tag as 2. And now if you do Docker images, you can see your image in here. If you see, it's exactly the same image, but with a different name. So now that we have tagged our image, it's time to push it. So let's go ahead and do Docker push, the name of the image, and the tag that we just set. So number 2. And if we hit enter, as you can see, it's preparing the push, and it actually starts pushing your image to this repository. So once you have pushed completely this image to your repository, you're going to be able to see that image right here. So let's wait until this finishes. And as you can see, it actually finished too fast. So now let's head to our repository. Let's refresh. And as you can see, now we have the image that contains the tag number 2. So you have already pushed your image with this Maven project name and the tag that you've specified. So now let's take a look at how to pull image from this repository. It's going to be exactly the same thing. We're going to copy the name of the repository. That's going to be like this, and we can do Docker pull. From here, we want to pull the tag number 2, which is this tag that we have just pushed. So whenever we do this and we hit enter, as you can see, the image is being downloaded from here, from that repository that we created. So you already know how to push images and how to pull images from the Docker Hub. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to automate the process of pushing images to our registry. So let's go to our Jenkins data folder pipeline, and in here we're going to create a new directory under Jenkins that is going to be called push. Okay, now we need to do a super small change. We're going to go to the Jenkins directory, the build section, and remember that in the Docker compose build we are generating our image using app. But if you remember, our repository is named as Maven project, so we need to give the image this name. So we're going to modify this, and we're going to say that the resulting image is going to be Maven project, just to make it simple, right? So cool. Now that we have done this, we need to go to the folder that we have just created, which is push. Well, I think I made a mistake, so let's move this to push, and that's okay. So let's go to that directory, and in there we're going to create a simple bash script. So let's say v push.sh, for example, and remember that normally bash scripts start with being bash, and we're going to do the thing that we always do, which is asterisk, and then we say echo, we say pushing image, okay, and finally another echo. And once that we've done this, now it's time to create a simple variable. So let's create a new variable. Let's call it image, and we're gonna say that this image is going to be the Maven project, right? So we're just gonna copy that, paste that in here. Cool. So the first thing that we need to do, remember that in order to push to our registry is to log in. So we're gonna log in, we're gonna say echo logging in or something like that, and we're gonna give more asterisk just to inform what we are doing. And in this specific moment, we're going to do docker login, and we can pass some parameters to avoid interactive input. So if we pass docker login -u and we pass our user, which is this one, okay, and then we want to pass the password. So for that we pass -p, and we're going to specify an environment variable that is going to be called pass, and we're going to populate this later because this is sensitive information, so probably we don't want to store the pass right here, but keep in mind that this will contain the password to get authenticated. The next thing that we need to do is that we need to tag the image as we saw before. So we're gonna do tagging image, And right here, we're gonna do docker tag. Remember that the resulting image will have this name, so we can say image. And remember that we're going to be using a build tag, and the resulting image will have the name and colon build tag. Remember that information is already set in the build section, the Docker Compose build. You find the Maven project, which is the name of the image, and the build tag for that image. Remember that this variable comes from Jenkins. So we're going to tag the resulting image, that is going to be the image, which is this one, and the build tag, and we're going to tag it to the format that Docker Hub is expecting. So in this way, it should be like this. So we're going to copy this and we're going to paste that in here. Cool. We're going to change this because remember that we can say this is the image and the tag name is going to be the build tag. So that's cool. As you can see, the only one thing that we're doing is that we're putting this before the image. So Docker knows where to push it, right? But we're still missing one step, which is the final one, and that is pushing the image to the Docker Hub. So we say echo, then we say pushing image, and we're gonna just push the image that we created. So docker push and this newly tagged image right here. Now it's time to test it. So let's save this file and let's test that it works. So we're gonna give it executable permissions. Cool. And now we can execute this script from here because we're not copying anything, so it doesn't matter. Now we're just gonna try to execute it and probably we're going to have errors. So let's execute it. Yes. And as you can see, this is complaining because of two things. The first one is because the argument, the pass variable that we're defining here is not defined. I'm just gonna define this right here for you to see how it works, but remember that we're going to define this later. So we're gonna say export pass equals to the password that I created for the registry, and then we're going to export this build tag. We're gonna give it a new tag. So export build tag, it's gonna be like this random number, right? So once we do this, then we have all of the variables that we need. So we have the pass and we have the build tag, and this should work. So let's execute this script once again. And as you can see, this is logging in correctly. Then you see the login success. And then you see an error in here that there is no image Maven project. And that's right, because we don't have any image like this. So let's just create a new image there to test it. So we're going to say docker tag app2, which is the image that we have. And we're going to put this name to this one. Okay, enter. And let's try again. And as you can see, that's actually working now. We were successfully logged in. Tagging the image was success this time, and now we're pushing the image to the repository. Now if we go to the repository and we refresh, you are going to see our new image that we pushed from the script. So this means that our script is actually working good, and now we can use it to push images to our Docker Hub. So you already know how to automate the process to push images to your Docker Hub repository. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to add this script that we just created to our Jenkins file. So let's go to the folder that contains our Jenkins file and remember the full path to your script. So that becomes Jenkins push and push.sh. So if you execute this line, then you are going to be executing the script that is going to push the image to your Docker Hub repository. So let's wait until this finishes. And we're gonna copy this path. Okay, cool. We're going to modify our Jenkins file and we're going to go to the push section. And in here, we're just gonna call the script that we created. So we're gonna paste that in here, and that's super cool. Now, as you can see, it's actually taking shape. You have your build section where you are building your jar, creating a Docker image, then you are testing that code. And if the tests are successful, then you're going to push the image that you just created using the build tag and all of the environment variables that we created to your Docker Hub account. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to start taking a look at the deployment process. Well, and the first thing that you would need to do is find out how you're going to transfer some variables to your remote machine. I mean, how are you going to transfer the build tag? How are you going to transfer the password for the registry? If you are using AWS, AWS already has services to do that. If you are using Google Cloud Platform, then probably Google Cloud Platform already knows how to handle that. But as we're doing a super simple example in here, we will be transferring the data using SSH. And for your real applications, you will find a way how to do it using AWS or using Google Cloud Platform. I'm just gonna give you the hint so that you can know how to do that on your real world. Okay, so let's get started. Let's go to our Jenkins data. Let's go to pipeline. And in here, we're gonna go to Jenkins folder. Let's create a new folder that's gonna be deploy folder, and we will be using it later. So for now, let's take a look at how we can transfer the variables. So the first thing that we need is the name of the image that is being generated, right? So the image is Maven project. Remember that we're generating the image with that name. So that's going to be the first thing that we need to transfer. So let's create a sample. Let's go to the deployment folder and let's go ahead and create a sample deploy file like deploy.sh. Let's hit enter. And in here we're going to say, okay, bin bash, of course, say bin bash. And in here, we're going to say, okay, echo Maven project. Remember, that's the image that we're generating. And we're going to transfer, or we're going to redirect this to /temp/auth. This is just a simple file that we're going to be creating to transfer later to the machine. So if we execute this script, let's execute it, deploy, and you go to cat temp.out, you're going to find a file that contains the name of your application. Cool. So second thing is that we need to pass the build tag, right? The build tag that Jenkins is going to generate in every single execution. So that's going to be echo build tag, and we're going to pass it to /temp/out as well. And we're just going to export the build tag variables so that is available and we can test it. Build tag equals to 12 probably. Let's execute this again. And let's take a look at the file that it's generated. Cool, now we have here the name of the image and the tag that is being generated. And the third thing that we need is of course the password. So let's modify this and we're going to say like echo password, and we're gonna pass it to /temp/auth as well. Let's modify this, okay. And remember, for testing, we're just gonna export this to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now we're gonna test it, execute the script, take a look at the file, and you're gonna see all of your 3 variables. So you have the image, the tag, and the password for that image. Cool. So now, as you can see, our file contains everything we need to deploy our application. And now it's time to transfer this file to the remote machine that we create to deploy the application. Remember, this is just a simple example to transfer data, because probably if you are already in the cloud using AWS or GCP or Azure, there are already services for that. But probably some people won't have AWS or GCP accounts, so that's why we're doing it just, in a simple way, transferring a sample file. So let's go ahead and transfer this file to our virtual machine that we created. In this case, to transfer a file using SSH, it would be SCP. Then we're going to say -e, and -e, it's going to be used to pass the key that we created to connect to our machine. So in that case, remember that we have our key right here, which is prod. So let's say scp-i prod, and then we say the file that we want to pass. In this case is temp-auth, and we want to pass it to the prod user at Linux Facilito.online. Don't worry, this is my domain. Here you should put your IP, and then we say :/temp/out. So this means we're gonna pass this file, this local file, to this machine, and we're gonna put the file in this location remotely. So let's hit enter. Let's say yes. And as you can see, the file was successfully transferred. Remember that this file contains 3 lines. Contains the name of the application, the image I mean, the tag, and the password for the authentication. So if we now log into this machine using ssh-i prod user add this DNS and we hit enter, you're gonna see that the file was transferred. So let's take a look at cat temp that out, and here you see the file that was transferred from your Jenkins machine. So that's super cool. Now this would be the final step for our script to transfer the file to the remote machine. So let's copy this. Let's go to our Jenkins data folder, pipeline, deploy, or I mean Jenkins, deploy, and in here we're going to modify the file again, and we're going to transfer it using this. So that's cool. Remember that you need to have the full path for this key. So in this case, let's say that, or let's say like CP, the prod key that we have, we're going to copy to OPT. So in that way, let's say sudo 1234. So in that way, we will have the file in OPT. Well, we didn't copy that. Why? Let's copy it again. Set cp prod O to OPT. And as you can see now, we've got a key right here. So we can referentiate it using /opt/prod. So let's modify that in here. Let's say that the key is located at /opt/prod. And cool. Now we can pass it. So that's super cool. We can now generate a new file. So now we can simply execute our script, and this file is going to be generated and then it's going to be transferred to the remote machine. So if you do deploy.sh, well, let's give it executable permissions first, +x deploy, and then you execute this file. The file is going to be generated and it's going to be transferred to the remote machine. And as you can see now, we have an error in here. So let's do sudo change owner of this file. We're going to give it the ownership to the user Jenkins, which is going to be 1000, this path, and now let's try again. And as you can see, now it was successful. So in this way, you can generate this file that contains the information that your remote machine needs to know, and then you transfer that file so we can use it in the future. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to deploy a container in that remote machine manually using all the process that we have been creating. So for this, we're going to generate a Docker image first. So let's go to our Jenkins folder, pipeline, Jenkins, and build. So right here, we want to first, remember we want to build a jar, or well, we can use this jar actually. So let's build the image. So let's say build. But remember that to build the image, we need to have a build tag that is being used in the Docker Compose build. So we need to define this variable here, but in the future, Jenkins will define it by itself. So for now, let's say echo export build tag, and that is going to be, for example, 10, let's say, okay? 10. Then we execute our build script and we have an error right there. Oh yes, and that's because we need to execute the script outside. Remember, we need to execute this from here. So let's say Jenkins build, and then build the image, and in this way we can build the Docker image without any problem. Cool. So now we can do Docker images, and we grep for Maven, and we should have our Maven project 10 created right here. Super cool. So now that we have this image created, let's say that we want to push this image, which is number 10, to our registry. So for that, we can simply do Jenkins push and push.sh, and that is going to push this image, the image that is using the tag number 10, to our repository, as you can see right here. Remember that if you take a look to your Jenkins folder, push script, we're actually using variables. So we're grabbing the build tag environment variable to know which version we should push. In this case, we're going to push the version 10 because if you take a look at the value of the environment variable, the value is 10. Okay, so now we have the image in our registry. Let's go and validate it. So let's refresh in here and we should see a tag number 10. Cool, you can see it here. So our image was successfully pushed. So now we're gonna log in to our machine using SSH. So we're gonna say SSH and we're gonna log into our machine, our remote machine, the machine that we just created. But before logging in, we're going to transfer the file. Remember that we need to transfer the deploy file. So let's go to Jenkins data, pipeline, the Jenkins deploy, and in here remember that we created this file that is going to transfer the name of the image, the build tag, and the password that's going to be transferred to the machine. So let's execute this script first to transfer the file to the remote machine. Okay, it was successfully transferred. So now we can just SSH into this machine, into the remote machine, to deploy our application manually with all the process that we've done so far. So if we take a look at the temp.out file, you're gonna see, okay, the name of the image that was pushed, the tag, and the password that you need to use to log in to the registry and download the image. So for now, let's create a folder in your remote machine. Let's call it like Maven or as you want. And in here, we're going to create a new Docker compose file. So let's say vdocker compose.yaml. And we're going to define the version. It's going to be version number 3. We're going to define one service. So we're going to say services. We're going to say like Maven. And we can say image. So the image will be composed by the environment variables that we transferred. The first thing that you need to know is that you always need this name to download your image. So you know that your image will always start with the name of your user in Docker Hub / then it comes the image name, which in this case is the Maven project, so we can put this as an environment variable, and finally that is the tag. So the tag is the thing that we're transferring. In this case it means 10 because that is the execution number 10, and if the image is not found locally, then Docker will try to download it from Docker Hub. So okay, now let's say container name, just to make it simple, container name, and we're going to say Maven app, something like that, right? So we're going to save this, and remember that we need to manually populate these variables because we're testing. So we're going to save this, and remember that in the file that was transferred we have the information that we need. So we can take a look at our Docker compose file and we can say, okay, we need the image variable, so let's export it. Let's say export image equals to the first line of our file. Now, how do we refer to the first line of our file? We could use the set command. Set command allows you to grab lines from one file. So if you say 1p and then you specify one file, you're going to have the first line. If you say 2p, then you're going to have the second line, so on and so forth. So we're going to be using this to grab the name of the image that we want to download. So we're going to say export image equals to the execution of this command. Cool. Now we need the tag. The tag is the second line, so we're going to do exactly the same thing. Export tag equals to the execution of this command, but now the line is going to be the line number 2. Okay, and I think we don't need anything else. This is the password for the registry, so let's do the same thing. Export pass equals to the execution of this command, but in line number 3. That's cool. Okay, now that we have all of the 3 variables that we just created, it's time to log in to the Docker Hub. So for that, remember docker login -u, your username, then you say password, and you can pass the variable path that we have just created. And as you can see, we have an error. Oh, it's because I'm missing my second name, so it's gonna be like this. And as you can see, the login was successful. So now we're actually authenticated against Docker Hub, and we can start downloading images. So let's take a look at our Docker file. I mean our Docker Compose file, and you are gonna see this image. If this image is not found locally, then Docker is going to try to download it from the Docker Hub using these credentials. So to deploy our application, we're going to be deploying it using Docker Compose because this is an easy example. In the real life, probably you use Docker Swarm or Kubernetes or another kind of tool for containers. So it actually depends on what you're using right now. In this video, we're going to be using Docker Compose. But anyways, I think that you already know in your real life how to deploy a container using your preferred tool like Kubernetes or Swarm or whatever you want. In this case, we're going to be using Docker Compose. So to deploy this application, the only one thing that we need to do is that we need to type docker compose app-d. And as you can see, it's going to log to this repository. It's going to look for this image with this tag, and it's going to download it and create the container using this name. So let's hit enter and let's see what happens. And as you can see, the image was not found in here, so it was automatically downloaded from our Docker Hub because we were previously authenticated using the correct credentials. So that's it. As you can see, the image was correctly downloaded, maybe on project number 10, and the container was created. So let's copy this name, and we're going to say docker logs to this, and as you can see, our container is actually working as expected. So we already deployed our application, downloading the image from the Docker Hub and using the file that was transferred to understand exactly what is the tag and what is the image that we want to download. So this is the manual process for this. Now we're going to automate everything that we did using a bash script. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create a script to automate everything that we did previously. Okay, remember that I'm still in that remote machine connected through SSH. So this is that remote machine that you created. I'm here, and this is the Docker Compose file that we created in the previous lesson. So now we're going to create a sample bash script to automate all the process that we did. So remember that the first thing that we did was defining the image, then defining the tag, and then defining the password, which is 3p. Okay, so this is what we did. So we need to do exactly the same thing in a bash script. So let's create a bash script. Let's call it like publish or whatever you want. We can say /bin/bash, and then we're going to execute this first line. Then we're gonna execute the second line, which is the tag. We're gonna paste that in here, and let's execute the third line, which is the password. So we're gonna copy this and we're going to paste it. Cool. So in this way, we already have the name of the variables that we're using in the Docker Compose file. Now that we captured these names, we need to log in to Docker. So that's going to be Docker login, the username, and the password that we already captured in here. So password. And the final thing is just doing the Docker Compose app-d. So for this, let's go to cd Maven, because remember this is the folder that we created. This is like doing this. Let me save this. cd Maven. This is the folder that we just created. So we're gonna do that. cd, and then we say and docker compose app-d, and this line actually creates the service. So we're gonna copy this line to our publish file, and this is going to be the final line of our process. So we're gonna paste that in here, and cool. As you can see, we're retrieving the variables from this file, then we're logging into the Docker Hub, and finally we're starting and deploying the service using these variables to download the image that is coming in this tag. So this is super cool. As you can see, let's save this and let's give it executable permissions in here, publish, and let's try to execute this script. And as you can see, it's actually complaining because it says if you want to do, let's take a look. Maybe we did some typo. Yes, we did a typo right there. So let's modify this because we put a colon at the end. So let's save this again. Let's run it once again. And as you can see, this is actually working good. The login is successful and the deploy of the application is going good. So let's take a look at this script and we're going to exit out of here. And you have two options. The first thing is that you can leave your script right here in that machine, or you can transfer that script in every single execution. So for this example, we're just going to transfer this script from Jenkins to this machine. So the first thing is that we're going to copy the content of this. And as you can see now, I exited out of the remote machine. And now I'm logged in our laboratory machine, which is the machine that has all of the containers, our local machine. In here, I'm just going to go to our pipeline folder, Jenkins, deploy, and in here I'll be creating the same file, which is going to be publish, and I'll be pasting exactly the same content. Cool. I'm just going to give it executable permissions, right? And now in the deploy stage, then probably we want to transfer in here that script to the remote machine. But remember, keep in mind that every single thing is going to be executed from this folder, from the Jenkins file level. So the path to transfer the file would be Jenkins, deploy, and publish. So this is the path that we're going to use to transfer. So let's modify the Jenkins deploy file, and we're going to transfer that again. So we're going to do scp-i, exactly the same thing, opt prod. We're going to pass this file, remember, so this is the relative path for this execution, and then we pass exactly the same thing. We can pass it to /temp publish if you want, or you can put it wherever you want. Or if you don't want, you can just leave the script in your remote machine and that's it. But in this example, we're going to be transferring this script. Cool. So now let's save this. Let's save it. And as you can see, we now are transferring the script that we just created, which is the publish file, to /temp/publish to that remote machine. So let's go ahead and execute this deploy script to see what's going on. So Jenkins deploy.sh, and remember that now this script is going to do two things, or three actually. The first one is generate the environment variables. Second one is transferring the first out file to our remote machine, and the second one is going to be transferring the publish script to our remote machine as well. So as you can see, it's actually working as expected. And now we have the first part done. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to learn how to execute the script that we just created in the remote machine. Remember that so far we have this script that is transferring the out file and is transferring the publish file that we just created. And if you take a look at this file, you are going to see that this is the file that the remote machine needs to start the container or to create the container. So how do we execute this from Jenkins? Well, this is going to be simple. We're going to execute it using SSH. Probably, as I told you, in your real life, your process of deployment could be a little bit different, because instead of SSH, you could be using AWS, which already has a CLI client, and you can do like AWS CLI deploy something. You should know how to do your deployments, manually at least. But for this case, we're using Docker Compose and SSH to deploy everything. So what we're going to do now is that we're going to go to our Jenkins deploy SSH, and in SSH you can execute commands in remote machines using this line. Let me show you. SSH-i, you pass the path of your key, Then you pass the user at the machine where you want to connect to, and then in here you can execute one command in that remote machine. So in this case we want to execute this script that we're just transferring. So as you see, we're transferring those files, and finally to deploy the application we're just connecting to SSH and we're executing that script that we just transferred in here. So let's save this and let's execute this script so you can see the output. So let's click on this, hit enter, and now this deploy file is going to start transferring the out file, then the publish script, and finally it's going to execute this script that we just transferred using SSH. And as you see, this is the log of that remote machine, because with this line from here we are telling that remote machine to execute this script that is going to deploy the application. Cool. So in this way, the only one thing that we need to do to deploy our application is simply execute this command or this script to deploy our application in that remote machine. So this is it for this video. Please make sure that you understand everything that we have done so far, because this is going to give you a clear understanding of what we're doing, and it's going to help you to create your own workflows for your real applications. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In the previous video, we created this script and we executed it to deploy the application in that remote machine. Now it's time to copy this script and it's time to include it in our Jenkins file. So remember that to deploy the application, we only need to execute this line. So we're going to open our Jenkins file. We're going to look for the deploy stage and we're going to paste that line in here. So whenever the deploy starts, this line is going to be executed and the application is going to be deployed. So let's save this. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create a Git repository in our Git server to store the code that we have just created. So let's log in here using the root 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 password. Perfect. Now in here, we're going to create a new project under the Jenkins group. So we're going to look for the Jenkins group and the project is going to be, for example, pipeline maven as you want. And we're going to create the project. So we're going to go to our terminal. Let's go to our Jenkins data folder. Let's go to our pipeline folder that we have created. And we're going to start reading the instructions. And we already created the repository. So now we want to add our existing folder to this repository. So for this, we change directory to that directory. We are already here. Then we do git init. So we're going to copy that. We're going to paste that in here. Well, git init, hit enter, and as you can see, that repository was initialized. Then we're going to add this guy, so we're gonna copy this, we're gonna paste that, and in here we're gonna pass the credentials for our user. If you don't remember your user, then just Ctrl C and take a look at your VSL project.git config, and you're going to find your user there. So we're going to be using this guy, so I'm just going to copy this. Remember this instruction that we read from Git. Let me copy that again. Let me type this. Yes, we're going to copy this instruction again, and we're going to add here the credentials. So this user and the password. Yes, at the server. Pretty nice. Then we do git add, but before doing git add, we're gonna do a git status, and you're going to see that you have your Docker file and your Jenkins file right there. I don't know if we want to upload our Docker file. I think that we're not gonna upload it, so we're only going to upload our Jenkins file. So we're gonna add it. We're going to add the Java app and the Jenkins folder. So we're gonna add this. Okay, then we can do a commit. So we can commit this. And finally, we're going to push it. As you can see, when we committed it, we actually had a lot of files in here. This is all the stuff that we have been working in, all of our scripts and all that stuff. So we're gonna push it. We're gonna say git push origin master, and here we have an error because we haven't granted permissions to this user. So let's go to our repository. Let's go to settings, members. This is a super important point. Let's look for our user. Let's give it maintainer permissions. Let's add it to a project. And that's cool. So now we should be able to push it without any problem. And even though when we already did that, this is not working. Why? Oh, okay, this is because we haven't added the port in here. If we go to our server, remember that we're using this port, so we need to add it there. So let's go to git config, and in here we're going to modify the port, so that's going to be colon 8090. Let's save this and let's try to push again. And now it's working. Cool. So let's go to our repository. Let's go to pipeline maven, and we should see now all of the content that we uploaded. And that's cool. Here we have our Jenkins file, which is pretty nice. Here we have all the things that we did, our Jenkins folder, and here we have all of the scripts that we created. And here we have the Java application, which is the source code that we're going to be using. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create the pipeline for this project. So let's go ahead and create a new item. We're gonna call it like pipeline Docker Maven, or as you want. This is going to be a pipeline project, so hit OK. And in here, we're going to say in the pipeline configuration that we want to download it from our SCM. So remember, the SCM is going to be git, and the repository URL is going to be this URL right here. Let's go to the pipeline maven, and this is the URL that we're going to be using. So let's copy that, let's paste that in here, and remember that this is going to be internal communication, so we're going to be using git on port 80, and we're going to add that git here. Cool. So now it says that we are not authenticated, so let's pick up the credentials of the user Ricardo, which is allowed for that repository, the master branch, and that's cool. And the script path, it's going to be Jenkins file, because if you take a look at the root of your repository, you're gonna see that this is the root and this is the Jenkins file. So this is the file that we're going to read. We're gonna save this configuration in here, and we are done. Now I just want to tell you something, and it's about the workspaces. Remember that if we go to our machine, to our local machine, and we browse to Jenkins data, here we have a folder which is called Jenkins home. So let's go to this folder, and in here you have all of the content that the Docker container is using. So let's go to workspaces, and as you can see, we don't have a workspace for this job because we haven't built this job yet. So if we build now this project, then the workspace is going to be created. Right here you have the workspace that was created for your job. Probably this job is going to fail because we still need to do some things, but I wanted to tell you that in every single execution this folder is created. I mean, this folder is created for the first time and the code is being downloaded in here. So pipeline, this is the project that we created, and if you go there, then you see the code that was downloaded in here. So let's go to the field history, console output, and you are going to see that the cloning of that repository was successful, but anyways, it actually failed because of some things. But in here, remember that the code is being downloaded, and the code is being downloaded in this workspace, which is on Jenkins, which is at Jenkins home workspace, and the name of the job that you created. So please keep in mind that in this workspace is going to occur every single thing. We're going to download the code there, the scripts are going to be executed from there, and all the stuff is going to be done from there. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to do a couple of modifications to our build and test scripts. Remember that I told you that everything is going to happen inside of the pipeline Docker Maven workspace. So everything is going to happen in this folder. So let's go out of here and let's go to our Jenkins data pipeline Jenkins, and in here we're gonna grab recursively for pwd, and you're going to find two results: your build folder and your test folder. And here we're going to have a small issue because as we're using the Docker sock, do you remember, inside of the container, then Docker is going to think that pwd will refer to the host pwd and not to the container. So to fix that, we will need to graph the entire path for the workspace of the pipeline. We're going to copy this and we're going to modify our script. So we're going to modify the maven.sh, and we can create here a variable that is called workspace, or as you want. We're going to paste the value in here, and then here below, instead of saying pwd, we're going to say workspace. Yes. So we need to do this change in the other script. So let's save this and let's do exactly the same thing. So we're gonna create the project, the workspace. So let's say workspace, and remember that everything happened inside of the workspace. So whenever a pool of new code occurs, then you are going to be pointing to your workspace and then to the new code. So let's save this, and probably you will want to push this to your repository. So let's do git status. You will have your two files modified there. So let's do git.build and test, and then git commit -m, and you say fixes path or workspace path for jobs execution or something like that. Just do it, git push, and then you are ready to go. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to create the password for the registry. Do you remember? If we take a look at our push scripts, you will find out that we're actually using this pass environment variable, but this pass is not defined anywhere. So we need to define it in Jenkins as a credential. So let's go to our Jenkins. Let's get out of here. Let's go to credentials. Let's create a new credential, and you can call it as you want. So let's click on add credential, and we can say like this is going to be a secret text. So the secret is going to be 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, which is my password for Docker Hub. The ID is going to be registry pass, for example. So in this way, we already created this registry pass, which contains the password for the login to Docker Hub. And now we need to modify our Jenkins file. So let's go to our Jenkins file, and we need to add that to our Jenkins file. So let's go here and say environment. Do you remember how to add credentials? So that's environment. You need to open and close these curly braces, and then you say, okay, I want this credential to be pass, because remember that we're using this name in our push scripts. So Jenkins push, we're using this name, so we need to define this environment with that name. So let's go ahead and say pass. It's going to be credentials, and we're going to call the credential that we just created, which is registry pass, and that's super cool. So now git status, and you can see that this Jenkins file is modified. So let's add it, git add Jenkins file, git add Jenkins, and we're going to say git commit -m adds credentials to Jenkins file, and then we do git push. Remember that always when we push, we can always go to our repository, refresh, and then you are going to see all of your commits in here. So if you take a look at this, you're going to see the content of the file that you actually changed. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to put the key file that is needed to deploy the application in the Jenkins container. Remember that here in our Jenkins deploy.sh, we're actually using a key, which is opt-prot, to transfer files and to deploy the application in our remote machine. And also remember that this script is going to be executed from the Jenkins container. So if we go to our Jenkins container and you try to look for this path, then you are not going to find it. So you are going to have errors. So what we can do is that we can simply do a docker cp of the key that we just created to the container where we want it. So Jenkins opt prot. So that's it. Now you can exec inside of your container, go to opt, and you're going to find your file there. So please make sure that you copy your key file to your location, because otherwise you're going to have errors. Now that we have the key, let's try to do the connection. So let's say ssh-i prot user at linux facilitator.online, and we hit enter. This step is super important because you need to verify the authenticity for these hosts. So say yes, because if you don't say yes, then probably you're going to have errors in your pipeline. So this is it for this video. As you can see, the connection was successful. We have done everything we needed. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to add post actions to our Jenkins file, because remember that we're building a Maven application and probably we want to record the JUnit report and we want to archive the success artifact. So how do we do this? Well, let's open up our Jenkins file, and remember we actually took a look at this in the previous section where we discussed about post actions in Jenkins files. So we're going to have one post action for build and one post action for test. Here we're going to record the unit tests, and here we're going to archive the successful artifacts. So for this, we're going to go to Google and we're going to take a look at Jenkins file post actions archive artifacts. Look for it. Let's look for the first result, and you have a lot of examples in here. So let's graph this example, I think. Yes, it could be okay. Let's copy this and we're going to paste that right here. So let's paste this. Let's paste that inside of the build stage. Let's copy that again. And now you can see that we have this post action. We want to put it under the stages. So we're going to say always, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4. Always we want to archive the artifacts. Well, we don't want this to be always. We want this to be only when the job is success. So we will say success. We don't want to do this, and we want to close this, because remember this is the close of the success and this is the close for the post. Okay, that's super cool. So let's copy this again, and now we want to do exactly the same thing in the test stage. So we're going to hit enter in here. We're going to paste exactly the same thing, but we want to do this always. So here we need to do a couple of changes. First thing is that remember that our jar is being saved in Java app /target, and then you say asterisk jar, everything that ends with jar. And in the JUnit report, okay, this is my bad. We need to actually copy this JUnit. So we're gonna copy this right here. Let's hit enter, paste that, and we want to put this under always, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're going to modify the JUnit, because remember that the JUnit is in Java app again, and we have the target, and under target we have so far report, and under that we have that report. So this is it. We're gonna save this because we already have what we needed. We have a post action always that is going to record our JUnit result, and we have a success artifact that is going to save our artifact only if the execution succeeds. Okay, that's cool. So let's save this file and we're going to add it. So let's say git add Jenkins, and we'll say git commit dash m, and we say adds post actions for or to Jenkins file, and we say git push, and then we're going to have these changes on our git repository. So you can go to your git repository. Let's look at the commits for this repo, and you're gonna see the commit that we have just done that contains the changes to archive the artifacts. So that's super cool. This is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. In this video, we're going to execute our pipeline manually, and we're going to see if we have any errors still pending. So let's click on build now finally, because we've done a lot of things for this pipeline. Let's click on build, and I think that is going to fail. So let's take a look at the console output, and here we have a permission denied. Do you remember this error? Yes. So to fix it, we need to go to our terminal and do outside of the containers, we need to do sudo change owner 1000 -r, or well, var run docker.suck, and this should fix the issue. So let's put the password and let's try to execute this again. Okay, let's take a look at the logs. Let's go inside of this execution, console output, and cool. As you can see now, our project is being executed. We're building the jar. It looks good. Now we're building the Docker image. The output looks super cool. As you can see, this is the tag that it's automatically been taken. Remember the build tag variable, which is the number of this execution. In here, we are testing the code. Everything looks good. Nothing bad happened. That's super cool. In here, we are pushing the image to the repository. As you can see, yes, it says login succeeded. Tagging the image, pushing the image to the Docker hub that we created. That was successfully pushed. And now, finally, we're doing the deployment. So it looks like everything is going as expected. Let's wait until this finishes and see if that works. Great! As you can see, the deployment process was successful. You can see that this is the log for the execution in the remote machine. Looks like the image was not present in the remote machine, so Docker downloaded the image in here, as you can see. So that looks pretty cool. As you can see, it was successful, so let's click on this. We have the last successful artifact archived in here, and our pipeline entirely worked. So let's log in into our remote machine and let's see if everything went good. Let's do a docker ps-la, and that's super nice. As you can see, the container was recreated 1 minute ago. The image that we're using is exactly the image that was pushed with the execution number 3 of our pipeline. As you can see, number 3. This is the build tag environment variable that Jenkins automatically assigns to our scripts, and as you can see, it was about 1 minute ago. You know that this container exits because it only says hello world and then it actually dies. So it's gonna be docker logs maven, and we have our hello world. But as you can see, the entire process worked as expected. Let's take a quick recap in here. Let's go to the logs, and remember, we're cloning the repository with the new changes. We're building a jar with that new code. Then we're building a Docker image using that specific jar, and then we're testing the code using a Docker container, and then we are actually pushing the image to the Docker registry that we created, and finally we are deploying that new image that passed all of the tests and that is ready to be deployed using this script. And whenever we deploy it, we're transferring the file with environment variables, we're reading that file in the remote machine, downloading the image, the correct image, getting authenticated using Docker login, and finally deploying the application, as you can see, recreating the Maven app. So this is super great. It's actually working good. So this is it for this video. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back. As you saw in the previous lesson, our pipeline is working good, but we need to trigger it manually. So now we are going to create a Git hook in the repository so that whenever the developers push code to our Git repository, Git is going to trigger our job, and then the entire continuous integration process is going to start building the jar with the new code, testing it, pushing it, and deploying it to the final environment. So to do this, we're going to enter inside of the Git repository. So I mean inside of the Git container. So let's say bash, and let's go to var opt gitlab, then we say git data, then we go to repositories, Jenkins, and we want to go to the pipeline maven repository that we created. In here, remember that to create hooks, we need to create a custom hook directory in here. We're going to cd to this directory, and in here we need to copy the script, so we're gonna copy that from the DSL project that we created, custom hook, postRecef. We're gonna copy the script to this location, and now we need to modify it, and the only one thing that we need to change is the URL for this job. So this is not going to be job DSL, this is going to be pipeline docker maven. So we're gonna copy this, we're gonna paste this in here so that whenever someone pushes to this repository, this job is going to be triggered. So let's save this, and now we only need to go back and we need to change permissions for this. So change owner get for custom hooks recursively, and this is it. Now we have our custom hook directory, and whenever someone pushes to our repository, then our entire process of CI/CD is going to start. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello and welcome back to the last video of this course. Here we're going to modify the code and we're going to simulate code changes, so whenever we push those changes, our CI/CD job is going to be triggered and it's going to do all of the fancy stuff that we have done so far. But before that, I will connect to our remote machine and I will take a look at the current container. So let's do docker logs maven app, and as you can see, the jar that is being executed says hello world. So now we want to change this text. It's going to say something like hello pipeline. We're going to push the new change to Git. Git is going to trigger the entire CI/CD process, and it's going to update our final application with the new changes. So let's exit and let's do the modification. So let's go to our Jenkins data pipeline, and remember that this is a Git repository. So in Java app we have all of the code for this application. So let's look recursively for hello world to find where this is being saved. Say hello, and as you can see we have a lot of things right here. So we're going to be using this app.java. Let's use this file, let's copy this, and we're going to modify this file. We're going to say hello from pipeline. We're going to say hello from pipeline. We're going to save this, and we're going to do exactly the same thing in the test Java file. So let's copy this, let's paste that in here. Okay, let me remove this, and we're going to look for the assert equals. Yes, this is the one. So we're going to say hello from pipeline. I don't remember if I put the name, so let's look for it. grep-r, and it's hello from pipeline and hello from pipeline. Yes, so that's super cool. In this way, we're actually simulating a change in the code. So if you do a git status, then you have modified the source code, and this change should build a new jar with the string of hello from pipeline. So let's go ahead and do git.source git commit-m. We're going to upload this to Git because in this moment we're Java developers, and we're going to say, okay, git commit updates the application message, and we're going to push it, hit enter, and as you can see it was actually pushed to our repository, but looks like our trigger wasn't executed. Let's go ahead and take a look at our pipeline. And nope, our git hook was not executed. Why? Oh, I think I found it. I was looking at the files and I found that we actually created this as custom hook, and this should be custom hooks. So let's go ahead and modify this. Let's log in inside of the Git server container. Let's go to the directory for this repository and let's change this name from custom hook to custom hooks, which is the correct name, right? So okay, now we're going to do exactly the same thing. We already pushed the code, but the execution didn't start because we had a typo. But now we're going to do another push. So let's say git commit dash dash allow dash empty, and then we say dash m, and we say test trigger, and we say git push and hit enter and see what happens. And yes, as you can see, our execution was successfully triggered. So let's go here and perfect, our job is being built. So let's go to this execution, let's go to console output, and we're going to take a look at the logs. Remember, the first thing that we always do is that we download the new code. In this case, we're downloading the last version of this code, which is our test triggered code that we actually pushed. After we download the new code, we start building the jar with that new code. Remember, the code had a different message. It says hello from pipeline, and this jar is going to be built using that code. After the build is successful, then we're going to start building the Docker image, copying the new jar to the image. Finally, we start doing tests to the code. Everything went good, so we keep scrolling, and if everything goes good, then we just push this to our Docker Hub repository, and finally we deploy this new image to our remote machine. And the final thing that we should see is that our container in here, where it says recreating Maven app, it should now say hello from pipeline, because we actually created all of this process to easily update our remote application. Do you remember that previously our container said hello world? Well, through all of this process, this container should be updated, and now it should say something like hello from pipeline. So let's go here, let's SSH to that machine and let's verify it. Let's do a docker ps-la, and as you can see, now we have a new image in here, which is the execution number 4. Pretty cool. Now let's do docker logs to the Maven app container, and as you can see, it says hello from pipeline. So we updated this service, this container, which was in another machine, just doing a push, changing the code, and whenever we did the push, the process started, all the CI/CD workflow started building, testing, and doing more to finally deliver the new code that was tested to that remote machine, which can be your production environment, your dev environment, your QA environment. It could be anything that you want. But I want you to see how powerful Jenkins can be, because the only thing that you needed to do was to push new code to Git, then Git triggers the job, and the job starts doing all the magic. So I hope that you have really learned a lot from this course, and I hope to see you in the next courses.